Well, well, well. I think we're live. Part 2. Welcome, everybody. My voice is completely done. It's toast. But we are gonna truck through this together. And, whatever happens with my voice, I don't know, sometimes you have to, fall before you can run. Or you are supposed to run. I don't know how the saying goes, but hopefully you get my point, right? Anyway, we stopped at fighter. We did the druid, and I was pretty much just like, yeah, I mean, star druid good, maybe even too good. Wildfire druid, okay, but some nerfs. So let's actually continue with the fighter because obviously that's the next class in the order of classes. So obviously, like a lot of the Tasha optional class features have been just kind of like ripped off of the 2019 2A class features, Unearthed Arcana that gave the kind of like alternative class feature variants. And yeah, I mean, we are in the business of reviewing all of those, right? And if you enjoy something like that, stick around. I mean, it's gonna be a long one, probably like the last one. I mean, what, this is a fifth out of like 13 classes, so yeah, I mean, it's gonna take a while, who knows. But yeah, anyway, let's actually start with superior technique, because it's the one right over here, readily available, even though you do get all of these other ones. So I'm gonna be comparing each and every one of them in its Unearthed Arcana playtest iteration with its official iteration, and kind of like providing my thoughts about it. I'm also gonna be trying to not yell, because if I do yell and scream and talk passionately and just vigorously destroy and rape my vocal cords, this ain't gonna end well for any of us, because if I can't talk, that means I can't finish the streams. There we go. Let's see, so you'll learn one maneuver of your choice from among those available, okay. Seems to be a copy-paste for the most part. One superiority die, d6. So, I mean, look, there's been a lot of talk in the community, or bigger channels than mine. People in general think that Battlemaster Fighter is sort of like a lot of the Battlemaster subclass features should probably in some way, shape or form be maybe like the core fighter class features. Core features, not like subclass. I'm not really sure whether that's the right way to do it, but giving fighters more options in terms of like this, superior technique. We already have the martial adept feat, right? I mean, the options in that regard. There is quite a bit of a kind of like accent or like importance being put to Battlemaster in the Tasha expansion in this book. But yeah, this is like one of the ones that's been introduced. I don't really think, like, my personal thing is, like, if you're gonna play something with Battlemaster maneuvers, you might as well just go play Battlemaster. And if you are, this is a legit kind of like addition to your already, or to the maneuvers you already know, and the superiority dice pool that you have. I don't think it's bad, I don't think it's particularly good, it's just okay, like, main line seems balanced, and I'm okay with it, right? But after that, it's pretty much just like all these other ones, which have been, or are, on page 12 according to this. And yeah, fighting styles have been introduced, and it seems like martial versatility introduced. Yeah, okay. So martial versatility is sort of like spellcasting cantrip versatility that the bards, clerics, druids, and all the spellcasters got. and it's also been kind of like it follows that same approach where instead of it being like whenever you level up, you actually you can do all of this. You can actually do it only on the ability scoring levels. Like so for fighter, it's actually much more often because 4, 6, 8, 12, 14, 16, and 19 are the levels that you get ability scoring. So I don't think you're gonna be using it that often. If you pick a fighting style, you pick a fighting style, you stick with it. But if you make a bad call, or if you get like a magic item that is like so good, but it doesn't correspond to your fighting style, this will still allow you to kind of like work towards being better suited to use that. Because that's one of the things that a lot of people have been kind of like complaining. Oh, why should I make a character around all of these, you know, things, you know, fighting style and all of that, when I get like some random magic item which might be better than what I can do with my subclass features or core class features. And Marco Antonini, you finished this without me? What do you mean? No, I mean, I said I'm gonna continue. You almost missed it? Nah, you didn't. You were here, I saw you, Techno Hunter. Now I'm genuinely interested whether we'll reach those levels of like concurrent viewers that happened earlier today, where we were this stream was hitting like, I don't know, I don't think so. Like, I think you people have lives and works and children and families and friends and things you do in your lives. But also, don't get me wrong, if you choose to ignore all of that and watch me instead, I very much appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, for all those reasons and others, press the like button, you know. You know how it goes on YouTube. But yeah, anyway, so that's okay. I think this is fine. I think that's okay. So let's actually go over each and every one. Blind fighting. Oh wow, you have blind sight. Okay, that's improvement. That's already an improvement. That's already an improvement. So blind sight, pretty freaking good. Why? Well, because I mean, look, a monster. Well, it's monster, but you get the same thing. You know, can perceive its surroundings without relying on sight. So technically, even if somebody stabs your eyes out, it doesn't matter. You can still see, right? So you're a daredevil. That's nice. That's nice. This is good. Whether it will matter, 10 feet only, probably not. But in some edge cases where a monster is like invisible but right next to you, which can happen, this will help you avoid that disadvantage on the attacks or whatever trying to perceive. Yeah, see, like even if you're blinded or in darkness. So even if you're blinded, or you choose to play a blind character, you can still see normally within 10 feet. Yeah, so the creature can still hide from you, but you can still be able, you're still able to see it, you know, unless it's hidden. So that's this is an interesting buff. I think it should have been made at least, I don't know, like 30 feet seems like too much, but 15 doesn't seem like too much. Maybe 20 is maybe already pushing it, because blindside is pretty powerful. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. I like this. The only problem is being unable to see a creature doesn't impose disadvantage. So this is a playtest, right? Blind fighting. I think they should have kept this and added blind sight. I think they should have kept this and added. I think that would be a proper way to do it. This way, like, this is gonna be. I can see some blind characters out there like playing it like that. But it doesn't. Yeah, This doesn't seem that good yet. Still, whatever the thing is that you add after. It's me, yeah, boy. Classy Viking, yeah, welcome, dude. Welcome. Yeah, you can have dark vision with races that don't have it. Kinda, yeah. You're 5 late? What do you mean, Marco Antonini? Shame I can't crit like so it counts as double. I don't know what that means. English hard. And also I've been up like for 10 hours already, so I'm kind of getting tired. But we are gonna get this done. We are finishing this short, that's a joke, overview and first impressions that lasts for 15 hours today. Alright, so interception. Has that one been changed? The creature you can see hits a target other than you, obviously, yeah. You can use your reaction. Yeah, I mean, I guess they had to add other than you, because technically you are within 5 feet of yourself, so you can kind of intercept somebody attacking you by rules as written. Even though it's obvious this is meant to work on other creatures. The intention of behind this was to be only working on creatures other than you. But I mean, I guess this is necessary because, you know, this doesn't really cover for that case. You must be wielding a shield or a simple or martial weapon, so okay. It's still like that, but the damage is the same. It still uses a reaction, so it's the same. It's just being copy-pasted, ported over with the addition of other than you, because again, technically you are within 5 feet of yourself. So yeah, no intercepting attacks going your own way. Superior technique, already did that one. Thrown weapon fighting. Let me look at this one before I continue talking about unarmed fighting. I've actually play tested this Unearthed Arcana iteration of this fighting style, and it's not. It's okay. It's actually viable. Let me just say it's viable in most cases, other than maybe when you can't grapple somebody or something because the size, right? You can only grapple a creature that's one size larger, but I'm getting ahead of myself. You can draw a weapon that has a thrown property. Okay. +2 bonus to damage. Okay, the damage has been buffed. When you hit with a ranged attack using a thrown weapon, you gain a +2 bonus. So I guess if you take a dual wielder feat, which allows you to draw or stow 2 weapons, you can kind of get the similar benefit of the dueling fighting style that you do with melee weapon with thrown. I don't know whether... Yeah, I don't know, because for sharpshooter feat you still need a ranged weapon. Thrown weapon is not a ranged weapon. It's a melee weapon with which you can make a ranged weapon attack. I know it's confusing, but for those of you who don't understand how it works, here's how it works. You have 2 types of weapons, ranged and melee, right? Now, some of these melee weapons can have a thrown weapon property, right? And that thrown weapon property obviously allows them to be thrown. And when you throw a weapon, you can't really make a melee weapon attack if you throw a weapon. It's like you throw it, it's going at range. So now we are coming to the point where you are using a melee weapon to make a ranged weapon attack, which is confusing as I'm not gonna drop the F-bomb, but yeah, it's just the way it's work. It's just words that are not most elegant in that regard. I think the reason I'm not gonna go into the whole confusion about how ranged weapon attack doesn't necessarily mean that you're using a ranged weapon or vice versa or whatever, but that's just the way it works. Did the flash out? It autoed 720, really? Autoed 720, dude. What the heck, are you for real? If it did, then I apologize, but I'm looking over the Streamlabs settings. Hold on, let's see. Output 180p, 1080p, 1080p. Output, see, like it's high quality. It's the hardware encoding. Yeah, I mean, the dude, like, I don't know. It should be 1080p, 60 FPS. Yeah, 12-hour shift, dude. Go to bed, Austin Bailey. Honestly, like, you probably need some rest. But yeah, thank you for keeping the video running. Interception is gonna be better, I think. I already said at some stream before that interception is guaranteed to reduce damage, right? So while okay, so what's the other? Protection. Protection has a chance to negate the entirety of the damage. Advantage is not guaranteed, especially if you're trying to protect an ally that has like 15 or lower armor class. Disadvantage on the it's like you're just betting, right? Here you're not betting, you're taking something which obviously like works, right? So you use your reaction and then you stave off the damage, right? You reduce the it's more consistent versus more swingy, right? Let's call it like that, because protection fighting style, if it misses, it misses, so you manage to do what you are supposed to do. But if it hits, it's like you did nothing. So it's like 0 or 100, or do you just kind of like 50%? That's the choice. I think interception is better. I like consistency, but I might not be right. I mean, we'll see. Like, this doesn't scale, right? A 1d10 plus proficiency bonus at level 1, it might be amazing. You might deny the entirety of the damage. But at level 20, denying 1d10 plus 6 plus 6 worth of damage is, I mean, might be nothing, you know? So, yeah, I mean, on the other hand, protection fighting style, if you choose to use it, always kind of works the same, right? Obviously, it also loses potency as you keep leveling up, because for the most part, most of your allies are gonna have the same or similar AC. Armor class doesn't really grow as much as all these other numbers, but the enemies will have better and better bonuses to attack rolls. You start off with goblins that have like +3, +4 to hit, and then you end up with enemies that have +15 to hit, right? Against an AC of 15 at level 1, you know, disadvantage on the +4 to hit is amazing. It's like, it's better than what, 60-70% chance to miss. But like, let's say that 15 AC becomes a 17 AC at level, let's say 15-20. Now you're dealing with a monster that attacks you with a +15 to hit. That disadvantage is like almost nothing, you know? It's like, yeah, sure, you're trying to protect it, but you're increasing the like 5%, 10% chance to miss to like maybe 15. That's almost nothing. So yeah, numbers are weird in that regard and situational. I still think interception is better. That said, I'm probably never gonna play a fighter that has either one of those fighting styles. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think there's much value in these fighting styles. I think it's better if you just go and do some damage, or you know, grapple something or throw some weapons. Or you're a freaking fighter, you have many attacks, action surge, you know, whatever. Just go and do damage. I think that's better. Streaming again, yeah, dude. I'm gonna finish this, other than maybe dying or completely losing consciousness during the stream. I'm finishing this, no matter how. So yeah, I definitely expect by the end of all of this, I'm gonna be completely drained. I'm already kind of like tired. Been up like 10 hours. But yeah, I mean, you can hear from my voice. It's way deeper than the first stream. That's because I've already lost half of it, you know. So yeah, unarmed fighting. Let me see that one. I'm most familiar with this one. I've played fighter, barbarian, unarmed fighting style. You know, on that server from level 3 to level 7. I kind of wanted to make a video about it, but I was waiting for it to become official, if it becomes official. So let's see. 1d8 plus strength, that's 1d6, so that's the same. If you aren't wielding any weapons or a shield, if you're struck with 2 free hands. Yeah. So this kind of like the same, the different way to say the same thing. Here, if you strike with 2 free hands, could mean like, I guess they were trying to work around some shenanigans where people have more than 2 hands. Or something, or maybe this language wasn't as clear, because, you know, if you have 2 free hands, that pretty much in most cases means you are not wielding weapons or a shield, right? Like you have neither one of those. So that's the same. Alright, let me see this. At the start of each of your turns, you can deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage to 1 creature grappled by you. When you successfully start a grapple, you can deal until the grapple ends. You can also deal this damage to the creature whenever you... Okay, so this is a nerf. This is actually quite a big nerf, in my opinion, because this 1d4 extra damage every time you would hit, like from level 5, especially level 11. I never got that far, but I mean, just mathematically, right now this thing deals 1d4 extra damage, period, if the creature is grappled. And here you deal 1d4 when you start a grapple, so your grapple already, like if you go and grab somebody, that immediately deals damage in the playtest material. And then on top of that, once you start pummeling and like kicking, punching, whatever, you deal additional damage. That thing, let me tell you, I did not out damage anybody with this. In fact, I was dealing less damage than anybody else. In most cases, because most of the other characters were like, let's just take Sharpshooter and Great Weapon Master and not bother ourselves with all these D4s, and then they would be dealing more damage than me. I was more consistent, because I also took the grappler feat, so every time I would grapple a creature, I would also have advantage. It kind of worked in that regard, it made sense, but right now, that, with this being official, that kind of character becomes impossible to make. And I don't think unarmed fighting is gonna be even viable, because just from personal experience, this already did not out damage anybody. It was dealing slightly less damage, but I was consistent enough in my, I was hitting enough. I usually had advantage, so that I could hit, so I could always deal like 15, 20, 25 damage, depending on how many hits and damage rolls. I don't remember the exact averages that I was dealing, but it was like 25, 30 damage per round at some point, or I think 25, I don't know, whatever. So I could never do those like super big Novas where I would deal like 40, 50 damage in a round as a level 5 character or beyond. But yeah, I was also like 1 or 2 levels in Barbarian, so that rage damage also helped. But other than that, I don't see this as viable. Honestly, it's not. Just go play Monk. This makes no sense. Like mathematically, if feats and multiclassing is allowed, and you wanna be, you're playing a fighter to do fighter things instead of being like a pugilist or something, this is not good enough. Okay, sorry, this is good. Unearthly Arcana is good. This official one is not. My opinion. I might not be right. Let's see your own thoughts. Monks, martial arts, that kind of sucks with this fighting. Yeah, but look, monks are not damage dealers to begin with. We are gonna go over the maneuvers later on. Yeah, we are gonna go over the maneuvers, Ricardo. So battle master fighters are now better monks than monks. Look, I don't think this is viable. Like on the surface, it might look good, but I mean, okay, compared to monks, sure. But monks can still bonus action smack, right? And then bonus action flurry of blows. Monks are still one of the best martial damage dealers from level 1 to level 5. And then they kind of flatline because like once you get to level 5 you have your extra attack, so you can attack 3 or 4 times per turn per round, and then that's pretty much all you do until the rest of your career. So you gradually become more of like a nuisance, and then obviously well, once you get stunning strike. But let's not talk about monks. But I mean, when compared to monks, this is just kind of like a poor monk. Since there's no feat support for this, there's no feats like sharpshooter or great weapon master that can make this more impactful. I don't see this fighting style as being viable. My own opinion. What do you think? 1 level dip in fighter, you can get a D8 10 levels early. I mean, yeah, I mean, Leonardo, you're not lying. So maybe they did nerf this fighting style, thinking that most monks are gonna be, yeah, let's take 1 level of fighter so that we can be broken. I don't think that would make that would make monks broken. That would just make them better at dealing damage a little bit, but not enough to break anything. Not enough to break anything. Did I miss the part when you can get a feat at level 1 for races other than variant human? I don't think there was a... Yeah, you probably did. Wait, you can get a... other than a human? That's... Did I miss that as well? Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Hold on, let me check. You are freaking right. I completely missed this part. It was right there staring me in the eye. So yeah, you can kind of like customize your race. Wow. Wow, so like there's gonna be a bunch of non-humans with level 1 feats. I didn't even catch that. So good catch. Good catch. I was just kind of like custom lineage, yeah, whatever. You can kind of like just make your own race. I think I mentioned dark vision, how like everybody's gonna have dark vision, but I completely missed this, dude. You're right, fucking hell. Oh well, there's the F-bomb. There's the F-bomb. 27 minutes into the stream, dude. I'm good. Look, yeah, I'm doing good. So yeah, let me read some chat because I'm kind of like saying some things in here that might not actually be true. Because I'm kind of tired and my brain is not the freshest. Crusher feat could be good for unarmed characters, fighters, or monks, or otherwise. Yeah, I mean, look, let me check that one real quick, because obviously, I mean, if they included Crusher, which was amazing, I mean, it was cool, but I think it was better in the Unearthly Arcana, the Crusher feat. Where is the Unearthly Arcana that goes over feats? I think it's this one. Yeah, alright, once per turn when you score. No, it's actually the same, right? Attack that deals bludgeoning, you can move it, okay, you can move it, provided target, so you can move no more than one size larger than you. I don't think, like, this is still not gonna be on par with optimized sharpshooter and great weapon master builds, especially sharpshooter because of the archery fighting style. So yeah, all in all, I'm not gonna delve too deep onto this fighter. I just think it doesn't cut it, even though it might be a viable dip for monks. Ultimately, I think monks are best like as single class. You're eventually gonna get to 1d8 anyway. And even on lower levels, it doesn't really matter what your damage die is, because you know, it's just like D6 or D8. If you roll a max on any of these, it's good. Just my personal experience. Maybe level 1 it matters because, you know, goblins with 7 hit points which you can one-shot. But past level 1 you're already dealing like with enemies that have 12, 15, 20, 30 hit points. So like it very quickly, the damage die, the level of the damage die becomes kind of almost irrelevant. Almost irrelevant. Mathematically. it's just randomness, right? You sometimes roll a 1 or you sometimes roll a max. It's random chances. Already covered this one. Maneuver options. Okay, I don't know why I did this. Ambush. All right, so let's do maneuvers. Let's do maneuvers. Where's the maneuvers? Was it included in here or was it? Let me check. I can't remember exactly. Yeah, it was here. Okay. Ambush. Okay. Check initiative. You can expand one superiority die. Yeah. Okay. So ambush is good actually. Ambush becomes viable on. So like, if we are talking my ultimate assassin build, right? That becomes very viable, like this kind of fighting style. Instead of what I think I said defensive and archery. You definitely need archery for the ultimate assassin. You just freaking need it. But ambush becomes like a viable alternative for whatever other fighting style I promoted. Assuming rangers can learn it. You could take ambush with a fighter and then wait for a ranger to get an archery through ranger. That's what you can also do. Because initiative is a thing that assassin rogues desperately you rely on it. You know, you do rely on that initiative roll. So that's kind of like my immediate thought about that. Other than that, stealth, sure, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, I'm an idiot. Sorry. I was saying fighting style. I meant maneuver options, right? I don't remember which one I promoted. But like I think by the end, I don't remember. I can't remember exactly. You definitely need precision, that's for sure. But I mean, this definitely becomes viable. Yeah. Sorry, as you can see, I'm way too tired already. I'm like mixing maneuver options and fighting styles. So yeah, press dislike for me being an idiot. Alright. Pixel Junkie. Tasha's Mind Whip plus Dissonant Whispers. Am I crazy or does this force the enemy choose movement and forgo their action bonus action? So Mind Whip. Maybe. Hold on. I'm not gonna check it right now. But once... freaking hell. I mean, hold on. You're asking questions that I'm like... I can't... okay, so Dissonant Whispers, I know what that one does. Let me check the spells. Where's the spells? Oh, there we go, okay. Where's the Mind Whip? Mind Sliver. It's not the same thing, right? Choose movement. Mind Whip. I don't think that's the thing in this, I don't think that's a thing, dude. Yeah, it's not on the list, you see? It's over there. Yeah, I mean, I kind of talked about it in my first live stream, Crunchy Frog, about the Armor Artificer. You don't have to thank me, dude. I'm just doing it. Honestly, like, at least part of it is for my own personal gain. I mean, YouTube thing is kind of like my thing, so... You know, thank you all for, like, allowing me to be relevant on YouTube all this time. But, yeah, this is definitely not entirely selfless and philanthropic endeavor that I'm doing right now. So, yeah, I mean, Mind Whip, it's not official. Not yet. Or wait, am I stupid? Am I being stupid? Mind Whip. I might be stupid. Hold on. Yeah, I'm stupid. Alright, Tasha's Mind Whip, exactly. Okay. So let's go back. Where was the spells? Physically lash out. Okay, the target must make an intelligence. That's an action. On a fail save, the target can take reaction. Oh, wow. Target can take a reaction. Okay. Moreover, on its next turn, it must choose whether it gets a move, action, or a bonus action. So what you're saying, Pixel Junkie, is if you Tasha Mind Whip, and you dissonant whispers. But dissonant whispers is a reaction. The creature. Hold on. Let me double think this. Okay, that's not what I want. Let me just compare these two things side by side. Because I don't think that works as you think it works. Yeah, it's with the same thing. Okay. See, the target immediately uses its reaction, right? So as I said, reaction, if available, to move as far as. So it's none of these things, right? I mean, if you Tasha's Mind Whip, it doesn't have anything to do with the target's reaction. Oh, but it can't take a reaction. So by casting Tasha's Mind Whip, I didn't even think about that, you burn its reaction, which it has to use for Dissonant Whispers to move away. Yeah, Davide Colina, you're right. Ambush is a maneuver, not a fighting style. I was just being an idiot. You know, my brain stopped working completely. Yeah, Pixel Junkie, it's not how it works. I mean, it's kind of like an anti-synergy, because if you let's say if you action surge Tasha's Mind, if you cast Tasha's Mind Whip and then you action surge Dissonant Whispers, well, you've burned the target's reaction, which it needs for Dissonant Whispers. So it's an anti-synergy, at least the way I see it. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. So anyway, magical. Yeah, I was like on a fighter. So maneuver options. Cool. Okay. So these are maneuver options, not fighting styles. So ambush definitely for the ultimate assassin. Bait and switch when you are within 5 feet. Oh man, the chat is going crazy. Int save spells. Yeah, int save spells are amazing. Slow, kinda. Never mind its reaction. Yeah, especially since wizards now start with an 8 intelligence. Yeah, you can start wizards with 8 in intelligence. It always. So, yeah, exactly, right? I mean, now all the characters are gonna be like 18 in the main ability score at level 1 because of what we just went through, right? Like you've been given freedom, if the DM allows it, to take a feat at level 1 even if you're not a human. So that's kind of nuts, and that's obviously what I missed. You gain 1 feat C, like custom lineage. Instead of choosing one of the game's races, you can use the following traits to represent your character's lineage. So you can literally be whatever the heck you want. Which, from the mechanical perspective, this opens up so many possibilities. I'm not gonna go into politics, but yeah, I mean, this is probably like, I don't know, like second coming of Christ for all the min-maxers and munchkins and power gamers. So yeah, I mean, you can expect more videos with stuff like this, you know. Definitely. So yeah, let's not go over the spells right now. Bait and switch. On your fire, you can expend 1. Switch places with that creature. Okay, provided that you spend. This looks like a copy paste. Yeah, roll the superiority die. Bonus to AC equal to the number roll. Yeah, it's a copy paste. All right, brace. Has this one been ported? If the attack hits, seems like it. I don't like. Yeah. You have you use your reaction to expend 1 superiority die. All right, so bait and switch. I mean, if you are gonna be taking this, you are kind of like banking on the like positioning something. There might be some shenanigans with this, with the bait and switch, but nothing really immediately pops to my mind other than some combos with like multiple characters, but even then it's just like half-baked concept and nothing particular to tell you. Brace Brace is good. I mean, it's kind of like a Polar Master, but it's instead of being a feat, it's a freaking maneuver which you can use and expands your super die. So you don't even need to take a Polar Master if you are willing to burn your superiority die pool to use Brace. It's okay. I mean, it's not overpowered, it's not underpowered, it's just good, right? Commanding Presence, what is that? That's not a thing in any of these. Has this been? I feel like I've heard about this before, but from some other place. Oh, wait, Grappling Strike. Oh, that's kind of like a restraining. Commanding Presence, when you make a Charisma, you expend one superiority die to... Okay, I feel like there was one of these maneuver options that was like non-fighting. It's a studio size one of those. Yeah, like, does anybody know in chat? How does it work with the feat? Techno Hunter? I mean, you just decide not to be a... You just decide, instead of taking one of the pre-designed races, you just decide I'm gonna be a 3-headed unicorn, and you're gonna have a feat that... A 3-headed humanoid unicorn that has a feat at level 1. And yes, I'm being toxic right now, but it's like more of a joke. Instead of me being serious. No, for real now. You definitely, like, with this, you can just kind of like, you have a feat at level 1, period. And then you take some of these other things, right? The only downside to this approach that I can see is that one ability score, it doesn't give you +3 to your ability score, right? So you know how most races have +2 to one ability score and +1 to the other ability score? That's kind of like a downside, but honestly, you're probably not gonna be caring about it. Because you put your you put your 15 point buy in your main ability score, and then you slap +2 on top of it. Now it's 17, and then you take a feat, which there's plenty of feats that give you a +1 to an ability score of your choice. And now you have an 18 in your main ability score at level 1, just like any other variant human out there. That's basically how. Don't worry, Techno Hunter. This is a live stream for noobs and pros at the same time. So yeah, it also sometimes it's kind of good to remind everybody else that, you know, like, game can be munchkined. I will look. No, I was kind of being facetious, you know. Sexist. I don't see the sexism in that joke, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Like, could be. Yeah, I will look. Probably. So that's pretty much that. That's how it works. But yeah, back to fighter. Bait and switch covered, brace covered, commanding presence. I mean, I like it. Whether this was introduced in one of the earlier unearthed arcanas, I feel like it was. If you want your fighter not to be like a hitting machine, like you have a bit better charisma, or you want to play a fighter in a campaign that has some fighting, so that's some combat, but emphasis is on social encounters and charisma, obviously. And for some reason there's no paladin, bard, warlock, or sorcerer in there. This could be a good thing to have, you know. In most cases this is probably not gonna be used, but more options is always good, right? Now let's see grappling strike. I feel like this is restraining, but just renamed. With a melee attack, you can expend one superiority die and then try to grapple the target as a bonus action to your strength athletics. Yeah, this is restraining strike. But the problem with the restraining strike is that the target was also restrained, but now it's just grappled. So it's been nerfed. It's been freaking nerfed. And that makes my That makes my grappling fighter idea, the fighter that goes in and grapples and deals pummels damage, grounds and pounds like an MMA fighter, even less viable, because restraining strike was one of the main things I was relying on, and now you can't rely even on that. So in between unarmed fighting only dealing 1d4 extra damage per turn, instead of being plus 1d4 bludgeoning damage on every hit against a grappled creature like it was before, yeah, I think that puts that character idea into the archives of abandoned and nerfed unearthed arcana materials. So yeah. Oh yeah, commanding presence is silver tongue, like I'm blind. It's literally silver tongue. Yeah. But it's also been expanded to intimidation. Okay, quick toss. That's kind of like quick toss feels like a new thing. I don't remember that anything. It's a bonus action. So it gives you a bonus action thrown weapon thing. That's okay. I mean, if you want to make a thrower, like a dagger thrower, like a knife thrower build, it's possible with this and thrown weapon. So you take a dual wielder. You take your daggers, you take your hand axes, whatever you want to throw out there. You splat +2 bonus to all of those damage rolls, and then as a battle master, you quick toss with the bonus action. That seems fine. That seems fine. Tactical assessment. That seems like a studio sigh. Kinda. Not. It seems like something's been changed. One superiority die, intelligence, history, insight, investigation. So insight, investigation, a history has been added as well. Okay, that's fine. So this, it seems like they scrapped snipe. No, I'm an idiot. Snipe is called a quick toss, obviously. So, okay, well, there's that. Unarmed fighting has been nerfed. Everything else is mostly the same. And I kind of don't like it, because I like my unarmed grapplers that ground and pound people on the floor. And I'm sad. And yeah, that means there's gonna be one less video idea that I'm ever gonna make on this channel. But that's okay. If I wanted to make a video about it, I should have probably made it already. But anyway, that's besides. Let's do the Psy Warrior. Now, there's been revisiting this class, so I'm gonna use the Psy Warrior from here, right? I mean, no, it's not been this one. Hold on, was it this one? No, it was the other one. Hold on. Which Unearthed Arcana was the... So there was like the Psychic Warrior. I don't remember exactly how... Oh, by the way, the image. My god, it looks amazing. It looks amazing. By the way, chat is going crazy. Hold on. So... Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's just not me paying it. What's broken? A variant... Nobody plays Variant Human again. I mean... You can play Variant Human, but you can also play anything else. So, yeah. Spore Druid get a little buff. I'm not aware. I thought Tech Priest, I think they just reprinted it. But if you know the... If you have the scoop for us, Tech Priest, please let us share, because I'm not aware of any buffs. Picture is awesome, by the way. I'm probably going to be using this for one of my characters. At some point. I mean, look how freaking awesome it looks, dude. Yeah. So, hold on. I need to figure out which Unearthed Arcana exactly I'm supposed to compare this with. There's been this one, Psychic Warrior, but that's the one from 2019. And then there was the update, which kind of like they scrapped most of these things. And I can't remember which Unearthed Arcana it was. Psionic? Probably? Yeah, obviously. Alright. Psy Warrior, Psy Knight, same difference. Let's see. So, where's the level 3 feature? This is Flavor. then the flavor extends over here. Okay, psionic talent. There we go. Now let's see whether they did they keep the psionic talent options. Is that a thing? It seems like there's some dice rolling. Psionic energy, psionic talent option. Seems like that's a thing. Harbor a wellspring of psionic energy. This energy is represented. Psionic energy dice. Okay. Is there like a thing? I don't think so. So I remember that these psionic talents worked pretty much the same way for all the classes. It's a D6. It's a D6. Hold on, let me just pause the video on the stream, because it's kind of like I see it like on the side of my eye, peripheral vision, just like screen constantly flickering, and it's kind of like ruining my focus. Harbor Wellspring, okay, never mind. D8 at level 5. Where can we find the update? Kind of like, okay, there we go. 5th level D8, 11th level D10, 17th level. Yeah, so it kind of like follows that same progression. And it seems like it's the same thing. Just slight like rewording and clarification. Long rest, okay. I think it was long rest before as well. Yeah, as a bonus section. Actually, no, yeah. Did they remove the bonus section? You can calm your mind and restore your psionic talent die to starting size. Is this removed? Is this part removed? Replenishment. In a bonus section you can regain, but you can. Yeah, it seems like. Oh wait, short or long rest. So it's a short rest mechanic, not just a long rest. So it's been buffed. So it's actually a change. It's been buffed. That does make it much less. So I remember how I was complaining and whining how some of these subclasses and things and options and features were too reliant on the size of the psionic talent die, and how you can kind of like quickly run out of the psionic talents if you're unlucky and keep rolling d6, like keep rolling once on the d6 or whatever the size of your die is. This kind of, it doesn't fix that issue, but it makes it less damaging, right? The randomness of bad luck. So I kind of like it that they made it a short rest. It was an easy fix to make, and I think it makes sense because we all know, like, once you start rolling those freaking ones, especially on a d6. On a d6, it's way easy to roll. It's easy to roll ones, dude. It's easy to roll ones. Techno Hunter. Maybe I will play a 3-headed unicorn. Don't do it, please. I was just joking, dude. I didn't even see your comment until now. So yeah. There's no point to being a human when you're outright better. I'm reading your comments. Demi-human with a feat and an 18 at level 1. I mean, Crunchy Frog, you do miss that +1 to your kind of like secondary ability scores. So, yeah, like you can't really count on maybe having 16 in Constitution or stuff like that. But I think it with a feat, you get a +1 basically via a feat, right? So, I guess that's the reason why they removed the +1. Because obviously humans, human variant gets a +1 to 2 ability scores, +1 to one and +2 to the other, +1 to the other. So they kind of like balanced it around the variant human. Instead of having like 2 ability scores having +1, one ability score has a +2, and then obviously via feat you take that to an 18. So yeah, I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts. I think also, like, you could have done that via, I mean, not at level 1, but Changeling also, you could have had like +3 to Charisma. So that was the thing. I think they recently errataed that. I was looking over the Eberron errata, and they changed the Changelings. That seems like a pun, but no. So the Changelings got changed in a way that you can no longer have a +3 to Charisma. instead your floating +1 on changelings is now has to be something else other than your charisma. Don't quote me on this, but I'm like 99% sure that's correct. So yeah, protective field takes damage. Okay, reaction expense psionic die, damage taken reduced. Okay, so protective field plus your intelligence modifier. Was it like that before? Yeah. So intelligence does, I mean, it makes sense for psionics, right? I mean, you're a psionic, you should be intelligent. I mean, maybe not always, but I mean, we usually have that archetype, right? So this doesn't really force you into bumping up your intelligence, but I mean, come on, you're gonna be bumping up your intelligence with this subclass for freaking sure. Let's see, psionic strike. Seems like that's a telekinetic strike deal. Why did they change the order of these things? That's like, this really annoys me. I don't know why. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm 30 years old and I'm old and I'm like a cranky old grandpa, just like trying to nitpick things for no reason. Immediately after you hit a target within one, you can propel your weapons. Telekinetic, psionic, same difference. Immediately after you deal damage to a target. Okay. By the way, welcome all the new people. We are getting to 72 concurrent viewers. Dude, we are on track to hit those 80s and 90s and 100s. By the way, it looks. All the new people, or old people, or whoever is watching and hasn't pressed like, please do consider doing so. I would very much appreciate it. Very much. So, psi-powered leap. As an action, your target on one level, large or smaller. Within 30 feet of you, you can move it to an alternatively, if it's a tiny object. Why am I looking over to see? Like, I'm already confused. I'm like visual. I see this as being an option number 3 and this being an option number 3, and I'm like comparing them. So yeah, anyway, psionic strike is telekinetic strike. Expend 1, rolling it, dealing force damage to target equal to the. Seems like it's the same thing, right? Equal to the damage. Oh wait, it doesn't add your intelligence. This one doesn't add your intelligence. Yeah, so it's kind of like a buff. Psionic strike is a slightly buffed telekinetic strike. And I think that's fine. I mean, it's not gonna break the game. It's gonna be a +5 at best. And yeah, it's only once on each of your turns anyway. So it doesn't. It's in the grand scheme of things, like with or without this, it won't really make much of a difference. But I mean, it will make some difference. It's not completely pointless. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just that. So telekinetic movement seems like a psi-powered leap. Alright, there's a bit more words and sentences in this. Seems like there's been a change as well. By the way, I should probably make this 90. It's a bit too small. I'm like squinting my eyes to be able to see. So when you make a high long jump, you can roll a psionic talent die, extend the distance, okay, up to number of feet equal to twice the number roll plus intelligence modifier. Immediately after, see, I'm comparing number 2 to number 2, even though it's not. All right. So also they changed. So telekinetic, psi-powered psionic. Like, this is introducing even more confusion. Because I just see the first word and I assume it's the same thing. But yeah, anyway, I'm rambling about pointless stuff. I think as an action, you target lose an object that is larger or smaller, other than yourself. If you can see the target and it is within 30 feet of you, you can move it up to. So this been changed. So instead of being able to move you, it's you being able to move other things, right? It seems like it's been moved from a level 7 feature, one of the options, to a level 3. Does that mean telekinetic adept got one of the other ones? Yeah, psi-powered leap seems to be put over here. Okay, I see what they're doing. And then telekinetic thrust is pretty much same thrust, with probably some changes. All right, I see. All right, chat. Okay. The art, yeah, it's amazing. 30 isn't that old. I mean, it's not old. I'm just joking. See, Crunchy Frog, you really think that 18 intelligence? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. 18 intelligence at level 1 or any ability score, any 18 in any ability score at level 1 is good, but in the grand scheme of things, it's 5%, right? It improves your odds or whatever you want to do by 5% because it's tied to the D20, which obviously, you know. So, numbers matter. I mean, this channel is a lot about numbers, but it's not like super broken. It's an incremental power creep, which like it's a first step for other things to be built on top of it, right? I've already went over some of the more broken things in my opinion, like how you cannot lose concentration on spells, and you know, all of the other stuff, and how Twilight Cleric in the first live stream. But yeah, I mean, that's just one of the other things that's been introduced in this like a package of power creepy options. And this sounds like I'm crapping on the power creep. No, I'm just acknowledging the fact that it's present. I don't inherently hate it, but I can already see people complaining about it, and I can also already see myself making videos about it because I'm just about that life, you know. This channel does those things, and I also can't really lie. I enjoy making those things. So yeah, expect a lot of goodies in the future. Also, thank you for all the likes, by the way. It's the like counter has been going up a little bit. I appreciate it very, very much. So, telekinetic movement, let's compare it to this one. As an action, target one loose object. Yeah, loose object, 30 feet, 30 feet. Alternatively, if it's a tiny object, seems like it's kind of like just a port over from a level 7 to a level 3. I think that's okay. I think that's fine. I think waiting to level 7 to get a psi-powered leap, while it does seem like a combat mobility nerf at level 3, I think from a balance perspective, however maybe funny balance might sound in this expansion, because some of these things are wildly unbalanced. I'm not like, that's just my opinion. It's gonna make some of the subclasses in these not this, it's just like in general, some of the subclasses in Tasha are way more powerful than the others, in my opinion, long and short term, like low level, high level, whatever. So I think it makes sense. It makes sense, you know, you put some things over, you give this subclass reason to go beyond level 3, let's say it like that. Telekinetic thrust, seems like it's a change when you deal. No, it's actually still the same. Target strength saving throw, yeah, DC, proficiency, intelligence, 10 feet in any direction, prone, same thing, same exact thing in this case. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Guarded mind, okay, so enhanced metabolism was kind of good. It was situational, but immunity to poisoned condition was kind of clutch. I mean, I was on the receiving end of the poison condition a lot of times, and it's not fun, you know. Okay, maybe fun is the wrong word, but it feels bad, you know. You're like, oh, can somebody please cast lesser restoration on me? Can this poison, can I roll a saving throw? And then you start pleading with the DM to change the monster stat block on the floor, because you're just freaking tired of being poisoned, you know. But this is good, you know, even though it's a level 10. But let's see, guarded mind. That's not a psi enhanced metabolism doesn't seem like a thing anymore. You have resistance to psychic damage, so no poison damage. I mean, psychic damage makes perfect sense. Psi enhanced metabolism, maybe that's pushing it in terms of the theme, right? Mechanically, it's better than the guarded mind, but like in terms of theme, it's maybe pushing it. On the other hand, if you start your turn charmed or frightened, you can expend the psionic energy die and end every effect on yourself, subjecting you to those conditions. This is quite a bit of a buff, if you ask me, because damage is damage. It's always a thing. You take more of it, you take less of it, you can work around it, you know, healing, potions, positioning. But when you get charmed or frightened, you're kind of toast, dude. And this addresses those problems. In fact, I think this is quite a bit of a substantial buff. Now that I think about it a bit more. But yeah, anyway, let me just read a couple of your chat messages. Yeah, die change size. Now you have a pool of dice equal to twice your proficiency bonus for the size subclasses. I probably missed that part, huh? Which are detail? You have number. Oh yeah, I did miss that part. So instead of having just one of them, yeah, Fernando Fuentes Moreno. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. You're kind of like Spanish, right? Or like Hispanic. If I butchered your name, I apologize, but you're right. Instead of that being a thing which is dependent on the size of the die, now you just have twice your proficiency bonus. So at level 3 it's 4, at level 5 it's 6, at level 9 it's math is hard. What's 4 times 2? 8. Okay. That's fine, I think. That's probably much better scaling than what we had before. And like, even if it was a D6, which you know, you randomly lose, it would be better with a short rest. But with just a pool of them that replenish at a short rest, this becomes even more powerful. Like, this is now a legitimate contender with Battlemaster, honestly, because these are kind of like hybrid maneuvers in a sense. They aren't as flexible as Battlemaster, but you get way more. Your pool of dice that you can use gets better and better. Like, at some point you're gonna have 12, you know, at level 17. So that's an interesting thing. Yeah, you're right. I kind of missed this one. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. Also, like, I'm kind of getting gradually better at reading chat. But I must also admit, you guys are being a bit more kind with me and not posting like 7 million messages per minute, like it was in the first stream. And I was like, what the heck am I supposed to do? Like, if somebody asks a question, how am I supposed to see it in all of this mess, you know? I'm not a professional streamer. I don't know how to do this. But yeah, anyway. So Bulwark of Force seems to be same. You can shield yourself. Okay, bonus section includes you, number of creatures. Is this a proficiency? No, it's still intelligence. So that's fine. A lot of the intelligence dependencies, you're definitely bumping up intelligence with this class. Each of the chosen creature is protected by half cover force. So yeah, it's like, it's inherently mad. Like, there's gonna be, you need dex or strength for attacks, because you're a fighter. You need constitution for hit points, and then you need intelligence for all of these other things. So like, it suffers from the same issue that Eldritch Knights suffer, but at the same time, it's not completely, it's just an issue, right? For that reason, I think they buffed it, right? So they made it so that you have more dice. It's not nearly as RNG dependent as I thought like 5 or 10 minutes ago. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty good, pretty good. I like it. I don't think it's overpowered. I think it's been buffed just enough and balanced to be on par with Battlemaster, with Cavalier, and Eldritch Knight, in my opinion. Yeah, because a lot of people hate on Eldritch Knights. I think like with the addition of new spells that get added to the wizard's list of spells, that class is only gonna age like fine wine. Maybe in 2014, 2015, when 5th edition was just player's handbook, maybe it was a bit underpowered compared to Battlemaster and all of that. But as the time goes more and more, Eldritch Knight becomes more and more viable and powerful and on par with Battlemaster. And well, Cavalier got released in Xanatar, but still, I mean, I think Cavalier is up there with Battlemaster. It's just a different type of power. It's like a focused power, focused competence. Battlemaster is it's a Battlemaster, you know, like it's just like wherever battle happens, however battle goes on, he's gonna be a master at it, right? That's what the name suggests. So yeah, that's it. Long rest. Yeah, so it's still tied to a long rest, unless you expand, so okay. Half cover, 1 minute. This is a copy paste. Alright, telekinetic master. Seems like a copy paste as well, telekinesis. On each of your turns, including the turn when you cast, you can make an attack with a weapon as a bonus. That might be a buff. That might be a buff. Not like super awesome buff, but yeah, I mean, look. Bonus action attack, right? I mean, telekinesis requires an action, if I'm not mistaken. Make an ability. Does it? Hold on, let me just. Action, yeah, okay. On subsequent, yeah, it requires an action to use it. Alright. So they kind of like say, well, I mean, if you choose to use this spell, in the old iteration of this class, you couldn't attack. Now, at least you can attack. So it's kind of like following a similar path of Eldritch Knight, where you can make an attack even if you cast a cantrip or later on a spell. It's called what's the name of that feature? You get it at level 7 and then later on. War magic, right? Improved war magic, something like that. I don't know. I'm bad with names. I'm terrible with names. So yeah, I mean that seems like it is, you know. That's that. Rogue Knight. Oh, sorry, Rune Knight. I think yeah, it's this one. Alrighty. Let's put it. Okay, that's fine. So let's see. Rune Knight is one of the very flavorfully. I like the flavor and theme of this one, but some of these runes were problematic. I don't remember exactly what I thought about each and every one of those, but I did spend quite a bit of time like pondering before I was making that video. Like, well, that was almost a year ago. Holy crap, dude! Time flies. Time flies when you're 21 and 29 and 30 years old. Anyway, so let's dissect it. Bonus proficiency, smith tools. Makes sense. Giant makes sense. Same. Rune carver, you can use magic runes to enhance your gear. Seems to be the same. Rune options, okay, whenever you finish. Okay, let's see the long rest dependencies, the resting dependencies. Equal to the number of runes you know. Is this the same? Is this been tied to proficiency as well? No, it's the same. And you inscribe different rune to be eligible. An object must be a weapon, suit of armor, shield, piece of jewelry. Until you finish a long rest, and an object can bear only one of your runes at a time. So you can't put 2 runes in one object. Okay. Each time you gain a level, you can replace one of the runes. The following runes are available, blah blah blah. If a rune has a level requirement, did they remove the option that each time you level up, you can choose your runes? You can swap your runes. Okay, you can invoke a rune. No, this seems like it's just tied to a storm rune. It seems like they did, but maybe I'm just not reading carefully enough. So it seems like it's a nerf in a sense that once you pick your runes, you're stuck with them. I don't know. Is that true? Yeah, War Magic, Yanchevik, you're right, yeah. Uh, Pretty strong, yeah. A man who skipped a lot of his night classes, but makes up for it by being a big brain. Mein Gott, yeah. I agree. Approximately 66% of views have liked. No, it's like so. Game Ninja, let me one-on-one to you live streaming on YouTube. There's been 850 playbacks so far, so that means this stream has been opened and closed 850 times. That doesn't mean 850 people have come, opened, and closed the stream, or maybe still watching. That just means the stream by some number of people has been opened and closed 850 times. 850 times. So, yeah, like the real percentage is 48 likes. 48 likes divided by 855 views, so that's like 5.6%. That's the true number. So yeah, a little bit of that. Anyway, um, so yeah, here are rune options. Let's go over the runes, dude. There's nothing really much to do other than be pissed off that again they changed. Okay, fine, I kind of get it. Like they made some of these runes be limited by level, but I don't think I'm gonna be spending too much time on this, because I remember specifically I spent like 3 hours just on this subclass when I was making a video for it. I was like really interested, and then like ideas started pouring into my mind, and just sadly or for whatever reason I never really made a video about it. Also, the image looks freaking amazing. Look at that crap. It's not crap, I'm just like, I wanted to say the S word, but YouTube hates freaking F-bombs and toilet bombs. So yeah, I don't mean crap. It looks amazing. Her eyes are interesting. That's a rune, that's a rune. Yeah, a lot of these images are like, just take the image from the book, dude, and put it onto your sheet and you're done. Because it's amazing. This also looks like a half orc, right? Or this, yeah, looks like a half orc. So Cauldron, yeah, let's start with that one. Frick it. Sky, that's fine. This rune's magic emulates the Septim magic son of the Clyde Giants. While carrying an object, you have advantage on dexterity. In addition, when you okay, so it's kind of like the same thing. In addition, when you blah blah blah, but you can use your reaction to invoke a rune that you can attack, blah blah blah. This magic can transfer the attack, so it's the same, you know. It's once per short rest, so that's fine. And it's fine. It's fine if you ask me. I mean, it's not overly good, not overly bad. It's just something that you can take, right? I'm not gonna be ranking each and every one of them. If they end up being mostly the same as the ones that are in the Unearthed Arcana, you can go and find the video on my channel where I talk a little bit more about them. I'm just gonna be kind of like comparing them on the fly. So yeah, fire rune, fire. All right, this rune's magic channels the masterful craftsmanship of fire giant smiths. The flavor bonus is doubled. Oh wow, your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check that, so it's like a tool thing. This is good for artificers, so maybe like dipping 3 levels into a rune. A rune one is good. All right, your proficiency bonus is doubled for the tools. But I mean, what am I speaking? Artificers already get expertise in tools. I'm an idiot. They get it at level 6 or 7, right? In addition, when you hit a creature with an attack using a weapon, you can invoke the rune to summon fiery shackles. Okay. Seems like a copy paste. Okay, restraint condition pretty good. Is it like that? Yep. This was, I think this was one of my top 3 picks because of the restraint condition. The more I played the game, the more I think restraint condition, however way you can get it, it's like one of the most like snowball type of things that you can do, because attack rolls have advantage, the creature has disadvantage, 0 movement speed, and disadvantage on dex saving throws, which are like most of the spells are dex saving throws anyway. The ones that deal damage. So if you can restrain an enemy, that enemy is freaking useless, and it's probably dead. So yeah, fire rune pretty good. 2d6 fire damage, doesn't seem to be changing the fire as well. Repeat the saving throw, banishing the shackles. Yeah, sure, I mean, it can repeat the saving throw, but good luck once I restrain you and let my paladin, let my barbarian, and let my freaking whoever deals 7 million damage per hit, you know, hit you with a critical hit because you are restrained and they have 10% to crit you. So, yeah, fire rune, good. Still good. Frost rune. I'm kind of sad they didn't include these kind of like Nordic sounding names. Haug, Ild, Isa, Skaya, Stein. That's more German, but you get the point. Uvar. That sounds so awesome, dude. But they were like, yeah, generic fire, frost, stone. Come on, put the freaking names in. Jesus Christ. I'm nitpicking, but whatever. Get the point. I don't know. Just I'm already rambling. I can see this going horribly wrong. We are 1 hour and 21 minutes in, and I'm still on fire. Holy fucking shit. I need to do something about my rambling. So, runes, magic, channels, wisdom, blah blah. Okay, seems to be the same. Incapacitated, charmed, 1 minute, wild charmed. Yep, this the same. I don't think it's nearly as good as Frost Rune. Not the Frost, the Fire, sorry. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty, it can be good. It can be good. Not gonna lie. For some reason I skipped Frost. I don't know why I did that. So animal handling, charisma, this seems more like a thing for when you're like a peacemaker or some kind of like, you know, you like animals, not a peacemaker, but like, you like animals and you want to protect them by, you know, like, uh, chasing away everybody else that wants to kill it. I don't know where I'm going with this. In addition, bonus to all the ability checks. Yeah, this one was good, I think. Oh no, strength and constitution. This can still be marginally good if you have some spells and you know, like concentration, constitution +2 for 10 minutes. That, you know, marginally good. You can stack that concentration all the way up to like +1,000,000. So yeah, you never lose concentrating on your spells ever again. So that's that. 20. This increase can cause your score to exceed. Wow, okay. Is that a thing? Oh, so it's kind of like nerfed in that regard. It doesn't increase your strength, but it gives you just a +2 bonus instead of increasing your score. So they just kind of like went in a roundabout way of doing kind of like the same thing, better, because if you increase the strength score by 2, that's only a +1 bonus to the ability checks and saving throws. And here it's also constitution. Yeah, this seems like an overall buff, in my opinion. So that's probably best, because otherwise it would be kind of useless, you know, with all this. Just fire it up, you know. That's all you need. That's probably what you will need anyway. That's probably what you will be doing most of the time anyway, but I mean, at least this makes it a bit more viable. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I talked about the armor subclass. I know that some of you enjoy my rambling, Shane Harper, but some people freaking hate it, so I always feel guilty when I'm like robbing those people of their precious time when they want me to talk about something, and I'm like talking about me, you know, getting up on the 50-foot tall tree and jumping down as a monk and then like pointing a finger at the freaking enemy and then just like, you know, poking it in the eye or something. I don't know where I'm going with this story. I'm making it up, but I mean, you get the point, right? But it's just like I can't help myself. I talk and talk and talk and just like lose myself in my own freaking mind. Um, and yeah, I got better with it, but it's still horrible. It's still freaking horrible. That's why I script all of my videos. Like all of my videos have like 4,000 word scripts where I just read off of the script. Like I can't freaking do it. I can't, like if I start talking out of my mind, it's like this. It's a word vomit and it never ends. So yeah. Where was I? Frost did, Stone did. Heal for some reason has been moved over to level 7. Advantage saving throws poisoned. Why did they move it to level 7? Did they think it's too powerful? I don't remember the heal rune being particularly interesting to me. I mean, poison, yeah, I mean, sure, poison damage is a thing that often happens, but it's a thing that often doesn't happen. Oh, I see. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, I see. I see. They did it because they didn't want this fighter to be a level 3 barbarian, right? But that's okay. That's okay. I mean, level 7 is not that high for it to be out of grasp for most people. And once you get it, you do get quite a bit of a buff to your tanking capabilities. And yeah, I mean, this is definitely, again, one of the top 3 compared to Rune. I forget what each and every one of these did, but yeah, now I remember. Back in my script, I had like a sentence which was particularly about this thing being like, if you want to be in the front line or something, I don't remember exactly, but yeah, I mean, just freaking turn this on and that's what you do. Storm. Makes sense to be a level 7. Storm giants are the most powerful giants. But let's see whether it is that good to be locked behind a level. Okay, advantage on that's just the flavor. Um, that's not, that doesn't seem nearly as powerful as the heal rune. So the least powerful giant bloodline influence rune gives you effectively more powerful effect than this one, because look, um, okay, did I misread this? Until the state ends, when you or another creature you can see within 60 feet of you makes an attack roll, a saving throw, or an ability check, you can use your reaction to cause the roll to have advantage. This is not nearly as, this is, honestly, I would never take this. Just, it's like once per short rest, you give yourself advantage or some of your allies, or give your enemy a disadvantage. That's like such a low value play. I don't know what they were thinking, tying this behind level 7. Like, am I fundamentally wrong about this? Do you agree with me? I don't know, like, this doesn't seem as powerful as the heal rune. Heal rune, yeah, I mean, freaking hell. You're resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. You're a barbarian, basically, with this rune. You know, a poor man's barbarian. But a storm rune, you just give disadvantage to somebody, like, once per short rest? That's not nearly as powerful as this, dude. Oh, yeah, yeah. So, thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, Ricardo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I forgot about the 1 minute. I thought this was just like once, and then once you invoke it, yeah, I see. So technically, if the fight lasts 1 minute, you get 10 reactions. Still, this is like you're just gambling. You're just gambling, right? You're just like, yeah, maybe, whatever. You know, and it still requires you to use your reaction. Like, reactions are expensive, dude. What if you have Sentinel Feet? You know, what if you have something else with your reaction? What if you don't want to spend your reaction and you want to keep it just in case the enemy wants to run away without disengaging? Yeah, I don't, this is better. Yeah, sure, it's not once per short rest. It's multiple times in 1 minute while this thing is active. But let's be honest, most fights last 5 rounds tops. And you're gambling during those 5 rounds using your reaction. I don't, yeah, I don't like it. It's like low value play to me. I would do something else. I would just do like Fire Rune and Restrain, and you're gonna do much better with the Fire Rune, even Heal Rune. This is mechanically whatever. Don't do this. Yeah, my opinion, my advice, what I would do is not this. I would do this. I would do that. Maybe some of these other ones. I would not bother with the Storm Rune. There we go. So, okay. It could be clutch. It could be like, we have nothing else. Oh my god, we are dying. We need a crit. You know, can we get advantage? And you're like, yeah, I'm gonna give you advantage. And then you have like, instead of 5% chance, you have 9.75% chance to crit or something. It could happen, but it's like, now we are talking very specific edge cases. And I don't know, I'm getting pissed. So I don't know even why. It's just like, this should not be a level 7 rune. This should be a rune just like any other one out here. It should not be locked behind level 7, my opinion. But anyway, they give way too much to advantage and disadvantage. They can be clutch, but they are not nearly as consistent or you know, as useful that often. If like circumstances of the situation that you're dealing with, the problems with that you're dealing right now, are such that they are even like, okay, so you're fighting an enemy, right? And the enemy, you're trying to cast some spells at it, your party members, and then you're thinking, well, let me give it disadvantage on the saving throw, whatever. Well, what if that enemy has like legendary resistances? So now, instead of restraining that enemy and giving everybody advantage on their attacks, you're just like wasting your bonus action and reaction on something that's like, see, like that's okay. You can make a similar point. Maybe the enemy is immune to restraint condition. From my experience, a lot less enemies are immune to restraint condition than the enemies that have legendary resistances. And that's only one example where slapping disadvantage against the saving throw might do very little. What if like you have a monk who attacks an enemy that has like plus 16 to constitution saving throws, and that enemy uses a stunning strike and the DC is 17, so the enemy automatically passes the saving throw? That happens. Sometimes you don't know what the monster's bonus to constitution saving throw is. You might be thinking maybe it's a plus 9, but it actually ends up being a plus 13 because the DM doesn't want to tell you the bonus, right? So, yeah. Sometimes you don't even know the armor class of the creature. So, whatever. I mean, I'm done. Level 7, it's not a level 7. It should not be locked behind level 7. Moving on. Giant Smite. Giant Smite. Seems like it's the same thing. Sorry, let me catch up with the chat a little bit. It's okay. Davide Colina. It seems neat, but it's not as powerful as the Heal Rune. Heal Rune is just way too consistent, right? The only thing that makes it less powerful is you can only use it at level 7 or above. So that means at that point, there's gonna be more enemies not dealing bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. That said, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage is still the most prevalent damage type in the game. So, heal rune over storm rune? Probably. Yeah. There are some synergies. Yeah, I can see more synergies when you make a party and then your party members are kind of like, yeah, you have this storm rune and then you can do all of this. And then we are gonna do this because you can do that. I can see that. But now we are talking about very specific party compositions. If you're playing some just like a generic character in a one-shot or in a server like West Marches, whatever, this doesn't seem nearly as powerful. Uh, Far worst, Davide Colina? I don't think so. I don't think so. Restrained condition remains, in my opinion, one of the easiest ways to really screw your enemy over. And if you are talking spells, you restrain an enemy, you give it disadvantage on dex saving throws, right? Now, granted, not all spells target dex saving throws, but a lot of them do. And everybody else has advantage on the attacks, and the creature has disadvantage on their attacks. Restrained condition is really good. That's why I like the fire rune. So yeah, I'm not gonna spend any more time on this. It's been an hour and a half, and I'm still on a free first class that I was supposed to. Oh my god, let's move on. Okay. You become large along with anything, so it's like it was before. If the youth, okay, fine, that makes sense. That also makes sense. Extra damage once on each of your turns. So this been nerfed. One of your attacks with a weapon or non-armed strike. So only one. I mean, Battlemaster can just dump all of its freaking maneuvers in like million attacks and just stack like additional 4, 5, maybe even 6 d8, d10 worth of damage, while you only deal 1d6 once per turn. I don't know, damage-wise, doesn't seem that on par with the Battlemaster, since Battlemaster has maneuvers that can restrain as well, right? Or do some of do things along the lines that you get with these runes. So yeah. Oh crap. Yeah. So yeah, a level 3 storm rune, I would agree with it. David Colina, Davide, I don't know how to pronounce your name, and sorry if I'm butchering it. Again, this is easily fixable. Just remove the 7th level requirement. Make the only requirement for level 7 be heal rune. I think that's fine. Everything else is free game for any other level 3, 4, 5, and 6 rune Night Fighter. That's the easiest fix you can have, because this is not a level 7 power. In my opinion, at least. Okay. Proficiency twice. So Giant Might has been buffed in a way because it scales as you level up with your proficiency bonus. And yeah, so that's a buff. This is a nerf. So overall, it's usable more, but it deals less damage. At the end of the day, you will be interested in damage. So overall, I would say Giant Might has been nerfed, because 2 times is more than enough for most adventuring days. Usually. Now, there might be adventuring days where there might be combats where you need to activate it more than twice, or like you activate it twice in one combat for whatever reason, and then you're out of the uses. So yeah, okay, that's the edge case where I can see being it tied to proficiency bonus it being better. But I would still prefer if I would be able to deal a bit more than just 1d6 extra damage. Oh yeah, but anyway, never mind. So you learn to invoke your own magic, blah blah blah, 60 feet, attack roll. Proficiency bonus, okay, how does it differ to the defensive runes? hit by an attack roll to increase to 1 plus intelligence. Here, when another creature can see within his hit, you can see, like, even like, what is this, dude? Is this like the most useless level 7 thing? You get like half of it, you get a third of it with the runic shield. You can use your reaction to force the attacker to re-roll the d20 and use the new roll. This is nothing but disadvantage, dude. This is nothing but disadvantage in just a, if you think about it, like in just like that, you know, it's even better because maybe the enemy has advantage on the attack roll and it hits, and then you force it to re-roll the d20, right? So okay, that might cause some issues. Which d20 do you re-roll? Do you re-roll the one that is a hit? Do you re-roll the one with the lower one? It's not specified. I think we need an errata to this, because this particular part, you can use your reaction to force the attacker to re-roll the d20. What d20 are we talking about? Are we talking in the purest rules as written sense, where advantage doesn't give you a 2d20? It gives you an ability to re-roll your d20 and take the better result. Are we talking in that regard? That might be the reason why they formulated the sentence in this way. But I think it would be much easier if we just said, if we specified what happens if the creature has advantage or disadvantage. I would assume you roll a d20 and you take that roll. So in case of advantage, you basically roll 3 d20 and then you take the lowest roll. My assumption is that how this works? Yeah, Janšević. Janšević, I don't know if I know you in real life, but obviously you're my compatriot, or like from Balkan. But yeah, I'm this is getting way too long. Yeah. Sorcerer needs some love. We are gonna get to the bottom of this. Don't worry about it. It's just my mind going all over the place. I'm just getting hanged up on these things, but I see problems and I can't help but point them out. You know. Yeah, Bronze Walker, I agree. Weird. I'm confused. I'm not exactly sure what this part of the sentence is exactly supposed to mean. So I think that's a problem. Now again, I might be stupid and I might not be realizing that this is perfectly clear. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, until somebody tells me that and points out to the error of my thinking and my inability to comprehend what the English language means, I'm gonna be thinking that this is a badly worded feature. So yeah, you can use this feature, proficiency, runic shield. You learn one new rune of your total. So how do you learn new runes? Can you learn new runes? Because before it was like, in addition, you learn one new rune for a total of 3. Has that been covered? Oh yeah, number of runes. There we go. Yeah. I see. So instead of it being a thing that it's added to the later features, it's just a table. Okay, I see. Fine. So it's the same. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Until this gets clarified by the designers or somebody more clever than me in chat or in the comments later on, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, you reroll one of those dice, Juan Ruiz, but which one? It's important. Juan, dude, I don't think you realize. Juan Ruiz, I'm not calling you out. I'm just pointing out. Which ones of the d20 am I rerolling? Is it the one that's got the lower roll or the higher roll? Is it the one you roll 2d20 with advantage. Okay, let me read the chat. Let me read the chat. Yeah, Shane Vincent, I agree with you. I think that's what's supposed to be, but the meaning is not obvious because it says the attacker has to re-roll the d20. Now, what I think this means is that they are going to the rules as written, where advantage gives you the option to re-roll a d20 and take the better result. We fix that, we expedite that process by rolling 2d20 and taking the better roll, right? I think they are going in that route. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. Yeah. So you use the higher roll. Shane Harper, I guess you're right too. You know, just a different way of saying the same thing. I'm not gonna spend any more time. I think we all agree that this means that you kind of like force them to re-roll the particular die that has given them the hit, because the trigger is a hit, right? So we just assume that we force them to re-roll that particular die if they have advantage or disadvantage, right? I think that's a fair assumption. But yeah, I think we need clarity. So let's move on. The magic of your runes permanently alters you. When you gain this feature, roll 3d4. That this one was funny. Yeah. I like this one. I just remembered. I like this one very much. There were some like dick jokes that were that I was thinking about when I first read this. And I'm thinking about them right now, but I cannot say them out loud because YouTube is being a prude parent. And you know, whenever you drop the F-bomb, you get demonetized, but whatever, it's fine. The extra damage you deal with your giant. Okay, the extra damage increases, so that's still the same. But it's still the same problem. It's only once per turn, so it's still less damage. Master of Runes. The invoke each rune you know from the Rune Carver feature twice rather than once, and you regain all of your expended uses when you finish a short or long rest. Seems like it's the same. It's just been like slightly. You can invoke yeah rather than once short. Yep. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. And then we have the Runic Juggernaut, which sounds better than the Blessing of the Old Father, in my opinion, if at least if you ask me. You learn how to amplify your rune power to transformation. As a result, the extra damage you deal with Giant Might's feature increases to 1d10. That's like neither here or there. 1 damage on average increase, and 2 maximum damage potential theoretical at level 18 is like literally irrelevant. Okay, this is huge. This is huge. You can make yourself huge. This makes me sad. This makes me really fucking sad. And I know I just dropped another F-bomb. That the unarmed fighting style no longer has the option. Hold on, let me find it. Unarmed. Sorry, I'm like bumping the microphone all the time. Unarmed fighting style doesn't improve your damage per hit. Instead of it's just at the start of each of your turns if the creature is grappled. It also doesn't deal damage once you grapple the creature, as it did in the Unearthly Arcana. This really makes me sad, because what I'm thinking right now, if that was still possible, you would be able to make yourself huge via this level 18 feature. You would be able to go out, grapple a Tarask, drop it down on the floor, and freaking ground and pound it to death. Imagine how glorious that would be, dude. Freaking, you're out there, measly humanoid, huge, and then you go and grab the freaking Tarask. That'd be epic, dude. But now it's like, how do you do that when you deal like, what, 1d10 plus 5 on the hit times 4. So like 4d10 plus 20 plus 1d6 plus 1d10. No, it's like it's not even a plus 1d6. That's not enough damage to kill a Tarask. You need like what 7 million rounds. Okay, it's still good. Don't get me wrong. Huge. You can make yourself gargantuan via the enlarge reduce spell. Somebody else casts it on you. It will still be freaking hilarious. It would be epic. It just doesn't seem to have the punch that I would like to have with something like this. You know, because this would finally make some grappling builds possible, viable, you know, like maybe even powerful. But right now it's just a domain of home brewing and home ruling and just, you know, whatever, whatever. So, Battlemaster builds, I'm not gonna go over them. I briefly checked them out. They just give you like some suggestions of how to pick the maneuvers, feats, and fighting styles for like what they think would represent, mechanically represent these archetypes. I'm not gonna go too deep into them because like we can differ in opinions, we can agree, whatever, whatever. But it's in there for the newbies, for the people who just started playing. I think it's fine. Some of these I would so pugilist. Let me see what they. Let me see how they envision the MMA fighter. Let's see, the boxer, whatever you want to call it. Disarming attack. Okay, okay. Grappling, menacing, pushing. So they don't even take. Okay, grappling makes sense. Obviously, obviously. Um, menacing, whatever. It's just like good on any battle master. Pushing, yeah, pushing. Obviously, you need to trip somebody. Trip, push, repost, reaction attack. Repost is good on anybody, honestly. Any melee. Disarming, yeah, you kind of like want to rip their weapons apart, maybe. Athlete, generic, durable, generic, doesn't really do anything. Grappler makes sense, but like the efficacy, the effectiveness of this feat is significantly diminished due to the fact that you don't have advantage against grappled creatures anymore if you are using the unarmed fighting style. Um, Savage attacker, sure, I mean, but it's still generic. It's all of these feats are good on any other character once you build that character around these feats. Tavern brawler makes sense thematically and mechanically, but yeah, I don't yeah, this would be much worse than the archer. Simple archer with a sharpshooter feat and the precision attack. Even they know what's up, right? Even they know what's up. Precision attack, archery, sharpshooter. Yeah, that's how you freaking do it. It's like super easy. This is like 2 times better at the very least than the pugilist. Pugilist is like just so underpowered compared to the archer. But yeah, that's where my whining and whatever is gonna end for fighter. After almost 2 hours of being stuck on a single class, let's move over to the monk. Now that's probably gonna last 2 more hours. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, Ricardo, thank you for agreeing with me. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect from people to interpret what they wanted for with that level 7 feature to happen. But yeah, I mean, I think we still need a clarification. So, be a Warforged, play Pacific Rim. um, Gives you a ridiculous number of menaced squares. I mean, yeah, I mean, you can make some fun builds with a huge size creature. That's for sure. A Bugbear, yeah, Reach Weapon, Runic Juggernaut, Polar. Yeah, you can do some ridiculous stuff. But I mean, in terms of damage, because at the end of the day, most fighters just like boil down to damage. And ways to increase that damage, not maybe numerically, but maybe for other people or something like that. Seems like the Rune Knight falls flat compared to its Unearthed Arcana, even though you can make yourself huge. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I'm gonna say about it. Alright, Monk. I'm probably gonna go hit the toilet soon because I feel stuff happening down below. But yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for a while before it gets critical. So let's try to get through at least part of the monk things. Optional. Oh my god, image looks freaking amazing. It's probably the best one I've seen so far. Monks are so awesome, dude. Look at this. Holy crap, dude. That's like, my lord. It's like, yeah. Ha ha. Ah. Boom. Alright, alright, alright. Too much Bruce Lee, too little mechanics. Alright, so dedicated weapon. Alright, is that like monk weapons? Kinda. Okay, let's see. Okay, you practice your blah blah blah. You can choose a number of weapons. That doesn't seem like it's the dedicated weapon. That seems like a singular. This is a plural, right? You can touch one weapon, focus, yeah, count weapon, a monk weapon, okay. Weapon must be a simple, proficient, must like, okay. Simple, proficient, must like properties, heavy, special, or two-handed. Okay, makes sense. I don't know why they removed the two-handed property. Maybe because, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Why would monks not be able to use two-handed weapons? Makes no sense. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably why they removed it, yeah. So, yeah, what was I even thinking? Now, do we lose anything else with this, other than the amount of weapons that we can choose? I mean, dedicated weapon, for a monk, I think it makes more sense. You're like a dedicated katana user. You're like a dedicated clubber. You're like a dedicated quarterstaff wizard, right? Not in a literal sense. You're just like, you know, you're a spear kind of like kung fu fighter, right? So dedicated weapon thematically makes more sense. And I think it's kind of like the same. It's just like one weapon instead of like a million. Okay, that's fine. Key fuel it's been moved to second level, so it's kind of like a bit bigger nerf, But I don't think it matters, and I think it's fine if we don't overload level 1 characters with like 7 million powers and features. Key fueled attacks, so from 2 to 3. Okay. If you spend 1 key point, you can make an attack. You can make one attack with an unarmed strike or monk weapon as a bonus action. You can make one attack with an unarmed strike or monk. What? Dude, like, you can do it already. With, like, martial arts. Oh, but I mean, they mean... Oh, I see. So, instead of that being just an unarmed strike, it can be a monk weapon. I mean, it's almost negligible. The difference of damage, other than you maybe using a 1d10 weapon. Yeah. I don't see this being... This is not that impactful, in my opinion. Because you can already unarmed strike as a bonus action martial arts, right? Level 1 feature. And then later on you flurry of blows for 2 attacks. 1 key point. So, this is almost like redundant. Hello from Norway. Yeah, hello, dude. Hello, dude. All the new people in the chat, press like, please, please, please. Very much appreciated. We got to like 150 likes on the first stream. If we can get this one to 100, that would be awesome. That's if you use something else that you ski. Yeah, Guillermo Famiani, you're right. As part of your action. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But I mean, monks usually don't... Okay, maybe I'm being a bit too critical, right? There are some monks out there that have actions that spend key points that are not attacks. But like, I'm trying to think of... Okay, so one more bonus action attack, sure, that's always good, right? That's always good. That's just the thing you can do. But it's not gonna be... Actually, I'm wrong. I'm wrong, dude. Because Stunning Strike. I forgot about Stunning Strike. Yeah. I'm wrong. I'm definitely wrong because you do something with your action that's a key, and then you whatever it is, and then you bonus action stun strike. Yeah, actually, I was wrong. Yeah. Okay. I admit it. I that's like I didn't really consider all the features and stuff like that. So yeah, okay. Thank you for correcting my the error of my ways. So I think that's pretty much it. Quicken healing. Is a thing? Was that a thing anyway? Yeah, but it was like a second level. Now it's a fourth level. So they're like moving all of these things down below. Okay. Focus tame. I heard a lot about this. I didn't check it yet. Hold on, let me read. Yeah, four elements monks could probably use is the best, but there's like that Dragon Ball Z monk like Sun Soul, right? He also that monk also has the action. Yeah, I mean you're right. There are situations where you know situations meaning this is a situational thing, but I can see them. Yeah, like I immediately didn't really occur to me. But yeah, this makes it more flexible in certain circumstances. Racial feats restricted to race? I think they are. I didn't see anywhere that you can just kind of like take racial feats and take them over. So Crunchy Frog, yeah, like if I'm wrong on that part, then it's like open season, dude. Everybody's gonna be taking all the best feats from all the other races because some of the races do have very solid feats. Yeah. Michael Amerza, yeah. Four elements, Sun Soul Monk, even open hand because at some point you get options to use your key on. Um, does Kensei use an action to enchant his weapons with key? I think he does. Or is it a bonus action? I don't remember exactly. But yeah, there are ways to use this. It depends on the subclass. Some subclasses are definitely gonna be benefiting from this feature a bit more than the others, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. You know, it just means that some of the subclasses which are gonna be benefit from this the most, those are the ones that kind of have the most problems. Talking about, you know, four elements. Four elements they're not bad. It's just like they're really not that bad when looked just like in a vacuum. But when you compare four elements to just like let's say the closest thing to a Sun Soul, which has some similarities, although less options than the four elements. It really kind of falls flat, like in terms of key consumption, level of the levels that you get, the stuff that you get, and all of that, right? So yeah, it's gonna help. It's gonna help. So quicken healing seems to be the same. But it's the only thing is the nerf is it's been moved to a fourth level. I think it's fine. Monks get a lot of things on low levels, so maybe it's better to space out the new features a little bit. You know, like instead of like you getting like what 7 8 features in the first 2 levels, you get them like you get 10 features over like 4 levels, right? So that's I agree with that. You don't really wanna front load any class too much. Looking at Hexblades, right? Um. So yeah, focus tame. Let's see that distant. That's probably something like this. When you make a ranged weapon attack, you can spend to prevent attacking at long range. That's not it. All right. So when you miss an attack roll, okay. For each of these key, oh my lord, this is fucking crazy. Holy shit. So you're telling me I just dropped the F-bomb and shit bomb. I don't even care. Dude, +6 to hit. This is awesome on Kensei's. This is like the best thing that could have happened to a Kensei monk by far. Because we are talking a class that already at level 11 gets to add +3 to their weapons. And now it's basically +9. So you can have +20 to hit, dude. granted, you need to spend key points, but that's nuts. That's freaking nuts, dude. Oh my lord. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. This is I don't think this is overpowered because monks in terms of damage capabilities are other than Astral Monk, which we are going to review shortly. I don't think they're that broken even with this because their damage is still capped. Even Kensei, dude. You have your like 3-4 attacks per turn, and maybe 5 if you manage to do some rogue shenanigans, whatever, Sentinel feat. I don't know. But yeah, it's like their damage doesn't really scale that well into like double-digit levels. In most cases, you can make monks that deal decent amounts of damage. It's just never the amount of damage that the fighters or paladins, sorkadins, that type of those types of characters. This is gonna make them more consistent, right? Especially Kensei, as I said. So good. I think that's good. I mean, why not? Why should monks just be these annoying things that stun lock? Let them be consistent 40-50 damage per round class. Why not? Why freaking not? I don't have a problem with that. So yeah, monastic traditions. Um, I mean, yeah, okay, their damage die increases. I know that, but like, it doesn't increase to the point of it being, let's say, even 50% more damage. It's like, maybe 10, 15, 20% more damage after you get to level 20. That's not nearly enough compared to the damage scaling of the fighter, Sorkadin, Paladin, even Barbarian, dude. Zealot, like looking at Zealot alone, even Storm Barbarian. So yeah, I mean, it's good in my opinion. Way of Mercy, that's one of the subclasses. I mean, obviously, but which one? Is it number 4? That's a bard, and then that's undead warlock, so that's not that one. Is it the 3? No, that was a Fey Wanderer. That was a druid, so the most broken druid ever. Armor, is it number 1? Could be, no, yeah, number 1. Number 1 it is, okay. 90, 90, 90, okay. Fine. Let me just do some haggling, finagling. Let's do the Mercy Monk. That sounded way too perverted, but that's fine. Welcome all the new viewers. We are officially above 80. Thank you all of you. Dropping by, saying hi in the chat. I know I'm not really responding to each and every one of you, but there's a lot of things to unpack in here, and like, yeah, I don't have enough time. This day only has 24 hours, so we have to get this over with somehow. So yeah, anyway, so implements of mercy, inside medicine, same thing. Herbalism kit, that's fine. No poisoner. I mean, makes sense. It's an implement of mercy, not mercilessness. So yeah, okay. Special mask. Okay, that's a new thing. By the way, the image looks amazing. Look at that. Look at this, dude. Freaking nuts. It's like a plague doctor or something. It reminds me of that. Okay. So this is oh, okay. So the choice of the mask. No. You also okay? No, you determine its appearance. Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter which mask. It just matters that you wear it. Oh, I see. Okay, fine. That does introduce some dependencies, right? What if somebody like rips off the mask off of your face in the middle of the combat? What if the DM decides to be a prick and do the similar kind of like cheese that you would maybe do to some of its enemies. Because, which you often wear when using the features, what if, yeah, I mean, hey, nothing's sacred when you have a DM, ready to do some bloodbath. But anyway, Hand of Healing, it's been turned from hands to hand. You keep one key point, number of hit points equal to your wisdom modifier. Okay, when you use Flurry of Blows, you can replace one of the unarmed strikes with the use of this feature without spending its cost. So it's the same, and it's kind of nuts because you kind of become this healer monk. And I think it's good that to have at least one more support-oriented monk, but obviously that's not all you can do. Hand of Harm, right? Which seems like it's this, right? This seems like the Hand of Healing. This like right one. His right hand is healing, and his left hand is, or rather, her left hand. Is it? I don't know. I can't tell. Is doing the Hand of Harm. It looks like it, right? You can use key to inflict wounds. That's, yeah, you hit a creature, you spend one key point to deal extra. Okay, so this is extra damage. Plus your wisdom modifier. So it seems to be the same. You can heal. And then, oh, no, this one's been buffed. Equal to the roll of your martial. Oh yeah, since there's no poisoning anymore. But it's only once per turn, so hold on. Yeah, it's been once per turn. The Hand of Harm has been nuts. I just remembered because there was this thing, Noxious Aura. Yeah, like you could inflict a lot of poisons all around you, and then pretty much everybody, all of your enemies are poisoned, and then all of them take like 3d6, 8 worth of extra damage for just one key point. Yeah, like I just remember, this was nuts. I mean, I wouldn't mind having like a damage dealing monk like this, but I think it's better to keep them a bit more contained. We have Astral Monk anyway. That one is nuts. So yeah, level 6 Physician Touch. I see like Noxious Aura is out. It's more support features. Oh wow, that's actually interesting. Hand of Healing. That's like level 6. That's not even that high. Most people get to level 6. Blinded, deafened, paralyzed, poisoned, stunned. That's a lot of conditions. That is a lot of conditions. That's it's quite a bit of conditions that are quite bad. Deafened not being one of them, but paralyzed is terrible. Poisoned is freaking annoying. Stunned is awful. Blinded is like, I can't see, dude. Where are you? I have a disadvantage. So I like this. I like this like support approach. And oh, hold on. You still get poisoned until the end of your next turn. But yeah, at least it doesn't last for like 1 minute like Noxious Aura did. Like Noxious Aura was nuts. Noxious Aura and Hands of Harm was ridiculous. How much damage you could have done with that. It's just wow, yeah. So Flurry of Healing and Harm. So like, I guess this is something with Flurry of Blows, right? The past skill manipulating key when you restore key points from the, oh yeah, so they moved the level 11 feature basically to level 6. I'm okay with that. And they also kind of like, they gave each one of these features kind of like they expand the Hand of Healing and Hand of Harm by all the subsequent features having something to do with both of them, right? Or at least I assume. Level 17 doesn't seem to be that. Does not seem to be that. But yeah, let's see. So Flurry of Healing and Harm. You can try. You can replace each of your. Okay. So Flurry of Blows can be like both. All of your unarmed strikes can be Hands of Healing. Without spending key point. Oh yeah, but you do spend Flurry of Blows. So technically this is like key point preservation. Level 11, I mean fine. It's you do have key points, they're short rest, but still like you do run out of them pretty fast. And when you make an unarmed strike with the flurry of blows, you can use Hand of Harm with that strike without spending a key point. Oh, so like I see this is very simple. You can just stack, you can just change flurry of blows into Hand of Healing, or buff it up with the Hand of Harm. Okay, I see, I see. Very simple, very straightforward, very good level 11 feature in my opinion. Probably better than the healing technique. But that's also because the Hands of Harm got nerfed because Noxious Aura and Hands of Harm was nuts. Like once you hit level 6, poison everybody with Noxious Aura, and then just 3d6, 3d8 worth of damage on each on once per turn, which is nuts, you know. And then we have the Hand of Mercy, but this one is Ultimate Mercy. Your mastery of life energy opens the door to the Ultimate Mercy. As an action, you touch the corpse of a creature that died within the past 24 hours. Okay. 4 key points, 5 key points, so a little bit more expensive. But the creature returns to life. Hey, Revivify, Resurrect. 40-10 plus your Wisdom modifier. Not a lot of hit points, but at least you revive a creature and you heal all of its conditions. It's once per day. I mean, it makes sense. It's a Mercy Monk. It's not supposed to be a freaking killer monk, right? We have the way of the astral self for that. But before I begin talking about that, I really have to go take a nice little dump in the toilet. Be right back. Damn, you guys have some dedication. Holy crap, dude. There's like still more than 60 of you. I thought like, yeah. You're not gonna be sticking around for too long. Hold on, why is this music not playing anymore? There we go. Okay. By the way, if the music is too loud, let me know. Yeah, we're still going Chris Frame. It's just that I had to take care of my, of the call of nature. So, when the nature calls, you have to go, dude. You have to go. Yeah, holy crap, huh? That had like multiple things because we are talking about the Mercy Monk, which is kind of like holy, right? I mean, it's not, but it's close enough. And then it's me on the throne, and then I say holy crap, right? The audio stream current bit rate is lower than recommended. What the heck? Are you guys getting some dropped streams? Is that happening? I don't see it on my end here locally, but the YouTube is informing me that it's terrible. Flurry of wiping. That's a good one. Oh, dude. Oh, shit. Oh, crap, dude. You made me. Oh, dude. Flurry of wiping. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, well, I mean, look, I would like this Hand of the Ultimate Mercy to be also follow the thing where you have one thing for the Hand of Harm and then another thing for the Hand of Healing, similar to level 11 and 6 feature. But on the other hand, like, you're a monk who can revive somebody, right? Now, it's like within 24 hours, so it's better than Revivify, but worse than Raise Dead. It's not the best level 17 feature. It would probably be a bit better if it was if it had something, some kind of like upgrade or improvement for Hand of Harm. What that is, I don't know. I don't have anything good to recommend in that regard. And yeah, with that, I'm gonna kind of like finish the Hand of Mercy, and that sounded way too, perverted, or even my liking. But anyway, let's move on. So, Astral Self Monk. That's one of the first Unearthed Arcanas from the like new batch, whatever the new batch is, right? Like the one that had a Wild Barbarian and the Astral, yeah, Wild Barbarian, there we go. And the Astral Monk. For some reason I remember that one the best. Like, that was the first one. That was the first and best one. All the other ones were never up to par with the first. Alright, so Way of the Astral, I don't know. I know, I'm cringy, but that's fine. If you like my cringe, press the like button. Hey, the image looks crazy good. Look at that. Oh my lord. That's obviously some kind of Dragonborn or Lizard folk or whatever. Looks like a Dragonborn. And those arms, they kind of fit, dude. You know, he's not the most developed fella, or maybe it's a she, in the shoulder department. But that gets fixed by the arms. Really, really good. Alright, yeah, well, let's do the arm flailing dude. And let's see whether it's still the most powerful monk subclass now being made official. So, Arms of the Astral Self, that's somewhere around here. Seems to be a big chunk of text like it was before. And it seems like it's the same thing, right? Bonus section. Yep, 10 minutes. Yep. Actually, no. Yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah. When you do each of your... Oh, hold on. This wasn't the thing before. I don't remember this. It's also 1 key point instead of 2 key points, so it's been buffed significantly. Bonus action still the same. You know, half the key points. 1 key point, that's nothing. Dex saving throw immediately. Each creature of your choice. So you can like go and make a instant flurry of astral arms. And then they take some damage, not a lot of damage maybe, but some damage is better than no damage. Then 10 minutes, that's still the same. Yeah, okay, let's see. So wisdom modifier in place of your strength. Okay, that's still the same. You can use spectral arms to make unarmed strikes. I mean, that's kind of almost expected, even though it wasn't covered in the first one. So I guess this does open up for possibilities where you are maybe using 2 weapons, right? So both of your hands are holding weapons of some sorts that are monk weapons for you. And yeah, you're like using those, you know, nunchucks or something, I don't know. Or maybe you're like a dedicated weapon user, like a katana or a spear or something, with like 2 hands, while your astral arms are kind of like your unarmed strikes. So that's interesting. That's kind of like something that I don't think I even thought about this when I was first reviewing the class. They don't appear to have reach. They do. 5 feet greater than normal. They're not considered monk weapons, but I mean, they're arms. Come on, astral arms. So yeah. Necrotic or radiant. Can use your wisdom, okay. And their damage type has been also buffed. Force damage is the least resisted damage type in the game. And I mean, necrotic is worse than radiant. Radiant is okay, but if you're fighting some celestials, you might as well kiss that damage goodbye. Force is good. Force is gonna deal damage to everybody. So this has been a significant buff. Significant buff, if you ask me. Very, very significant. Not just like a minor. So let's see what happens at higher levels, because this thing was already powerful on its own, like in the Unearthed Arcana form. Visage of the Astral Self. Bonus action. Spend 1 key point. Okay, that's the same. Yeah. Or as part. Is that or as part? Yeah. Okay. Determine the appearance. Wisdom of the Spirit. Oh yeah. So you have one more option. So let's see. Wisdom of the Spirit is still the same. Astral Sight is still the same. Good, awesome, because you can see through magical darkness. And then you have this Word of the Spirit. Now, what is this when you speak? Alternative can apply. Wow. So this is kind of like... I don't see the immediate benefit of the Word of the Spirit. Like, this clearly like something creative. This is something for creative people, but I just like no situation pops to my mind where you would be able to use this effectively. I can see a million situations where you can use this for like shits and giggles, but no immediate apparent benefit. I mean, more options is always good. So this seems to be the same, right? Level 3 buff, level 6 the same. Let's see level 11. You tap into the greater power of the astral self. And deflect energy, acid, cold, fire, force, lightning, thunder. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, force. There's no thunder. So there's one more damage tab that's added on there. Is it the same damage reduction? 1d10 plus wisdom? No. So this doesn't scale with your monk level. Okay, so this has been nerfed. Deflect energy has been like maybe even significantly nerfed. Because there's a difference between 1d10 plus, let's say, 14, 15, and 1d10 plus 3 or 4, right? That's a big difference for the damage. And, yeah, I mean that's a nerf. Okay, empowered arms. Once on each of your turns, you can deal extra damage equal once of your turn. Yeah, equal. So that's the same. And then Word of the Spirit. Oh, okay. Word of the Spirit has been moved basically from the level 11 to level 6. I see. So what's the, and it's kind of like it's been buffed a bit from 30 to 60 feet. Okay, I see. So that means that level 11 is much less impactful, if you ask me. You get stuff at level 3 and 6, which are good. Most likely Astral Sight, like that's the best one. And yeah, I mean, you're kind of. It doesn't seem so powerful, but let's see. Let's see. Uh, yeah, alright. This was the most broken thing of all. So let's see whether that's still the most broken thing of all. Your connection to Astral Sight, blah blah blah. Okay, Armor of the Spirit. A bonus. Okay, is this the same bonus action? 5 key points. Okay, that's a significant buff. On your turn, bonus action. 10 minutes is the same, but like 5 less key points. 50% of the cost from Unearthly Arcana. Granted, 10 key points were a bit expensive. I was even saying like during that video last year that this is quite pricey even for level 17. Now this is like a no-brainer, dude. It's a no-brainer. Now let's see what you get. Still the two. Okay, like two plus 2 bonus to AC. You get Astral Barrage. 3 times. Okay, one more attack. There we go. And then key consumption. You can use your. Okay. So no more key regaining. So I guess they realized this was broken because you would effectively never run out of key points, right? And that was one of the most broken things that this feature introduced. So they removed that. They didn't want this monk to have like an infinite key point glitch, but then they felt okay, 10 key points is a bit too much. So then they reduced it to 5. So it still does the same thing for less initial expenditure, and it doesn't allow you to have infinite key points. So I think this is more balanced, but it's still powerful. I wouldn't call it overpowered or broken because key consumption was broken as all hells, but it's still more powerful than most monks out there. Even comparing it to like Mercy Monk, it's more powerful. Like you have more attacks, you can carry more things. Your hands can be occupied by weapons or even like people or something, objects, and you can still attack with unarmed and all of that. So I think this has been brought a little bit down. Knocked a few, pegs, but I still think it's very, very viable, very, very powerful, and I expect a lot of Astral Self monks out there under DMs who allow them to use this class. I'm not disappointed. I expected nerfs. I wouldn't even be disappointed if there was even a little bit more nerfs, but I think this is fine. I think this is just, part of the course of this expansion where you get some subclasses that are more powerful or less powerful, some of them that legitimately might break the game and establish the entire new meta of multi-classing and whatever. This falls somewhere in between those two extremes, and I'm fine with that. So I don't know. What do you think? Bonus action punches? What do you mean? Yeah, Juan Ruiz. That's the thing. Key consumption in the Unearthly Arcana was the most broken thing. You would never run out of key points if there's an enemy there, right? I mean, okay, you would run out of key points, but like if you manage to kill the enemy, I mean, no, it's like you don't even have to kill the enemy. The enemy gets down to 0 hit points. You get some key points back. Most likely 5 because by level 17 you most likely have 20 wisdom. So you would always be able to cycle key points in a battle with a lot of enemies. Um so yeah, I mean that was the most broken part. Oh, we have some females. Hello, Emma. Yeah, you forgot the stream was still up. No, this is the part 2. I finished the first part in like 5 hours. I covered like 3-4 classes. And this one looks to be even worse in that regard. Like I'm almost 3 hours in. I'm just done with the second class. So yeah, I mean, let's do paladins. Yeah. Sorry for calling you out, but hey, I'm always glad that there's like, when there's more different opinions in that regard. Um, we we monkeys over there just like too much sausages, too little civility. Me first. I'm not civil. I'm like a savage, you know. All right. So what am I doing? Okay, I'm doing this. So anyway, paladin spells: gentle reports, prayer of healing, warding bond. Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm down with this. Spirit. Okay, they removed guardians from their list, and then they included shroud. It makes sense. This does fit the class a bit better. They're like attackers. They're not really like spellcasters that deal AoE damage. But yeah, you will need some resilient constitution feat, some warcasters for this spell to work. And I fully expect paladins running this spell, definitely. 5th level summon celestial. I mean, yeah, makes sense. I don't know why they removed flame strike. It would kind of like be good for paladins to have a bit more variety with the AoE spells sometimes. But I guess they didn't want to make it too good. So this is the next best thing. And yeah, I kind of agree with most of these things. Not a lot of options, but of the ones that have been introduced, I kind of like them. Dude, that looks like a monk turned paladin. I don't know. Not really too impressed with this image. I mean, there's nothing wrong artistically with it. It's just like I get mixed messages. I don't know. So Tech Priest, you're getting Tamnice Kobasice. Hold on, there's a lot of freaking Croatian Balkanian dudes in this stream, dude. I didn't even know you were my dude. Hold on. So he said dungeons and sausages. Yeah. Yeah. Davide Colina, I mean, I don't think even that's a nerf, to be honest. It's just like let's keep the class for what it's like known for, which is attacks, and let's give them more damage on their attacks if they choose to do that. Now, Spirit Shroud is not nearly as potent on paladins, half casters like paladins, as it is on clerics and wizards, but clerics mostly. But that said, I mean, look, you take what, 7 levels? No, you take 9 levels in paladin, or you just take 6 levels in paladin and like less than the rest in warlock, right? Which has usually, well, I mean, they end up with the same level slots, but like smites and all of that, you can have a pretty solid build, you know. And obviously, if you decide to go full on mad, like multiple ability score dependency, and decide to take a cleric or a wizard, I would go for a cleric. It's obviously better thematically and some way mechanically. Um, yeah, you can have more slots, obviously, and then those slots can be used for upcasting Spirit Rod. I don't think it's necessary. If you cast it as a 4th level, it's like 2d8 extra on all of your attacks. And then you have improved Divine Smite at level 11, which is like 1d8, so now you're looking at 3d8. And then Divine Smites, you're looking at like 2d8, 3d8 on top. So now you're like, all of your attacks are dealing like 7, 8d8 worth of damage. Plus your ability score, maybe even Great Weapon Master if you choose to go that route. So yeah, I mean, pretty solid if you ask me. Kind of like similar to Shadow Blade Sorkadin, but in a different way, like a bit less damage, but it's fine. Yeah, if you can hear somebody yelling in the background, it's my father. Hold on. Yeah, okay, I had to close the door because he gets angry when he speaks on the phone. And yeah, you don't need to listen to that. So, um, where was I? Yeah, I was losing myself in Paladin. Okay, so fighting style options. Obviously, all of these fighting style classes get a special one, plus the ones that we've already talked about before. I don't think Blessed Warrior has been changed. 2 cantrips. Charisma makes sense. Obviously, it's gonna be Charisma. When you gain 11, you can replace. Whenever you gain levels. Okay, so it's literally the same. So hold on. You're telling me Paladins can change cantrips every level, but clerics need to wait for level 4-8. That sounds peculiar. And I'm not sure what to even think about that. That's assuming you take this fighting style. Because look, clerics, they can change their cantrips, but only every 4 levels, right? Now let's see. Do paladins get? Oh yeah, they get martial versatility. Ah, I see. So they decided that the martial thing was more fitting for the ability score improvement dependency than the cantrip. That's weird. You have a class that doesn't have. You have a class that's weird, dude. Like cantrips, clerics need to wait for level 4, 8, 12. Paladins is like, lol. I'm level 3. I'm gonna change this cantrip for that cantrip. I'm level 4. I'm gonna change again. Weird. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not gonna ponder too much about it. They also get blind fighting and interception. I don't think either of these are that interesting for paladins. But yeah, maybe if you decide to be like a redemption paladin, maybe interception makes some sense. Like instead of taking protection. But other than that, if you want to be like a peacemaker paladin that doesn't smite, which is weird, but that's okay. You can do that. Um, Other than that, yeah, that's pretty much it for fighting styles. Weird, like you can switch cantrips every level, but clerics can't, even though you have clerics cantrips, but you're not a cleric. Weird. I don't know what to think. But anyway, yeah, that's fine. I have a lot of tabs open. What is my RAM, dude? Okay. 2000 is okay. All right. So, harness divine power. By the way, like, am I cutting out? Do I need to lower my threshold for what Streamlabs is picking as noise and what is not? The chat is going strong again. Yeah, glad that that's the case. Thank you all for being active and listening to my never-ending ramblings. So yeah, let's look at that. Martial versatility, similar, same to fighters. Divine power. Okay, so they also get the divine power channel divinity, but clerics get it at level 2, right? But they get it. These ones get it at level 3. Or am I wrong? Yeah, clerics get it at level 2, but paladins get it at level 3. I mean, it makes sense. Come on. You are the one who can change clerics cantrips willy-nilly. Clerics can't. Well, you need to wait one more level to harness divine power. You cannot have it all. Okay? Okay, paladin? Okay? Yeah. Alright, so, that's fine. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, it's also limited by levels. Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, so martial versatility. Whenever you reach a level in this class, then skip this one, obviously. We don't need it. Why did I lose that? Okay, fine. And then we have Sacred Oaths. Did we not get anything that was proposed in the alternative features? Nope, we got all of it. It's just on different levels. Actually, it's even not. Because, yeah, it's like literally the same. They just pretty much just went with this and changed some spells, and that's pretty much it. So let's see the oaths. What is the first one? Glory. So Glory is already... Wait, this is a reprint from the... By the way, that looks... Yeah. Okay, this is definitely a reprint from the Mythic Odysseys of Terrace. So I'm not gonna go too deep into it. Living Legend is freaking amazing, by the way. It's one of the best level 20 paladin features of all. So, yeah. Once on each of your turns, when you make a weapon attack and miss, you just hit. I'm just talking strictly about the power of this feature. This is not that good, but if you fail a saving throw, you can reroll it. So it's been nerfed compared to Unearthed Arcana Heroism Paladin. That's the one that's been ripped off from, and I can't remember exactly. Oh yeah, it's this one. Okay, so in its Unearthed Arcana form, this subclass was nuts. You were allowed to automatically pass using your reaction a saving throw, and you were allowed once a turn to cause a hit to cause a miss into a hit. You can still cause a miss into a hit, which is nuts. Like there's no roll associated, but that's fine. That's just an attack roll. I think changing this thing into just giving you basically advantage using your reaction, like a little bit better advantage. You still, you only need to do that if you fail a saving throw. You don't need to like spend a reaction to get advantage. So in that regard, it's better because, if there's like multiple saving throw situation, you're only gonna use a reaction on the saving throw that you fail, right? So that makes sense. Okay, so bonus section. I think it was it was still a bonus section. It's been nerfed to 1 minute, but it makes sense. This feature is nuts. Like it's the power of this feature is insane. So yeah, I'm not gonna go over all the other things. It's like this subclass has been out for a while. It's good. It's not as powerful as it was before, but I think before it was a bit too powerful. Talking about Unearthed Arcana. The Unearthed Arcana version of this subclass was, I'm not gonna say broken, but definitely way too loaded with features that are way too good. So let's do the Watchers. Now, I don't remember which one exactly. I think it was the one, right? Yep, there we go. I do remember some things. Paladins who vowed the Oath of the Watchers. Why am I reading the flavor text? Skip that. Let's do the spells. So, Alarm, Chromatic Orb. I'm kind of sad that they lost Chromatic Orb. But it makes sense for a Watcher Paladin to have Detect Magic. So, fine. And obviously Alarm. You're a Watcher. You need to watch everything. Moonbeam, same. Augury, they... Yeah, see invisibility is better. Yeah, I mean, Watcher. You need to see invisible creatures when you're watching, right? Counterspell, one of the best things to happen to Paladin, any Paladin out there. You do need to wait a couple more levels to get it compared to Sorcerers and Wizards, which get it at level 5, you get it at level 9, but I mean, whenever you get it, it's good. Aura of Purity, I kind of forget, this is the one that's, yeah, this is the one, this is the awesome one, yeah. So that's the one which kind of like just cancels all the bad conditions. And then Banishment, still good, like awesome Hold Monster, and then Scrying. Hollow is really weird, situational, Scrying makes more sense. More sense, but you're most likely never gonna use either one of those, or at least if you do use them, you're not gonna do it very often. Because both of them are situational. I think Scrying is a bit more better in terms of utility, but either way, it's a good subclass in terms of spell, like very balanced. That's a cute looking Watcher Paladin. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. All right, let's see. Watcher's Will. What do we get? What do we lose? It seems to be the same name. 30 feet. Advantage on int save. Okay, it's a good one. This is a good. It's actually a very good channel divinity, because advantage on int viz and charisma saving throws. Pretty good. Not gonna lie. It is still an action, so it's like just a copy paste. Alright, abjure the extraplanar. Is it still all of the... I mean, it should be all of the extraplanar. Yeah. Oh, hello, Tio. Thank you for the donation. Holy crap, dude. 50 DKP minus. Any relation to Onyxia Vibe? Love your work. Don't... no, there's gonna be a lot of... There was a lot of people... that have been telling me that I sound like that dude, but no. No. Yeah, I know. You're probably not gonna see the notification because I don't hear it over here. But if you do, then it works. It should be somewhere in the upper right corner. I don't see it here, because Streamlabs is buried between like piles and piles of windows and programs and just like Word files and notepads and stuff like that. So yeah, anyway, it worked. Nice. So I managed to fix that at the very least. I didn't fix the censorship of the Streamlabs, but at least I fixed the donation part. Nice, cool. Also, yeah, Tio, thank you for the donation. Don't feel obliged, any of you, to do the same. It's just like, it's an option if you want, sure. If you don't feel 0.01% guilty for not throwing money at me. I'm not a freaking stripper. I'm just a dude on the internet talking some crap about some imaginary world. So, yeah. Keep your money for strippers is the lesson of the day, I guess. I don't know. It's just I'm talking some crap. Let me go back to the thing at hand. So, hold on. Aura of the Sentinel. Bonus to initiative. I don't care about bonus to initiative. Like, who cares about initiative as a paladin? Whenever you get it, it's a freaking smite time, dude. When you and the creature initiative. Yeah, okay. Proficiency instead of charisma. Same thing. So it's kind of like... You know, yeah, it's something, but it's not really that much. Okay, let's see level 15. You learn how to chastise anyone who dares wield beguilements against you and your wards. Whenever you're a creature you see within 30 feet of you. Seems to be the same as the Unearthed Arcana, but I might be wrong. Let me just double check. 30-30, yeah, 2d8 plus charisma. Force damage, yeah, I mean, look, 15th level, 2d8 plus charisma modifier. I would be happier if this was like 2d8 plus half your paladin level at the very least. But, it's not, I mean, it's not bad, but, it's not particularly useful either. It does synergize with your Abjure the No, not the Observer. It does synergize with your, what's that thing? Where's the thing? The Watcher's Will, yeah. It does synergize with that channel divinity. But it's not really that impactful, to be honest. You know, damage is damage, sure. But I would like to see something more meaty and important for a level 15 feature. And then we have Mortal Bulwark, which was, if I'm not mistaken, kind of okay in the middle of kind of like mid-range power compared to other level 20 capstone paladin powers, features, whatever you want to call them. Let's see if they changed any of that. So True Sight, amazing. Advantage on attack rolls against all of these things, good. Like level 20 advantage, you should probably have some form of advantage anyway, way before level 20. But at the very least, if all of your party members are at 0 hit points, you're still gonna have advantage against all sorts of enemies. So that's good. More chances for crits, more chances for hits and divine smites. And charisma saving throw on a failed save. The creature is magically... Hold on, this is a bit... Its native plane of existence, if it's currently not there on a successful save. Okay, I see. So it's literally the same. It's just a copy-paste. But that's good. Like, I think this is one of the good features. It's not overly overpowered. It's not, you know, it's not underpowered. It's powerful, but it won't break the game, in my opinion. So, yeah, that's it for the Watcher's Paladin. And I think we are done with the Paladin. Boys, we are moving fast. Holy crap, dude. Ricardo. So, on the topic of initiative, it's like some characters, Assassin, Rogue, that's the easiest example, do benefit from initiative. Most characters, at the end of the day, really, like, it doesn't matter. Because, look, you, it's like, it's too random, dude. Like, it's just like, sometimes it's better that you have lower initiative, right? Because you want all of your enemies to get closer to you. Right? It's like, it's too situational. Like, people think, oh, I need, like, high initiative so I can act first. No, it's like, sometimes it's actually bad if you go first. I've been in many situations like that. I'm like, look at all these enemies, like, that I can't do anything about. Why am I playing first? Like, with the -1 to dexterity, I rolled a natural 20 on initiative, so now I have 19 initiative. Everybody else is below me. I'm a melee character. I'm like 150 feet away. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Well, nothing. You just sit there and twiddle your thumbs. So, yeah, I mean, that's my... It's like, initiative is... It's so freaking sometimes often unimportant who like the order of things that happen on the initiative that it's like I'm not a proponent of like people propping dexterity ability score for the initiative bonus. I'm not saying dexterity is not king of ability scores in 5th edition, because it really, there's a lot of things tied to it, important things. But in initiative, in most cases, at the very least 80% of the cases, is not one of those things. It's like very, very little importance. So, yeah, I mean, my opinion, again, if you're playing in types of games that are radically different than the games that I'm playing in, because at the end of the day, a lot of my opinions and stances and takes and claims are based on my own experience, which is only anecdotal evidence. Therefore, it's not scientifically or like data driven. Sure, like you can make that argument, but I'm providing my view of the things. Then you played the game of, do I need to move for them? Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, I'm not saying that type of situation isn't fun to be in, like it just gives you this, you're like, what do I do, right? But I mean, you are forced to make a suboptimal choice, PM key 108. But the aura gives bonus to initiative to all the party. Dude. Yeah, I know, like, I'm not gonna poop on you on Davide's and Ricardo's party. If you like high initiatives, be my guest. I'm not gonna tell you how to play your games. I personally think it's not important. I personally don't give it too much like, I don't even care, right? And that's just me. But if you like going first, sure. Uh, it's it's not gonna break or make a character, right? It's just something that I would like to see something else personally. But different strokes for different folks. So yeah, we can. I'm not gonna say even agree to disagree. It's just like you like that. I. It's not that I even don't like it. I just don't care. So yeah, I'm gonna be done with that. Um. So that said, Ultimate Assassin, you definitely need initiative. For freaking sure, dude. Abso-freaking-lutely, because that class is so dependent on the initiative that it's just there's no way around it. So yeah, I mean that's it. There's a couple other classes that also do be like that, but not a lot of them. Not a lot of them in my opinion. So yeah, let's do what else? Ranger. Oh yeah, Ranger. We are gonna spend a lot of time on the Ranger. I'm gonna try to speed run through it, but we'll see. We'll see. First thing, Depth Explorer. I kind of looked into the Ranger a little bit before not just this stream but the first stream as well, because I was just interested, and it's got some nerfs. It's got some nerfs compared to the perfectly fine thing that we had, the class feature variants, at least if you ask me. But yeah, I'm not really the fan of those nerfs. So instead, okay, so the Depth Explorer. Let's start with that one. Before, you could take one of these three. Now, to cut things short, I was thinking tireless level 1, so 1 level dip into a ranger, to so that I can give myself reduce my exhaustion by 1 level at the end of the short rest. So now I'm thinking, 1 level of ranger and then whatever many levels of berserker barbarian is like the best thing ever. It's not, but it's like infinitely better than the berserker barbarian on its own, because exhaustion levels suck. They absolutely suck. So this was a solution to that problem. But I guess the designers of the game thought the same, so they were thinking, let's keep berserker barbarian a very troubled subclass. Let's just keep it a very troubled subclass. So let's not make it possible for them to dip into another class, grab that tireless, and not ever be exhausted, because we think berserker barbarians should be exhausted at all times. And yeah, that's pretty much that. But that's a multi-classing argument, right? Which has even some merit. You know, you could make a case that any class that has like that needs some extra movement or swimming or climbing speed could dip into a ranger and grab rowing. You can even make an argument about this. Even without roving and tireless being available at level 1, Kenny is still good, because your proficiency bonus is double for any ability check you make that uses the chosen skill. But it's just like my disappointment with the fact that some of these things, which I'm like, finally we can do with, we can actually try and do something with these PHB classes that are, almost universally hated by everyone, but like we can bring them to the spotlight. But no, we cannot, because you need 10 levels to get tireless instead of just 1. So that's kind of like my first disappointment. It's a bit personal. It's a bit, maybe a bit too subjective, because not very many people I'm not gonna say not very many people, but I'm gonna say not all the people are interested in those types of things, obviously. Favorite foe, it's been nerfed as well. Now, let me remember exactly, but uh, yeah. So, first and foremost, you could have cast Hunter's Mark without concentration. And I think that's perfectly fine for Rangers. Why the fuck not? That's another F-bomb. Press like for the F-bomb. Um, if 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 every hunter if every ranger is already casting Hunter's Mark, it's like a sub it's a class feature at that point. Every ranger is gonna learn or prepare that spell, whatever it does. Learn, yeah. So why not just make it a feature, right? Just like you can do this. But they just thought, well, two attacks, each one dealing 1d6 extra damage is too much for the ranger, which is a super powerful class. I'm being sarcastic, right? Because I don't like this change either. Um, let's just make it a thing that you have to concentrate on, but that deals less damage than the Hunter's Mark. Because it's only once per turn, and you have to concentrate on it. So, let me ask you this question. Who in the fucking sane mind is gonna use this instead of Hunter's Mark? Who? Nobody. Nobody. You know, okay, damage increases when it increases from 1d4 to 1d6 and then 1d8. Who cares, dude? You just cast Hunter's Mark. It's a concentration, just the same as this one. It does literally almost the same thing, but it deals more damage. So this is completely useless. It's like I don't even. Okay, if you have no spell slots, sure, this is better than nothing. That's the only edge case that I can see. Maybe there are some other ones when you combine with some other features, multi-classing, whatever. It could be like, sure, this might be useful because whatever. On a whole, this is a big nerf in my opinion, and I don't like it. This was perfectly fine in the Unearthed Arcana, if you ask me. Hunter's Mark that you don't have to concentrate on. Give it to me. Rangers need some love, dude. Rangers are underpowered compared to Paladins. Rangers are now underpowered even compared to Artificers, if you ask me. So why all these nerfs? I don't know, dude. It beats me. I'm not a designer. I don't have like a phone number of whoever designs these rules. But yeah, personally, I don't like this. I think they should have kept favored foe like it was. Maybe they should have limited not by wisdom but by your proficiency. Whatever. Like just doesn't matter. Just keep it as is. And yeah, it's pretty much it for that. For like the low level. Now the additional ranger spells. Sure, I mean you get some paladin thing, you get some druid thing. Makes sense. You get summon beast, obviously. That makes sense. You're a ranger, you're like a druid, but martial. Elemental weapon also kind of makes sense. Summon Fey makes sense. Revivify makes sense. Blinding Smite, I wouldn't really. Yeah, I think Elemental Weapon is better than the Blinding Smite. Dominate Beast makes sense. Death Ward is probably like Summon Elemental. Probably makes better sense now that we have summon spells than Death Ward. And then we have Greater Resto. I would have liked to have Awaken on this list. I think Awaken is one of those spells which you awaken a tree or you awaken a T-Rex and then that T-Rex becomes your friend or that tree becomes your friend. So now you're not like a loner ranger. You have some forest creatures to keep you company because you have all these druidic tendencies, even though you're not a druid. But I mean, ranger to a druid should be what a paladin is to a cleric. So that's kind of like the vibe of that. Fighting style options: druidic warrior similar to paladin who gets cleric cantrips. You get druid cantrips and similar to paladin, or actually the same. Whenever you gain a level in this class, you can replace one of those cantrips with other cantrips from the spell list. Now, I think for a ranger, this might make a little bit more sense compared to paladins. Paladins are very into weapon attacks and just herder, all the weapons, all the smites, and great weapon mastery and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you're probably gonna be choosing some other fighting style. But it's good to have this on your list. It makes sense. Spellcasting focus. I think this is something that druids notoriously lacked, and I think there was no reason to rob druids off of the spellcasting foci. Paladins have holy symbols just the same as clerics. Why wouldn't rangers be able to use the same foci that the druids do? It's the only thing that makes sense. Come on, right? So that's a good addition. I think, yeah, it's been just like taken over. Primal awareness, I didn't really read too deep into it, so they removed some of the spells that you get, but I don't think they changed the core mechanic, right? So you learn additional spells, yep, and then spells don't count. You cast you can't do so. Okay, yeah, it's like literally the same thing. But it's like the less spells. Of the spells that have been removed, detect magic, I mean, you can learn it anyway, so that's fine. Locate animals or plants, I would like to have that one learned for free. Yeah, I mean, honestly, they could have kept these spells just as is. Like, I don't see the reason to remove detect magic or locate animals or plants. Again, rangers are underpowered compared to artificers, or especially paladins, but even to artificers. You know, those three classes being the half casters. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. That's been thank you for listening to my TED talk, and now please go and drop 12 likes so we can reach 100 likes on this live stream. Thank you very much. So yeah, it's like it's pretty much what I have to say about low levels. And I don't know why Streamlabs is censoring the fuse. The fuse, you probably said something and then Streamlabs doesn't like you anymore. So let me go through some of these chats. Difference games ends the fight, but apparently it's just the style of my groups. I mean, David Colina, not gonna lie, if you're constantly fighting hordes of enemies that are vulnerable to hypnotic pattern, sure, initiative matters. It's not often the case in my case. Sometimes it's the case, but it's not often the case. So yeah, usually what happens, my DMs like just spread all the units around. So even if you cast hypnotic pattern, you're never gonna get more than just like 2 of them, and then there's like million more on the everywhere where you look around. So yeah, it's like just different styles, it's I get that. It's just in my case, it's like sometimes it matters, most of the time it doesn't. Maybe 90% of the time was too much for me to say that's how many times the initiative doesn't matter for me or my party members and people that I play with and the DMs that I play under. Maybe it's the good old Pareto principle, where like 80% of the time it doesn't for me, 20% it does. But it's like in either case, it's a thing that I don't pay much attention to, and it usually ends up being like non-issue. Let's call it. Let's do that. Yeah, like the cleric thing was is in the first stream, dude. So yeah, the fuse. Okay, you can do monks are better than rangers, though. Yeah, I mean, monks are at least useful in some regard. Rangers have spells, but their spells aren't as impactful as paladins. They do have a couple of very, very good ones, not gonna lie. With the addition of all of these, look at this. Look at these additions. Elemental weapon, that's a paladin weapon, right? That's a paladin spell. That's now a ranger spell. Aid, that's a paladin spell. That's now a ranger spell. Magic weapon, that's a paladin spell. That's now a ranger spell. It's a wizard spell as well, but whatever. You get my point. So basically, they ported a bunch of paladin. Revivify, that's a paladin spell. Cleric, but also a paladin. So they just decided, yeah, I mean, Rangers kind of like suck. So let's give them at least some useful spells. Searing Smite, come on, that's a paladin spell. And obviously some of the druid spells as well. So yeah, I mean, the Ranger needs love, and I don't think they should have nerfed any of these things. They should have just kept them as is. It's not gonna break the game. No way. Like, it's not. Definitely not. So anyway, um, that's it for that. Nature's Veil. I don't think. Fade Away. Is that? It's like a different name. Hold on. You can use a bonus action. Magically become invisible. Yeah, so it's the same thing. But now it's tied to your proficiency bonus, and it's a long rest feature instead of it being a once per short rest or long rest. I can kind of get behind this. Like, usually you're not gonna get, once you hit level 5, you have your proficiency bonus is 3. At level 10 it's 4. So you basically have 4 uses per day once you get this. You most likely will not get 4 short rests anyway. So you wouldn't be able to use this feature in the... So this is kind of like a buff. But all the other things I'm not a fan of. So okay, that's fine, whatever. Fey Wanderer. I do remember I opened it in one of these million PDF files. Look at all of that, holy crap. Let's kind of like try and figure out Bard, Warlock. That's not the one. Is this one? No, that's the yeah, druid. Oh yeah, it actually is. Okay, Fey Wanderer. Let's compare. So Dreadful Strikes seems to be kind of the same, but with less words. Why did they nerf the damage, dude? Why? Why do they feel compelled to reduce it from 1d6 to 1d4? What is it that Rangers get that they felt compelled to nerf the damages? Is it once per turn? Is it once per turn? When you hit a creature with a weapon? Yeah, well, okay, fine. This is a thing that you can do multiple times per turn. Fine, but still, like, come on, dude. Like, do you really have to be so nitpicky and reduce it to 1d4? It's not gonna matter, but, like, why? Yeah, so it's a buff. Okay, fine, it's a buff. Because a creature can take this extra damage only once per turn. Oh yeah, crap. But it's not a buff, it's still the same. You know, only once per turn. So you need to hit 2 different creatures. It's psychic damage, so fine. Weapons are magical, so your weapons are not even magical with this feature. They remove the magical weapons. I mean, I can kind of get it because most of the features that give subclasses magical weapons, they are tied to like level 6 and above features. I can get behind that. I don't think this is a bad nerf. But at the same time, again, why are we removing the damage off of the Ranger? When like it's like they don't have enough damage to begin with. Like they're just like they're like a druid fighter without attacks and without too many useful spells. Well, now they have useful spells, but most of those spells are paladin spells, right? And druid spells. So at least the spellcasting department has been improved, but that only catches them up to paladins and artificers and all the others, right? So yeah, I don't know, like I might be hating too much on these changes. Maybe I'm not being fair. Maybe I'm really not being fair. Maybe this has been play tested and maybe they figured out, yeah, we really like we maybe overpowered Ranger a little bit. I don't see that. I played Rangers. I don't see that. Side grade, probably, yeah. All required a bonus section. Yeah. You're right. So that's a bit of a buff. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's a fair point. It's a fair point. Whoever brought that up. Drake Fu. Yeah. You're the one who brought that up. Fine. Yeah. I mean, sure. There's a little bit of a buff, but then they decided to reduce the damage. At the end of the day, it's not gonna matter. But come on, like, it's just like, give Ranger some slack. Wave Wonder and Magic. I don't know why they decided to change the order of these features. Seems to be almost the same, other than Banishment is been swapped for Dimension Door. Dimension Door makes more sense. I don't see Banishment as something of a Fey Wonder from a thematic standpoint, right? Dimension Door, obviously. Like, you're from Feywild, like, Dimension Door. And then Mislead. Mislead is probably not ever gonna get used, even if you take level 17. But I mean, if you do, and then you do use the spell, sure. Sure. Alright. So, Otherworldly Glamour. Is that a Cunning Will? Okay. So you can basically use your Wisdom modifier with your Charisma modifier. Deception, Performance, or Persuasion. So I mean, it makes sense. You're a Fey type of creature. They are mostly into Charisma type of things, but I would prefer this, dude. Even though it's generic, I would prefer advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened, because look, this might be a little bit too elven-y, like it reminds of Fey ancestry, but at the same time, uh, I don't know, this looks more like a ribbon feature than this. I don't know, it remains to be seen, who knows. Yeah, come on, people, more likes. Yeah, like, people have been leaving gradually, it's fine. This has been going on for a while, dude. Like, this is what we are at almost 9 hours of, like, my first and this stream. This crazy, so I don't expect people to holding that much attention to my never-ending ramblings. It gets repetitive. That's why I'm trying to speed run through this a little bit. I did pick up the pace quite a bit. So yeah, Beguiling Twist. Is this... So Beguiling Twist has been moved from 11 to 7. What did I do with the Blessing of the Quartz? Extra psychic damage. Is that being moved to where else, or did they just remove? Did they just decide that this class is not gonna be a damage dealer? Like, looking at the bigger picture, they just decided, you know what? This is not a damage dealing ranger subclass. They are, like, into other things. So they decided to port this level 3 feature to basically level 7. And then whenever, yeah, they also bumped it up by all of this for 1 minute if the fail. Yeah, so you can charm or frighten the creature. This is good, actually. I would be glad if we could do this against multiple creature. But it's good. It's at least good against one. So yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's nothing special. But it's probably better than the Blessing of the Quartz, because damage is damage, sure. But I kind of dig this approach a bit better, to be honest, for a level 7 feature. So yeah, let's run with that. Then we have the Beguiling. Yeah, so that's basically this, with the exception of the psychic damage. So they removed the damage completely from the Beguiling Twist, and they didn't even bother with the 3d6 Blessing of the Quartz. They just said you're a charmer or a frightener. That's okay. That, I feel like, is okay. I think the best sharpshooter build I ever saw was like a Dread Ambusher. Um, with that subclass spread, you're dangerously close to one of my next videos. But it's a melee character. It's not a sharpshooter. But yeah, I mean, Battlemaster works well too. But having access to Misty Step. Hello from Russia. Yeah, hello, 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 my Russian friend. We are not the same Slavs, but we understand each other. You know. So thank you. Thank you for joining my stream. Very appreciated. Very appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, I was not meaning to mock you. I was just talking crap. Also, my Russian is not that good. Like my Russian accent, I need to work on it. I need to work on it a bit better. Most people that don't really know the intricacies of the Russian accent when they speak English think that I sound a bit like a Russian because they think all Slavs sound the same when they speak English. But I know the differences. I can't really put them into words, but yeah. I'm Shane. I'm actually from Croatia. I'm from Balkans. So yeah, like all that's pretty much all of the like just different flavors of like Slavic ancestry, but yeah, we do have like our own things, you know, we do differ quite a while. Our languages sound the same, but there are substantial differences in culture, you know, other things, you know, just general culture differences, population, history, all of that. Um, so beguiling twist. Oh, again, there are similarities. That's why they call us Slavs. You know. Misty presence and then mist. Okay, so fair reinforcements. What has been? It's been swapped for the. It's actually been introduced instead of beguiling twist. Okay, so have they moved? No, no. This is like a. This is summon fate. This is a new spell. You know it doesn't count against the number. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. It doesn't require concentration. Okay, I can kind of dig this. You know, you don't have to concentrate on the summon fate, but it lasts 1 minute. It usually lasts 1 hour. So this is like a combat buff. I'm okay with that. It's a 3rd level spell. Has decent hit points. You know, not too much. But at level 11, where you might have like a companion with 30 hit points, that do these things have? No, they're just short swords. But they can be tricksy. Yeah, it's not really gonna be that useful if you cannot keep it up, and it seems squishy for like a level 11 kind of character. I mean, at the very least, it's gonna tank a hit or two, but they can charm, so that's good. So yeah, I kind of see a lot of control with this character. Charm, frighten. You can you can do that. You have some spells for that as well. Charm, all of that. Yeah, this is like a control kind. It's like it doesn't strike me as particularly like focused and specialized. It's like a little bit of everything. Some damage, but not too much, and then it becomes 1d6 at level 11. Some spells that do some control, but not really that. Mislead can be good in that regard as well, but like you're never gonna get there. Some deception, persuasion, maybe like you know for the you know out of combat type of thing. Yeah, I mean overall, I think this is okay class. Without going into the Misty Wonder, I think this one got changed. It did. Holy crap! I thought it was the same thing. Hold on. So bonus action. This has been scrapped too. So they reworked the class. You can cast Misty Step without expanding a spell slot. Wisdom modifier. So 3 Misty Steps. Okay, a lot of Misty Steps. That's good. And then you can bring along a creature. So yeah, a lot of control and like repositioning and all of that. Um, it could be good. It could be good, but it depends on the party. Depends on the type of combats, DM style. And yeah, if the DM doesn't drop charming or frightening on all of that, or if the DM constantly uses enemies that are immune to charm or frightened condition, which there are quite a few of that are immune to these two conditions. It's not a exception. It's more like a fairly often occurring phenomena. So it's definitely probably still weaker than the Swarm Keeper. Let me see. So your accent origin remains a mystery to me. Well, I mean, I tried to sound like an Anglo-Saxon, but at times I fail because my thick accent goes through. But yeah, I gradually improved my English with just talking for these YouTube videos. Some of my first videos were just crazy bad English. Um, but even now, like when I get tired, I'm like I can't be bothered, and then I talk like just this, and then I just slur my words into. Swarm Keeper. What is the Swarm Keeper? Yeah, there we go. It's this one. So let's see. Swarm Keeper magic, huh? That a thing? Yeah. For some reason they placed it second instead of first. Um. Okay, so spells, is it the same? Oh yeah, you learn Mage Hand too. Oh, it's just I see. Okay, so it's a redundancy. Yeah, okay. Web guesses, it's the same. Arcane Eye. Okay, that's. I don't. Why did they put Arcane Eye? Why not Giant Insect, dude? Do they really hate spells that create more than one summon? I don't get it. I mean, Arcane Eye, like, what's that? Why is that even a Swarm Keeper thing? This completely confuses me. At the very least, they could have given it Giant Insect. No, why wouldn't you? Anyway, who knows? It's a Swarm Keeper. Come on, like it should have some giant insects, scorpions, spiders, whatever that spell gives you. Um, yeah, the Ranger extra damage ability should have been non-concentration. I agree, Chris Frame. I agree. Even if they made it once per turn, which you can kind of make an argument for instead of like every time you hit somebody with an attack, I still think that should have been a non-concentration. Maybe it was a misprint. I don't think so. Look at that thick. Look at that thick accent. Yeah. Oh, that sounded more like an African, like a Jamaican. I don't know where I don't know where I got that from. But anyway, um, Bulgaria, Serbia, Croatian from accent. Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely Croatian from accent, Shane. Definitely, yeah. I would guess so. It's that you don't need to have a swarm of insects. Read it's your swarm description. Yeah, I kind of skipped it. I mean, that's flavor, but it doesn't offer anything mechanically. And look, I don't hate the flavor, dude. I do not. It's just that I'm thinking purely from a mechanical perspective. It's. I think this is a nerf, dude. Honestly. It's my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? I've been wrong before. Explains their choice. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Like they decided to put the Arcane Eye there and then they made a example out of it. But Yeah, I mean, okay, swarm. It spies. I mean, you can find a justification for any mechanic, right? But just from a purely, we can all agree, right, that giant insect makes more sense for a swarm keeper. Now, Arcane Eye is probably gonna give you utility. It's not a bad spell, but it's definitely, it's not as intuitive in terms of like why you got it. You see giant insect and swarm keeper, you're like, you don't even think about it. That's like the perfect thing. It fits. You're like, Arcane Eye. What is that? What's that got to do with the swarm keeper? Oh, I see. They have to tell me what it is. You know, because maybe I'm not being overly creative and like seeing the bigger picture right now, but it's not immediately obvious to me that this is something intuitively understandable. Arcane Eye, it's just like a spying eye. Sure, it's a good spell, it's utility, but it's not immediately obvious. So, okay, fine. Fine, let's not spend any more time on that. Maybe I'm just being overly hateful. That's also a thing. Elite Vulture. Thank you for the $3 donation. I don't know if that one is gonna go through. So you went through the donation thing, right? Did it pop in the chat? If it didn't, I apologize. It's got a different, not in the chat, but in the stream. I got a different. It's a different thing that it's like the settings are different from outside and Streamlabs donations, from like super chats. So if that didn't go through on the screen, I apologize. I will fix it for next time. I was fiddling with those settings for days and I couldn't figure out why it doesn't work. So stupid. Or maybe I'm stupid. Who knows? Maybe it's like super easy. But either way, anyway, it did. Nice, nice, sick. Writhing Tide. All right. So Gathered Swarm. Gathered Swarm. It's there. Fine. Okay. So does it get better at level 11? Like this one? Let's read into it one by one. So there's a little bit of a flavor change, like in terms of description. That's fine. Bonus section. Oh hell, hold on. First and foremost, this thing doesn't require a bonus section anymore. Yeah. So no more bonus action requirement. So what I'm reading through this, the Feywild, the Fey Wanderer doesn't require a bonus action level 3 to deal 1d4 and then 1d6. And then we have the Swarm Keeper, which was also a bonus action. Now it's no longer a bonus action. Okay, that's a buff. That's fine. A buff. But they obviously decided to not bump up its damage at level 11. At level 11, it's 2d6. But I don't see that thing in this text. It's like 1d6. Okay, I kind of understand this. There's no wisdom modifier limit because you don't activate it with a bonus action. It's just a thing. It's a swarm that surrounds you, and therefore that swarm can produce these effects. Honestly, I kind of like this feature. If we are gonna talk about these rangers, which are, a bit more kind of like contained, then you can't really go too wild with them. I think this makes more sense than this, even though it's like less damage and all of that. But it gives you options. It's like some positioning, some mobility, in a different way than the Fey Wanderer can do with his mobility and stuff, with the Misty Step. So different flavor, but kind of like a similar kind of outcome where you reposition yourself compared to everybody else. Honestly, this is not bad. This is not bad at all. It's just like options, you know. Not every ranger needs freaking hunters, whatever thing is, right? Colossus Slayer or whatever the hunter ranger has. So yeah, okay, that's fine. A Rising Tide seems to be bonus action flying speed. Hold on. Can hover. This is actually good. 1 minute. It's not a lot of flying speed, but you know, the swarm of these insects or whatever is lifting you up. It's very flavorful, and it makes sense why it's only 10 feet of flying speed, because obviously you're heavy. Um, linked to your proficiency. That's cool. Okay, and then it's a long rest feature. But this is whenever you activate. So since you no longer need to activate your swarm, it's just gathered and it's there around you all the time. This change means that, honestly, they just gave you this, but they removed this. Did they put these two in any of these other things? Okay, so this seems like a nerf. Hold on, but it lasts 1 minute. Or at least it's not a nerf, but like the reduction of options. Like you don't have 3 options, you can only do this. But instead of that being for like, I don't see the duration. Whenever you activate, choose one. Yeah, like this is just a 1 round thing. But here, instead of that being like a 1 round, 1 turn thing, it's like 1 minute. Pros and cons, I would still prefer to have at least some of this instead of just this. But I can kind of understand maybe why they did this. That said, like, it seems like we are going down the path of just less damage, less options, and maybe that's gonna get fixed by level 11 and level 15 feature. Let's see. The damage of the gathered swarm increases to 1d8. Okay, fine. It's not a 2d6, but at least it's a some increase in damage. Okay, you can knock the creature prone. That's interesting. I don't think that has anything to do with any of this. You can form it into a spirit. Wisdom. So it's like a completely different feature. We don't even have to freaking think about this. Because it's like a completely different thing. It gives you half cover. Okay, this is solid for level 11. Even it's not super powerful, but it's okay. This can be good, knocking somebody prone. And the damage is pretty much inconsequential. From 1d6 to 1d8, it's like nobody cares. So it's pretty much just like you get these two things. Okay, I can kind of get behind that. This seems probably a bit better. But this is probably more consistent though. You will be able to benefit from this way more often. Yeah, that's agree, PMK. This is not bad, honestly. Like, it's not super good. It's not. I'm not amazed by it, but it's good. It's actually solid. Now let's see the Storm of Me. Okay, this seems like this also seems like it's been scrapped for this. You create a magical sphere. On the start of it. So this is kind of like some kind of like a spell effect that lasts for a minute. It's not a spell, but it's like a AoE that lasts a minute at the beginning of the creature's turn. Blah blah blah. Saving throw, necro damage. You heal yourself, not really that much. For a level 15 feature. You can move the sphere. And then you can kind of like cast it by expanding spell slots. So that's kind of like just a spell-like effect. Now this, when you take damage, you can use your reaction to give yourself resistant to that damage. This, even though it's less consistent than healing yourself for 1d8 hit points, is something I can kind of get behind for level 15 feature. Because sometimes at level 15 you take a chunky damage, like 100 damage in one go, and you're like, what the heck am I gonna do here? Well, now you can do something about it. Instead of taking 100 damage, you can take 50 damage. You vanish into a swarm and teleport to an unoccupied space that you can see within where you reappear with the swarm. Okay, so not only do you cancel out half the damage, you also reposition yourself. And then this is linked to your proficiency. I think this is better than this. So it's kind of like this one has been a bit nerfed on lower levels, kind of, whatever, sorta. And then it's been a bit buffed at higher levels, which I think that's fine. I think Swarm Keeper is still more powerful than the Fey Wanderer, but maybe Fey Wanderer is a better controller than the Swarm Keeper. Either way, it's these are fine, you know, they're fine. I don't have anything really bad to say against them. It's just that there's really not anything super fancy about them. It's just like a collection of okay, good features overall. When I think about it, like from a bird's eye perspective. Now let's actually talk about the Beastmaster companions, right? So this one replaces the one that's in the PHB. Yeah. Also, yeah. Let me read some comments. There's been a few of them. Still think Ranger should be a fighter subclass. I don't think so. I think they just need to. They just needed to keep these changes from the class feature variants UA, and then that would pretty much just be. That would put the class on par. So think about it, right? Hunter's Mark. That's a signature Ranger spell. Make it a feature. Just make it a feature. Fixed. You know. They don't even have to concentrate on it. And then obviously on top of it, while I can find some reasons against making Rangers being able to choose any of these three at level 1, instead you just give them this. I mean, we are talking low levels where Paladins get Smite, Clerics get Channel Divinities, which some Cleric subclasses get amazing Channel Divinities, and even features, right? I mean, Order Clerics come to mind. You're over here, you're like, I'm proficient, you gain expertise, and you get some languages. So, okay, skills matter. But you're like a poor rogue in that regard. So you're like, you basically get a rogue expertise, like half of it. That's basically it. And some languages. You need to wait to level 6 and 10 to get these other two. So, okay, that's fine. Tireless can be really, really good. Even at level 10. You know, exhaustion is freaking annoying, even though it's situational. Speed, not that good, but climbing and swimming, cool. Very, very cool. Mobility in those like difficult terrains and like trees and mountains and rivers and lakes and oceans, nice. Not gonna lie, like that's something that's not immediately obvious as good, but why wouldn't this be a thing that Rangers can take at level 1? I don't see the problem with that. Yeah. So overall, like, it's been nerfed a bit too. It's been the Unearthed Arcana Ranger class feature variants have been nerfed a bit more than I expected them to be nerfed. If I even expected any nerfs. I was thinking this checks out. You know, maybe do something about Tireless if they really care about exhaustion. But other than that, this like perfect, dude. Perfect. But no, they had to remove spells, they had to lock these behind like class levels. Remains to be seen, but what we have right now is the Primal Companion. I already talked about it, and I think they kept most of it as is. I didn't really go too deep into it. So they did give it combat the beast. It can move, but the only action it takes is the dodge action unless you take. Yeah, okay. So this is better right away because instead of limiting you to a set of predetermined actions, in the PHB, it actually allows you to use your bonus action to command it to take any other action, right? So before, Beast companions were not able to, for example, take a hide action, which was weird. Why would you not be able to tell your beast to hide? Well, PHB Ranger, PHB Beastmaster told you specifically that you were not allowed to do so. Why? For what reason? I don't know. I don't know. But this addresses that issue. Also, uh, their uh, their stats scale better with levels, with your Ranger levels. Scale much better in my opinion. Modifiers, damage, hit points, armor class, all of that. Uh, they scale better. Now they've also Beast of Air. That's probably the same. I'm not gonna go into too many details. It seems like the AC got buffed, right? Of all of them. Before it was static. Now it's been buffed to be like with to scale with your proficiency bonus, which isn't gonna scale too much. But I mean, 19 is better than 13, so why not? Um, so that's fine. I don't know. So Beast of the Earth and Air, and then I guess they added Sea. I mean, it makes sense. Like why would you not do that? And I don't think it was a problem to make it. All of them have Dark Vision. That's okay. I think. That's perfectly fine. Flyby. This is like an owl kind of thing. Yeah, I like them. I like them. They're not gonna be like super awesome, but combined with all of the other features that you get, they're okay. They're definitely okay. And yeah, I mean, I like the change. I still think there's like they could have been given a little bit more than what they have, but this is a step in a good direction. This is definitely gonna make Beastmaster. I don't know whether I should say less crap or more viable, but I think it's like some of both of those things. So yeah, that's pretty much gonna be that. All right, somebody's playing Rocket League. Turn off the Steam. Oh, if I turn off the Steam, am I? I'm gonna keep it. It's fine. So yeah, that's it for Ranger. We are moving at a relatively decent pace, dude. Compared to the first 2 hours of this stream. So yeah, Rogue. Let's see. Hunter's Mark similar to Hexblade's Curse. I mean, yeah, why not, right? I mean, if they dip, they dip, Chris. I mean, what can you do about it? If people are gonna cheese and multiclass into like things that give them most of the things, it's like okay. So how about this? If they were worried about dipping, about things being dipped, Ranger being a class that's just gonna be like an alternative to Warlock for dips. Um, First and foremost, I don't really even see the problem with that. Second, you can just instead of this thing being, you can just keep this thing progressively better and better. So at level 1, they learn Hunter's Mark, period, for free. Then you allow them to, let's say at let's say at level 3, they don't have to cast it with a spell slot. And then at level 5, they don't need concentration. Most people get to level 4 or 5, right? And that's enough levels to prevent dipping. And that could have been done. Why not? Like, why not? Um, so yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's pretty much it. Rogues. Rogue. Okay. This is the class that I played the least so far, even though, like, the video that put me on the map on YouTube and for most of you is like the Ultimate Assassin, which is based on the Assassin Rogue. But this is the class that I'm kind of least familiar with. In terms of like just the least amount of hours that I've spent playing any kind of rogue out there. I played all the other classes like tens, multiple tens, or maybe even hundreds of hours. But this one, yeah, I have a very low playtime with rogue. So take what I say with a grain of salt. Some of my opinions are not rooted in probably even enough experience. It's just like theory that I read other people say, or like I formed based on me looking other people playing their rogues or whatever. But yeah, least amount of personal experience. So with that said, though, steady aim. Instead of this being like a cunning action aim, which enhances cunning action, they moved it to a third level. Sure. As a bonus action, give yourself advantage on your next attack roll on the current turn. You can use this bonus action only if you haven't moved during this turn. After you use your speed is 0. Okay, that's very restrictive. So that's one of the things that was kind of like a bad thing with aim. But let's see if they kept it like that. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Because once you use this bonus action, kind of like it's been pictured over here, you really don't seem like you're in a position to move that much, Oh, hold on. Until the end of the current turn. Yeah. Okay, so it's the same. It's literally the same. But instead of that being a level 2 thing, it's like a level 3 thing right now. That's fine. It's like another thing that you can do. You're probably gonna be doing that one way or another because rogues do suffer from the one attack per round problem. And that one attack that you are doing needs to hit, right, in order for you to be effective in combat. Yeah, I mean, pretty much that for that. So Phantom Rogue, I don't remember which one. What this was like a revisited one, right? Rogue. Yeah, it was a revisited one. Whispers of the Dead seems like it's been taken literally. Copy paste. You lose this proficiency when you use this feature to choose a different proficiency. Yeah, okay. It's a change in wording, but it's the same thing. Okay. Mostly a ribbon thing, but could be good. Also, the image. God, look at that. Ooh, boy. That's juicy. That is juicy. That looks awesome, by the way. Very good. So, yeah, let's see. So, when the life ends in your presence, tokens... Oh, why did we skip all of these things? Level 3 Whales of the Grave. Is this also a copy-paste? Proficiency, yep. Seems to be a thing. A theme. I agree with the proficiency bonus for this, What ability score are you gonna link this to? Intelligence? Sure, maybe. But Constitution could be, but I mean proficiency makes the most sense. Keep it simple. Roll half. Yeah, it's a copy paste. Tokens of the departed. When life ends, player's handbook while a soul trinket. Blah blah blah. Okay, seems to be. Can have a maximum number of souls. I think Phantom was it's not the most powerful rogue of all of them, but like overall this was a subclass that was kind of a it's been nerfed because this is a revisited subclass. I don't remember the first one, but Yeah, I mean, the first one had some problems. I think it was front loaded a bit too much, and then there was like nothing in high and low levels. But yeah, this one seems to be more balanced. Uh, One of the soul trinkets I use Veils of the Dre. Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, it's pretty much the. But it's an action. Hold on. This seems to be a bug. Oh yeah, it's still an action. So it still requires an action, and then you can Veils of the Grey. Yeah. Okay. I like Phantom. It's not the class that I'm most interested in, but mechanically it just sits like in the nice middle ground where not really anything stands out too much for in terms of that being a good or a bad thing. It's just okay, and it's good. It's playable. Hold on, that's Death's friend. Ghost Walk. 10 minutes. Yeah, this is the same thing. Has Death Knell been changed? Uh, has Death Knell been changed? Okay, it is. Not too much of a change, but at the very least, you're guaranteed not to lose any of the soul trinkets. So that seems probably you're probably never go if you're down to your last one and you don't have any more of them. I don't know. You're probably doing something bad, or the DM is just not giving you enough opportunities to collect the soul trinkets. Uh, but in most cases, it probably shouldn't matter. This Death Knell is good. Like, it's solid. Uh, you kind of double the damage, and it's good. It's good. I like it. So let's do the Soul Knife. I think this one hasn't been revisited. It's one of the earlier ones. Soul Knife. Nice. Right. Also, you can if we can get these likes to 100, that'd be no. Just saying. Just saying. Maybe some of you who haven't done so far. Thank you. It's two left. Uno más. Yeah. So Soul Knife. Let's see. Most assassins, blah blah blah. Okay, psionic power. Is this is this the one that's also been kind of copy paste? Psychic Blade. I like the Psychic Blade. It's been slightly nerfed compared to the first iteration. I think there's some change because I think they also redid this one. Hold on. Did they reduce the updated version of this class? College of Creation? No. So this is the one and only, right? Yeah. Light and Throne, Psionic Power. By the way, yeah, he looks cute, but he's deadly. Is deadly. All right. Yeah, my voice is slowly like giving away, so I apologize for that. So yeah, I don't probably sound as much like as enthusiastic as before, but I have to sound a bit. Um, what am I looking here? I don't. Has this subclass been reworked in one of the newer Unearthed Arcanas? Kind of forgot. Anybody know? Halfling art in 5e. One of the things that I find disturbing with halflings is their small feet. I think their feet should be a bit bigger. They're like way too small. Their heads are way too big for like their feet. They look like kids, and that's not how it's supposed to be. Neoteny, the thing where babies have big heads compared to their bodies should not be something that carries over into adult halflings. So yeah, like two big heads for their bodies. Psionics options revisited. You're right. You're completely right. That's why I was like, I don't think, I don't really think this is what it is, Okay. Soul Knife, yeah. Psionic Talent. Psionic Power, same difference. Um, okay, so it follows the same thing with the psionic energy, where instead of it being dependent on the roll of the d6, you have a number of dice equal to twice your proficiency bonus. So that's basically the same mechanic. See, bolstered neck seems to be literally the same thing. It's just dependent on the differently mechanicized feature. And then psychic whispers, even though there's a lot of words in here. 1 hour. Has there been a change? 1 mile. I think there might have been a change in the range. That rhymed, but I didn't. Yeah, it's literally like within 1 mile for 1 hour. For a number of hours equal to the number rolled. Okay, so this one has been buffed in terms of like duration. It's still random, but it's never gonna go below 1. Which is fine, I think. That's fine. What I'm interested in is Psychic Blades, because I remember these ones being changed. I don't remember exactly. They were slightly nerfed, but not enough for it to matter in most cases. On the 6, did they decide to revert that change? Oh yeah, they didn't. So it's 1d4. So that's the change that they made, I think, if I'm not mistaken. The first version was like 1d6 across the board, and then the official version is now the same as the revisited version of Psionics. Soul Blades looks the same. Uh, Psychic Blades, and add the number roll to the attack roll. Yeah. Psychic Teleportation. You can hurl your Psychic Blades to magically transport yourself to another as a bonus action. Um, Up to number feet away equal to 10 times the number rolled. Wow, that's a lot, dude. What if you roll like 80 feet? That's a lot of teleport. Blade vanishes, obviously. Now, there's a bit more. So they buffed the 5 times the highest number. Oh, here? The highest number. So here you're guaranteed to be like 5 times 6, 30, 5 times 8, 40. But here it's completely random. So it can be 10 feet, it can be 80 feet, it can be whatever. Like, how far does it go? D12. So that's like 120 feet. I'm not a fan of randomness in this particular example. But I can kind of get it, psychic powers are not exactly something you always have under full control, especially like in a very bonus action is just like a split second. So, okay, fine, no problem. I would have still preferred like a consistency over randomness, but I can get behind any kind of bonus action roll. Bonus action teleport. Psychic Whale, Psionic Whale, same difference. 10 minutes. Oh, 1 hour. So duration has been buffed. And once you use this feature. So yeah, it's literally the same, but duration has been buffed. Okay, fine. 1 hour invisibility. Good enough for level 13. 10 minutes is a bit too low, maybe. A Rend Mine. Now let's see what they did with the Rend Mine. You can sweep the Psychic Blades. Sneak attack. Okay. Stunned. Okay. So is it still the same? Target is stunned. Repeat the save. Hold on. The stunned until the end of your next round. So this seems like a buff. Because here, unless the save succeeds, the target is stunned until the end of your next round. It's a guarantee that the target is not gonna be stunned for more than like what, 1.5 rounds? 1 round, yeah. Depends. But here it's not guaranteed because it's 1 minute and then the target can keep failing the saving throws. So that's an improvement. And honestly, I like all of these improvements. I think they're good. They are not substantial, they are not like overly flashy or anything, but they do make this class probably better than the Phantom. Phantom does seem a bit weaker than the current iteration of the Soul Knife, at least to me, my own impression, you know. Hobbits are halflings, yeah. Halfling erotica? No, don't go that way, dude. Alright, hold on, let me answer a phone. Rich? Yo. Definitely I have to talk English because I'm on a stream. Not good because, yeah, I'm probably gonna, afternoon. Podne. Može. Može i to je. Dude, I'm going all the way to the end with this, yeah. Uh, I'm... Znam, vidio sam, je. It's chaos, complete chaos. Yeah, anyway, later. Yeah, that was a mix of creation and all of that, but anyway, that doesn't matter. So, that's it for the rogues. We are done with rogues, dude. Now let's do my favorite class. It's Sorcerer. They get what? Fathomless and Genie. No, Aberrant Mind and Clockwork. Clockwork, I like the Clockwork. I have some ideas for the Clockwork Sorcerer. Sorlock, actually. So, a lot of spells added. I can see that. So, they probably kept. Actually, they increased. Oh, most of these are newly added ones. Obviously, they decided to go against using Sanatar spells. That's fine. Not gonna go over each and every one of these spells. It would take way too much time. Magic weapon, why? Maybe because of Clockwork? Maybe because they are aware that most people combine sorcerers with paladins, so maybe that's why. Could be. Who knows? Blade of Disaster. What is this? I'm interested in 9th level spells. The blade lasts. We can look at the spells later, probably. But since I already opened it, let me at least check it. Lose object. Target takes 40-12. This attack 1 minute duration. On a critical hit. Oh, okay. Oh wow. Okay. That's an interesting spell. That's a very interesting spell. I mean, it's definitely not nearly the best 9th level spell, but I can see people using this. I can definitely see people using this. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, 4d12 damage on its own is nothing to be ashamed of. And you know, 2 melee spell attacks, so that's basically as a bonus action, you know. Yeah, two melee spell attacks. So this basically gives you an extra attack with a bonus action. This spell is actually awesome, dude. 8d12 damage on average. What's the average of that? Hold on. 8 times 6.5. That's not bad for a 9th level spell. Honestly, like, it's not the best. I know, I'm aware, Meteor Swarm is a thing. But come on, dude, it's like there's worse level 9 spells. Yeah. Clerics get Aura of Vitality? I think they did, if I'm not mistaken. It's like, I did Clerics like 7 million hours ago. Yeah. So, I've been going at it like for 10 hours at this point, I think. 11. If you count in the break in between. I didn't really sleep in between. I was just like browsing the internet. It's been a crazy ride, dude. It's been a crazy ride today. I've been, you know, and some of you have stuck with me for like almost the entirety of all of this, so I appreciate you having the patience with me. But yeah, anyway, I kind of dig this spell. I would like to try it, to be honest. So yeah, cool. Blade of Disaster, aptly named. So, like, if you're thinking, you give yourself advantage. So what's the odds? Like 15% with normal roll. So that would put you probably somewhere around, on a guesstimated 26-27%. Maybe 28, in between 26-28 for the advantage. Like, so basically close to 30% chance to crit. That's, and the 12d12. Let's say you crit 12. Imagine imagine using this spell against a paralyzed monster. You have a party member who casts Hold Monster and succeeds in paralyzing, and then you freaking go out there and do 24d12 damage. That's not bad for a 9th level single target spell. Honestly. There's worse ways, and it can even can harmlessly pass through any barrier. It can even, oh my, I didn't even see this. This is so broken, dude. Holy crap, Wall of Force plus this, game over. Game over, dude. I didn't even read the last sentence. Crunchy Frog, Google is censoring you. I don't know why. I can't even bring your things back. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool for Blade Singer, not gonna lie. It's probably probably best used on a Blade Singer, or not that I think about it. I think they probably added this spell because of Blade Singers, you know. They just kind of like wanted to make that, you know, archetypal, quintessential, whatever you want to call it, wizard, so mage. It's like a sword mage, you know. Well, there's your freaking sword, and there's your freaking 9th level spell, and now go ahead and swing it, you know. So, I like it. I also like that it's also a sorcerer spell. So that's fine. That's meta magic option. Seeking spell. Seeking spell was a thing, but I don't remember where it was. There we go. Hold on, why do we not have font of magic? Oh, so they decided to scrap all of these three. Okay, so no font of magic options. That makes me slightly sad, because I think sorcerer could do some more, could use some more options in terms of magic, instead of just making and burning slots for sorcery points. But it's not the worst thing in the world. Meta magics are like the signature feature of it. So what did they removed Unerring spell, obviously. They were like we don't want you to reroll. We don't want them to be rerolling attack rolls. Even though it's a spell, though. I don't know. I don't think. I'm kind of sad this is not a thing. Even though it's expensive. But it's not a thing. Make a spell roll that forces the target to make a dexterity saving throw. Okay. So it's like a completely different thing. So it has nothing to do with dex. Oh, hold on. They just renamed Unerring spell into a Seeking spell. I see what they did here. Okay, fine. Fine. Is Elemental spell Transmuted spell? Yes. Yes, it is. So every sorcerer with this meta magic and a scribe wizard is now like a light lore wizard. You all remember lore wizard, right? Well, this is it, you know, changing the damages of spells. Now, obviously, that's not all of the lore wizard, but we are going down that route, slippery slope of changing damage types and making some spells weird, like, I don't know. What's that spell that deals cold damage and freezes targets? Well, if you change that damage type to being fire, how do you exactly freeze the targets with fire damage? That's the kind of thing that's not explained by these things. Now, obviously, the DM is gonna hand wave it. You're gonna make up some reason for it. That's a thing. Yeah, I mean, you people are surprised that sorcerer is my favorite class. Well, how about that fireball being an acid ball? How about that? How about that, huh? How about that? How about that lightning bolt being a thunderbolt? Huh? How about that? That's a thing right now. It wasn't a thing before, but it's a thing right now. So, you know, I don't think this is the best meta magic, but it's definitely one of the better ones. At the end of the day, damage is damage, but a lot of sorcerers do default to just blasting out damage spells. And this is gonna make things easier for them, in my opinion. So, yeah, that's just it. We are done with the meta magic. Spell versatility. That's a warlock, dude. That's it. That's just no, actually, sorry, sorcerer's versatility. So instead of spell versatility, replace one of the options. Okay, so they can swap meta magics. That's cool. And then they can swap cantrips. I like this. I like this. This is what the sorcerer needs, dude. This is what the sorcerer needs. You know, you take your meta magics and then you're like, well, you know, maybe at some point I was using this meta magic, but now I really want something else. And now you can have that. I welcome this change, even though it's tied to your ability score improvement. I think it's a good thing for sorcerers. Yeah, like Sahil Chinivala, I'm probably butchering your name. Yeah, I mean, Tempest Cleric multiclass with Sorcerer, already done that, yeah. Storm Priest, it's already on the channel, but this is probably gonna make it. Yeah, I mean, I even said in that video, like, if this thing becomes official and the DM lets you do the elemental spell or whatever it's called, transmuted spell, definitely do that, because as far as I know, thunder damage is less resisted than lightning damage. And yeah, for any other damage specific blaster, you can just be a sorcerer and change the damage types on the fly. Now, it does cost a sorcery point, but come on, like, you have sorcery points. That's what you use them for meta magics. So this is good. Alright, let's see the magical guidance. Okay, so all of your ability checks that you fail, you can now spend one sorcery point to re-roll them. Okay. Hold on. Reds. I have intruders in my room. Well, I'm barely alive. I've been streaming for what, like 7 million hours at this point. Um, yeah, I'm dying slowly. Sorry, that was my mother getting into the room. Um, yeah, I'm 30 years old and I still live with my mom. Yeah, I'm that type of dude. Uh, okay. So, so this magical guidance, it's kind of okay. It's nothing flashy, but I can see you using this. Oh, I can kind of see you using it. Um, I'm slightly sad that the seeking spell is not a thing anymore. No dex saves, all of that. Ignoring half and three-quarter covers. But a sorcerer can live without that. Sorcerer can definitely live without. So let's do the aberrant mind. Aberrant mind over there. I don't think this is the class. Oh, hold on. This is not a. Is this a psionic? Yeah, it is. All right. So it's a psionic revisited. Okay, well, they decided not to call it the psionic soul. They decided to call it aberrant mind. But I'm pretty certain by the looks of it that it is a psionic soul. Let me see whether I'm right. No, actually I'm wrong. Is this actually an aberrant mind? Hold on, am I mixing up the names? I'm probably mixing up the names. Psionic soul. Yeah, I mean revised sorcerer subclass that was previously called the aberrant mind. I'm not mixing up. So let's see. what's the change? What is the change? What is the change? That doesn't matter. Psionic talent. Are they actually using the older version of this character of this class? Evasive thoughts. All right, let's see. Or did they just mash both of them together? Because psionic spells, it's definitely mostly a copy paste from the aberrant mind, which was the version 1.0 of the psionic sorcerer. Kind of, not really, but along those lines. But here, because you see, like revised sorcerer that was previously called the aberrant mind. So they revised it and then they decided to actually still use the old version. So that's interesting. Not saying that's bad, I'm just saying that's interesting. So spells, not gonna go over them. Obviously, you get most of them. Like you got back in the day, telepathic speech. Uh, by the way, the image is very very good. Oh, you got your Illuminati sign, all of that jazz. Looks pretty nice. Deadly, scary, but awesome. Yeah, yeah. All right. I'm 30 and live at home as well. Not proud, but shit happens. Honestly, like I can afford. I'm not even joking. I can afford moving out, but I'm just a cheapskate, and I don't want to be wasting money on paying somebody else's loan for an apartment. Yeah. I mean, I just chose to live with my parents, so yeah, that's what it is. We get along pretty fine. Yeah, they're my parents. You love them. Sometimes they get on your just what it is when you live with other people, right? It would be the same if I had a wife and kids, so be any different. But yeah, so telepathic speech is pretty much invasive thoughts with maybe some changes. Um, bonus section. Bonus section. 30 feet of you. One creature. One creature. 10 minutes duration. And this is like, it could be 1 minute or it could be 20 minutes depending on the level. Okay. So, invasive thoughts, old version 1.0, basically with some changes. Psionic spells version 1.0 Aberrant Mind, some changes. Psionic sorcery, I feel like this has been taken from the hold on. Psionic options. Let me try and get both of these together so I don't have to. So let's see. I think this has been taken from the Psionic sorcerer. Hold on, let's. Psychic strike or Psionic sorcery. Casted by expending as a normal by expending a. Yeah, well, that's not been taken because, well, apparently it is still psionic sorcery. Yeah, okay. Psychic defenses, resistance to psychic damage, charm, frighten. This is copy paste. Revelation in flash. Visible creature. Maybe some changes, but as far as I can see, there's 4 bullet points. Flying speed equal to a walking speed. Swimming speed twice your walking speed. So like even faster walking speed. Breathe underwater. Your body. You can move through space. Yeah, it's the same. Like, dude, this is the old 2019 Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. Let's see, Warping Implosion. Focal point, 20-foot radius. 3d10 force damage, 30 feet of the space you left. You can teleport. Okay, so this is not it. Is this something that's been borrowed from the new thing? No. Psychic Aura is not warping. So they just kind of like made a new thing completely. Yeah. It's kind of like that. Teleport, the aura. It was good. Warp reality was insane. But it was overpowered a bit if you ask me, even for a level 18 feature. But right now it's just like teleport, not really even that much. 120 feet. And then each creature, you know, next to the space where you disappear. Strength save, force damage, pull straight towards the space, ending in another. Your former space as possible. Oh yeah. Okay, that's kind of like it's sucking them in. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not even mad for them to just like for them to not use the revised version of this, kind of like revisited, right? I'm not even mad because honestly, I feel like Aberrant Sorcerer was fine to begin with. And other than the level 18 feature, which I now lost for whatever, is was a bit OP, and I kind of, this might be slightly underpowered, but sorcerers aren't known for their features. Sorcerers are known for their meta magics and spells and combination of. So I like this one. I'm slightly sad that we didn't get at least some of these options. So the one that I would like to see is mind over body, right? That's the one that I would like. Magically transform yourself, you know, all of that. Then yeah. So actually, sorry, yeah, that's the one. I'm looking at the wrong one. Hold on. So I was so Revelations in Flesh is basically mind over body. Yeah. I'm mixing them up. So yeah, I mean, okay, fine. That's okay. I don't think there was anything wrong with Aberrant Mind. It was like a lot of things got changed by this revisited version of it that was called Psionic Soul. Yeah, that's kind of like where I'm gonna end this on the sorcerer kind of thing. Now let's look at the clockwork. Before I look at anything else, I want to see the level 14 and 18 feature. Because the clockwork was legit pretty powerful, a set of pretty powerful features at level 14 and 18. So if I can now remember which one of the subclasses it was, definitely not 4. Was it this one? Maybe. Yep, alright, let's see. Is it a copy paste, dude? This painfully looks like a copy paste. 30-foot cube. Yep. 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 A copy paste. It's pretty powerful, pretty goddamn strong. What's not worth it, dude? Oh, you mean it's not worth moving out of your parents? Yeah, I agree. Like, just stick to the people you know and that love you, dude. You know, however childish and immature and whatever other bad adjective you can put to it. I agree, PMK. Honestly, I lived alone for like 7, 8 years. It's fine. I mean, I don't mind living alone. But it didn't make any financial sense for me to live separate. You know, I was just like, why would I waste all this money and all of that? Just, stick with your parents. I mean, after all, I do help them sometimes as well. I mean, I go to shop, I carry the bags, wash the dishes, all of those, like, house chores and all of that. Take out the trash and shit like that. So yeah, Trance of Order, that's the one that I was most interested in. It is still broken. Alright, so my idea for a Sorlock was 14 levels of Clockwork Soul Sorcerer because of this feature. This basically becomes your level 20 feature. Why? Well, because whenever you make an attack roll, ability check, or a saving throw, you can treat a roll over 9 or lower on the D. So if you're thinking in the terms of like maximizing your charisma, your proficiency bonus at level 20 being a +6, so now we are talking +11. You're basically never rolling below 21 to hit with your Eldritch Blasts, right? And that's not broken, but I mean, it's pretty powerful. It's pretty powerful, especially when you combine it with Spirit Shroud, which, you can do a ridiculous amount of damage with it. So yeah, I mean, you can even go all the way up to level 18, because look at this shit. Oh my god, this is even this is crazy, dude. These two features are head and shoulders above. I don't have all of them in my brain right now, because honestly I never played a sorcerer up to level 14 and 18, but I think this is a set, like, these two features combined are one of the most powerful high level sorcerer features you can have currently, with this being official. Now granted, these are optional features. By the way, this image is also amazing. God damn, this looks so freaking good. But yeah, anyway, best bulwark of law is same difference. 30 feet, 5. Oh yeah, you actually, yeah, it's still the same. It's not like a level 6 feature is not that. It's like, it seems like, it even seems like a waste of sorcery points. But yeah, like restore the balance is also pretty good, because disadvantage for level 1, because at level 1 advantage disadvantage matter. They do. At level 10 and above, it's at level 7 it's already like, who cares? But at level 1 they do help. For the, absolute when a creature. Yeah, it's a copy paste. It's a copy paste, and this is one of the most powerful high level sorcerers out there currently in the. You are lucky enough to be playing a high level campaign. The DM lets you take this class, and you want to play a sorcerer. I would strongly recommend this for level 14 and 18, dude. It's that fucking powerful. What type of accent I have? Well, I mean, I'm Croatian. I'm from Balkans, like southeastern Europe, kind of Balkan Peninsula. So yeah, I mean, it's the accent that's my accent. It's not the most Slavic type of English accent, but there's obviously some accent to it. Okay, we are done. We're actually done with the sorcerer. Holy crap, we are actually almost done, dude. Can you believe this? After 7 billion, million, trillion, gazillion hours. That we are getting to the end of all of this. I can't believe this. Alright, so, but I committed to it. Hey. So, I'm gonna see it to the end. And I'm also, again, I know there's not nearly as many of you as it was like 5 hours ago, but I'm not expecting people to spend 10 hours listening to me talk. For all of you that are still listening, you're freaking champions, dudes. Like, or if even there's a female in there, yeah. Your DM hates me? God damn, dude. God damn. That I don't like being hated. Joke. No joke. All right, let's continue. Warlock. All right, what do we think about Warlock? Obviously invocations, but we are gonna go one by one. Okay, so spells. A lot of cantrips. But why is Booming Blade was already a warlock? Oh no, it was not. Yeah. Also a Mind Sliver. Mind Sliver is like an interesting spell. I was thinking about using this cantrip with my debuffer build. Because my debuffer build was all about stacking like Bane and then Synaptic Static and then a bunch of other things, disadvantages, whatever. So that when the enemy rolls attack rolls and saving throws, it's always a disadvantage and always like minus 1d4, minus 1d6. This could be interesting in that regard. Like, I don't have the specifics, but this is like obviously one of the routes to upgrade, improve that build some way, shape, or form. Now, whether that's gonna make it more powerful, meaningfully, I don't know. I have to put it on paper, but that's just kind of like a general idea behind this spell. A bunch of summon spells. Spirit Shroud. Hello. Hello, million damage with a single attack. And then we don't have Modify Memory. I wonder why. Did they think that the warlocks are not supposed to be able to pry in your minds and like rearrange things? Maybe, who knows? Don't have like a solid opinion on that particular issue. Summon Fiend, obviously it's a warlock, especially for a Fiend warlock. If this wasn't like a core spell, I would say this is a spell that needed to be added to the list, right? I mean, sense. Now, the spell in its own is not that good. I mean, whatever. But it's okay. All of these summon spells are mostly okay, right? And I mean, at the end of the day, it's another body on the battlefield that can soak up some damage and deal some back. Yeah, I mean, that weird shape change and gate. So they don't want them to change the shape, but they want them to cause some disasters. which we already talked about before. What's the Dream of the Blue Whale? Not gonna go over it, I'm gonna go over the spells later. Tasha's Otherworldly Guys, that seems interesting too. So they pretty much just like removed some of these base core game spells and put just a bunch of these Tasha spells. Which honestly I don't mind one bit. One freaking bit. Pact of the Talisman got introduced. Which is obviously also from the Warlock thingamajiggy. Is it the same third level Warlock feature? A prerequisite? No. Well, your patron gives you a special amulet. Talisman that can aid the wearer. Yep, seems to be the same. Fails an ability check. Add the d4 to the roll. Equal to your proficiency bonus. It's no longer tied, or was it? Or was it? Was if you okay, hold on. I don't this has been nerfed. Why? It's an ability check. It's not a saving throw or an attack roll. I don't know why they nerfed it. So before you could do it unlimited times, now you can only do it like twice per day, 3, 4, 5, 6 times per day. I mean, okay, it's like probably not gonna change too many things, but honestly, this is not game breaking. This didn't. I don't see the problem in unlimited use of it. Okay, maybe it's like a game of exploration and social encounters, and it's all about the ability checks. There are games like that out there. I don't play in them, but I know a lot of people that do. So, oh, room, yeah, okay. PMK, dude, like your dedication to my live stream is commendable. Commendable. Tech Priest. Well, don't just there. Here's a catch-22 for me. If I want to help you, that means I don't want you to tell those people to watch my videos. But if you don't tell those people to watch my videos, that means I get less viewers, right? So I don't know what to think about that. I really don't. Really don't. Yeah, also thank you for, I didn't thank you before, but thank you for the likes. Thank you for putting even this one to above 100 likes. Very much appreciated. So yeah, that's pretty much about that. It's a bit of a nerf, but not much that it's probably gonna matter too much. Eldritch, what? Versatility. Is it the same as spell versatility, but you can also change your yep, you can change cantrips at level 4, 8, 12, 16, and 19. You can change your packed boon. Hold on. Replace the option you choose for the packed boon. Okay, yeah, you can switch packed boons. Okay, you can switch even your Mystic Arcanums. That's a significant flexibility improvement for the Warlock. You know, because you think about it, sometimes you take a Pact of the Chain. On low levels, it's amazing, you know, like you're like, oh, look at this little devil, you know, imp that's scouting all everywhere and like doing poison damage and all that. But then you hit level 15 and that imp is just like a fodder, you know, it dies immediately because the dragon breathes 78 acid damage onto you. You can live through that, the imp cannot. So, that's interesting. Yeah. Obviously, this does have Eldritch Invocation implications, but they do allow you to replace all of them. And you can choose. So, I like this. I like this flexibility for Warlocks. It's not. It's like a side grade, right? You don't really gain more power. It's just like you can choose to have different set of powers if the conditions arise for that to be a viable option or two things, right? So yeah, let's go over the invocations now. It's still a level 12. Seems to be a copy paste. But it is tied to a proficiency bonus. And everything else seems to be the same. So I don't like the limit. I think for this being a 12th level Warlock, Pact of the... So you need to be 12th level, Pact of the Talisman, and now you're limiting me to a proficiency bonus uses per day. Not digging this nerf. I don't think it's necessary. Oh, there's enough limitations with the level and the prerequisites, right? So yeah. Also, Tech Priest, you're like from you understand creation, right? You're one of my locals. So feel free to comment in creation if that's easier for you. That I don't mind. I say Croatian, Serbian, Bosnian, Montenegrin, whatever you want to call it. It's same difference. You know what I mean, right? Differently named languages. Hold on, you're from Split? We're from Split. We are from the same city, dude. Which block? Which city block? Yeah, dude. Like I'm from Split. Oh, Dobry. Yeah. Well, we're not that close, but I mean everything is relatively close. So yeah, I mean a small world, dude. Small freaking world. Holy crap. Did you know that I was I mean you probably didn't, judging by your comment. Damn, dude. I mean, okay, Split is the second biggest city in Croatia. But like what's the odds? What's the odds, dude? Come on, this is like some astronomical shit here. I don't know. This is like way less than triple disadvantage. Then you roll like 3 natural ones, and I think it's even less than that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for sticking. You've been here for hours, dude. So thank you for that. Every viewer matters here. No joke. Like everybody is the same. Because YouTube is like it's a mean mother. When you have like a bunch of streams that have like 5 viewers, they punish you so badly. It's not even like it's not even a joke. Everything goes down. Your views, your viewers, everything. Likes, just they don't even promote you. Yeah. I you and everybody else in this and the live stream, I like your views are more than anything else that that you need to, let's say, give me. Okay, a little bit of a nerf there. Eldritch Mind. It's still with us. It's a third thing that that allows us to manipulate our constitution saving throws. Now, okay, granted, this one has been buffed in a way that you don't need Pact of the Tome feature anymore. And it's only advantage on constitution saving throws, which is kind of like a third of the Warcaster feat. I don't think this is nearly as game breaking as that Artificer's infusion, the new infusion of the Artificer that allows you to use your reaction and just simply pass the constitution saving throw. You just You just say, I mean, I don't care. I don't even want to roll. I'm passing it, you know. And we've also talked about the druid, the starry druid in the first video, which also has like rolls a minimum of 10 plus proficiency plus constitution modifier. Hold on, I need to go rearrange some things. You're gonna hear some bumping. Thank you, my dear mother. You're the best. Okay, so she brought me some food. Obviously, mothers love their sons, especially when you're the only child. So it's solid. Like this is the invocation that I would consider right now. Some combinations where I'm like strapped for feats, where Warcaster makes sense, but you're like, I need all of these other feats, and I only really need Warcaster for advantage on that Constitution saving throws, thing. This is now a thing that I will be considering for some of those combinations. Whether this ends up being a thing in one of my future videos, I do not know. But what I do know is that I'm gonna go visit the toilet right now, take a leak, and be back in like a minute, maybe. Minute and a half tops. Alrighty. That took a decent amount of time, I guess. Hope everything comes out all right. Yeah, dude, don't worry about me. I drink enough water. What did they nerf, Juan? They nerfed two of your characters. Which ones? Also, I'm getting like messages from YouTube that my bitrate is 0. And I don't know why that is. Can you even hear me, boys? Yeah. Oh, that's probably because I haven't spoken for like a minute. Okay, yeah, I'm stupid. Never mind. That's okay. Yeah, like this whole thing is weird. All right, so Far Scribe to be the same. Sending. Sure. So it's just being copy pasted over. This one is like. This one is for intrigue campaigns. A lot of social encounters. Could be good. Otherwise, it's probably like something you won't be taking or considering very often. Gift of Protectors seems like the same one. I like how a new page appears in your Book of Shadows. you know, for both of these. So it's no longer charisma modifier, it's now a proficiency bonus. Again, seems to be a theme about these changes across the board. Across all 13 classes. All 13 classes are now much more bound to their proficiency bonuses than before. Yeah, okay. So this is kind of like a free Death Ward. But you can stack it with Death Ward. Because it's not Death Ward. Could be good if you're constantly fighting battles where you get dropped 0 hit points. Otherwise, could be a dead invocation. In a sense that you take it, it's taking a spot for another invocation that might be more useful or consistent for you, just for the offshoot of a chance that you might be thinking, what if I drop to 0 hit points? And then you never drop to 0 hit points. Or whose ever creature's name is written in the book, right? Find familiar, okay? But so okay, Imp is the best. So Imp can now swim and fly. No longer needs to breathe. Well, that's the Unearthly Arcana. As a bonus action, you can command the familiar to take the attack action. Okay. Magical attacks. Honestly, if this was like if this was locked away behind, like, let's say level 9 or level 5, and then it said that your familiar's hit points increase by something that scales with your level, like half your level or even your entire level, or I don't know, like something that scales as you keep improving your own levels. This would be like 10 times better. This way your familiar still has what? Maybe it has like double its hit points if you use your reaction. But still, like, imp, what's the hit points of the imp? Like 11, 15 hit points? So we are talking 30 hit points max? Yeah, that familiar is like not... It's... Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's awesome on low levels. With this invocation, it might become even more awesome. But it's not gonna scale that well, definitely. So protection of the talisman has been removed down to level 7 instead of level 9. Okay. They probably play tested it and figured out that they can move it to move it a little bit sooner, and it won't cause any issues. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind if this was kept at level 9. It is only a D4, but I don't think it would have been a mistake. But this way, sure, you can get it 2 levels earlier. It is a proficiency bonus, so it's been limited, kind of nerfed. You can get it sooner, but you cannot use it all the time. So pros and cons. And then Rebuke of the Talisman. And the wearer of the talisman is hit by an attacker, psychic damage equal to your proficiency. Yeah, so again, proficiency instead of charisma. And then we have Undying Servitude. Animate. Okay, it's only once. My brain was going, like, there were sirens in my brain, you know, cast Animate Dead without using a spell slot. But then my party and my fantasies all got ruined and pooped on when I figured out that you can only do it once per day. So that's it for the invocations. I mean, pretty much kind of the same. Not really that many changes. Yeah, I mean, left over is subclasses. Otherworldly patrons. And we are, once we do that, we do wizard, we do spells, some feats. We're almost done, boys. Can you believe that? Holy crap. Or should I say unholy crap? Because the Fathomless is anything but holy. This is your Deep Lurker. That's the one that's been taken and adapted for this. Let's see if there are any big changes. Spells seems to be well, not literally. Everett's Black Tentacles, Summon Elemental, fine, water only, that makes sense. Bigby's Hand is actually a big improvement over Commune with Nature. Big improvement. Bigby's Tentacle. And all, yeah, I mean, okay, at level 9 you're gonna be able to get a better spell. Commune with Nature is like, whatever, you know. Sure, I'm not hating on the spell. The utility of the Commune with Nature can be good for figuring out whether there's water, cities, mountains, whatever, but in most cases you can figure that stuff out without burning a 5th level slot. So, also the image, goddamn. This guy goes to the gym, dude. This is like some strength 15 warlock type of stuff. You can switch your subclass spells in your sorcerer subclasses? What do you mean? The subclasses can be switched? Or you mean like when you take a level, when you take a level 4, 8 or whatever, you can switch your subclass spells with your sorcerer spells. Is that what you mean? Yeah. But swimmers usually aren't. I mean, they kinda are. So you might be right. Yeah. He definitely seems a bit too muscular for a swimmer. But maybe his patron just feeds him enough. And well, who knows? So, Grasp of the Deep is kind of the same as Tentacles. And I see the same and similar pattern here, where your bonus action is extra damage. And with that bonus action, you can continue smacking and tentacling everything around it for 1 minute. So that's literally the same. But Gift of the Sea seems to be something that's kind of like being switched around. So, Fathomless Soul was giving you a swimming speed at level 6, but now you kind of like get 1/3 of that. Obviously, there's like 3 bullet points at level 1. Also, decent chunky swimming speed. Also, breathing underwater. But Scion of the Deep. Has this thing been scrapped altogether? Could be. Okay, resistance to cold damage. That's this. And breathe both air and water. You already got that. But Scion of the Deep has kind of like been moved to Oceanic Soul, where if you are fully submerged, any creature that is also fully submerged. So what I'm thinking here, you're gonna be running around with like two like bowls of water, and for people or creatures that you want to communicate with, you are actually not bowls, but obviously to to two containers big enough for you to be fully submerged, and then you want to carry another container fully enough, big enough to submerge the creature that you want to talk with. That doesn't understand you. I don't know. That seems like an awful lot of trouble to go through something that comprehend languages and tongues can fix easily. So I don't even know how useful the language understanding part of this feature is. Resistance to cold damage, nice. Uh, Situational, but makes sense, thematically appropriate, and gonna help. But other than that, yeah, it's like most of the stuff that you were getting at level 6, you now get at level 1, basically. Most of the important stuff, anyway. Guardian Coil. You get 2 features at level 6 instead of... Hold on, you get 2 features at level 1, you get 2 features at level 6. So this thing has been buffed a lot. A lot. This thing has been buffed more than this thing is buffed. Okay. I'm kind of blind. Grasping Tentacles? No, Guardian Coil is kind of like Guardian Grasp. Yeah. That seems... Oh, sorry, I'm eating like my mouth is full of... I'm talking like a pig, I'm sorry. I mean, that's fine, this is useful. Probably even a bit better than this. Yeah. It's okay. Now, Grasping Tentacles doesn't seem like it's the devouring maw. So this is like a spell-like effect, which they decided to switch for a spell that already exists in the game and does a very similar thing. But instead of 3d6 cold or lightning, it's bludgeoning, it's restrained. So yeah, why would you invent a wheel when like there's already something that's like 90% to 99% the same as what you are putting over there, right? There's minor differences, but not enough to warrant just making stuff up. Yeah. Also, thematically, very, very appropriate. Very, very appropriate. Temporary hit points don't hurt either. Damage cannot break concentration on this spell. Okay. Not a lot of damage, but if you're like, I want to do something, and I don't want to waste a slot, and I don't want to lose concentration on it, this is it. Even though at level 10 this much damage is not gonna matter, what is gonna matter is the restraint condition. That's the one that you're going for. That's pretty much what this spell is best used for. Like, damage is cool, but restraint condition is the sauce. It's the mojo. Oh, really, William? I didn't even notice that. Hold on, let me check. So what you're saying, William, is that if I go clockwork, whenever you get... Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, I didn't notice that. I was like, yeah, text. We don't gonna... We not read the text. We just read spell. But yeah, you need to read stuff. Yeah, I see that now, and you're right. And this definitely Definitely makes the clockwork sorcerer. Let's see the what's the case with psionic. Yeah, enchantment or divination makes sense. It's a psionic. Interesting. So it's like that for all of them. Wizard, warlock. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. Makes sense. But it's like every time you level up, holy crap! That's talk about flexibility, dude. Talk about you know talk about customizing this list of spells to just exactly what you need, so that there's no overlap with your party members. You have options to deal with like stuff that the DM is known to throw at you. Yeah, this is good. Like this thing can be, depending on the circumstances, can be very 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 solid. No joke, no joke. So we did that one. We did this one. Grasping tentacles, fathomless plunge. Hold on, is this? Why do they have these features with like big and words? Can we have a feature that says, you double your damage in joy? Can we have that? Okay. So you basically get transport, but you don't get fury, which I don't necessarily think this is a bad. This is like a nerf. I mean, it is, but it's not for the worse. I mean, you're a warlock. You should have some Mystic Arcanums, level 4 and 5 spells that do something like this. If you don't, well, then it's your choice. But this does seem a bit redundant, maybe. If if not even a bit too, I say, powerful, right? However, instead of it being once per day, it is now once per short rest. So that's good. That's good. Now the genie. The genie, I fully assume they're just gonna like port over from the revisited classes. But maybe not. So this has already been ported. I can see that. Spells. Seems to me like most of the stuff is literally the same. Um, yeah, and why would you not? Because this was a really really well revisited Unearthed Arcana, kind of like iteration of the genie patron. Obviously, the wish spell is still there as well. I mean, obviously, it's a genie. Come on, wish genie. We have to have that, right? Um. So genie's vessel. This table is literally the same as this one. Yeah, I think they just kind of like copy pasted it. And I don't even. I'm not mad. I'm not even mad, dude. Because this was a really really well done subclass, even in its Unearthed Arcana form. Yeah, it's like maybe there are some minor differences, durations, something like that, rewording for clarity, all of that, but it works. It works 6th or lower level. Yeah, limited wish. There we go, one action. Pretty solid. On the server that I'm playing at, there's a warlock that uses this subclass. And she is level 14 or above, I don't remember. Maybe 15, 16, doesn't matter. And yeah, Limited Wish was kind of useful in a game that I was DMing for her. And not gonna lie, this is a interesting feature to have on a level 14 warlock. All the other ones, they're all useful, but yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is a very solid warlock class. I think this is one of the better candidates for a single class warlock, but obviously You might disagree. It's just my own opinion. So, with that done, can you freaking believe this? We have Wizard and then we are done. Old sorcerers aren't as good now. Yeah, I mean, uh, would be nice if they could add something similar to the other Sorc subclasses in the future. I would agree, yeah. I would agree, dude. I think this should be something that's kind of like added to everybody. Honestly, like if I DM, I'm probably gonna do that for the spellcasters, wizards, warlocks, um, all of that jazz. You know, like just make them. If I allow Tasha, I'm still not exactly sure whether I'm just gonna let the free reign on everything, because honestly, like if I allow everything as a DM, it might be a little bit even like overwhelming for people that are accustomed to 5th edition, to the simplicity of the 5th edition. This is not complex, but it broadens the horizon and just the selection of options, range of options. And there is such a thing as analysis paralysis. I know that from first-hand experience. Uh, in both related to 5th edition character creation and all the other things in the life, right? So let's do the class features first. Same as Sorcerer in terms of cantrips. A bunch of Tasha spells. Interesting. Summons make sense. Intellect Fortress is fun. Very, very fun. Yeah. Nothing really much about the spells other than, you know, wizards got all the spells, now they got even more of all the spells. So cantrip formulas, why is it? That's probably like, oh, hold on. Okay, okay, they got a big buff with this. So cantrip versatility has been removed basically and ported over to level 3 as a cantrip formula. But instead of waiting to gain a level in this class, which can take many, many long rests, as a wizard right now, you can change your cantrips after each and every long rest. So that means every day you can have a different set of cantrips. I mean, wizards are bookworms, so it kind of behooves for a class to be a little bit more book heavy and like bookkeeping on the require bookkeeping on the side of the player. But in terms of power, it's like a, you know, it's not really a power bump. It's like you have all these spells as a wizard, right? And then you can even get more of them via scrolls into your spellbook. Well, now you basically have all the cantrips too, which was like one of the few things that wizards got, that wizards were limited by. You know, you only had like what, 3, 4, 5 cantrips, and that's pretty much it. Now you can change those too. So yeah, wizards are gonna become kings. No, they're gonna become emperors. Now they're just kings. So let's see blade singing. What do we actually got though? Do we have any more? Yeah, scribes. Scribes is big. Scribes is big. But as far as I know, blade singing, only the extra attack got buffed. Everything else is the same. Because the extra attack now says that whenever you take the attack action, you can basically cast a cantrip in place of one of the 2 attacks. And obviously, we all know which cantrips you're gonna be. It's Booming Blade. Even though it got changed, it didn't got nearly as nerfed as people think. You still brandish the weapon used in the spell's casting. The material component is the melee weapon. and make a melee attack with it against one creature within 5 feet of you. That's all you really need for this case. The range area and the targeting is still, um, like you think like you're targeting yourself, but apparently I don't have the link to the tweet, but Jeremy Crawford himself said that range self is actually area, like like it's a 5 foot radius. So even though they didn't change it here on D&D Beyond, I know that's an official change, and that pretty much means that it doesn't necessarily mean you're casting this spell on yourself. So technically, he makes an argument, and you can make an argument, that there is still only one target of this spell, which is the creature that you make a melee attack against with this spell within 5 feet of you. So effectively, this just created a bunch of confusion, right? For no apparent reason. But yeah, I'm not gonna go too much deeper into that. Being an elf no longer a requirement. That was a stupid requirement to begin with. You're telling me in a world where you can literally become a pit fiend once you get to level 17 and have true polymorph or shape change, you cannot find a freaking elf to teach you blade singing? Like, that was one of the most mind-boggling limitations. Okay, there are secret societies, sure. But, like, in the many centuries and years of the blade singing tradition, whatever, I don't even know how long it lasts. You're telling me there wasn't a single non-elf that didn't learn blade singing and then taught that blade singing to somebody else, and similar to how Bruce Lee revealed the secrets of like Chinese martial arts or whatever to the rest of the world, you wouldn't have like a similar situation in a fantasy world where even crazier things have been happening. That was just a moronic limitation, in my opinion. It's just like, there's no point. Why would you make a class that only one race can use? That's stupid. Yeah, I know, lore restriction that doesn't really have much sense, even though this is not okay. We are playing in a fantasy world which isn't the same as our real world, but some common sense applies. People still have same tendencies, People want to learn. People are interested in things that are trying to be and maintain to be hidden. Why do we have all these wizards and warlocks who go to the absolute limits to discover some new magic and stuff like that? And then you're telling me you cannot find somebody to teach you blade singing, even if you're a non-elf? Give me a break, dude. That's like one of the easiest things to explain. Oh, look, there's an old elf. He's kinda nice. Will you teach me, senpai? Yes, I'm gonna be your sensei. Well, there you go, problem solved. Turtle blade singer? Yeah. Okay. I know I'm arguing with myself. Like, I pose an argument, and then I'm arguing with that argument that I provided to my own self. But I just kind of like wanted to get that point across. So, blade singer, same other than this, which is a buff, not like a super damaging buff, but meaningful. If you want to go that route of being a wizard that wields a rapier, be my guest. I don't think that's the best thing you can do, even as a blade singer. You are still a wizard, and especially for like constitution saving throws and all of that. Like, you might be one of the best wizards to cast spells, especially like if you multiclass or something, and then make your constitution saving throws absolutely bonkers. 2 levels of Circle of the Stars Druid, so that all of your constitution saving throws for concentration are 10 plus. 10 plus your bonus, which is intellect, constitution, And your proficiency? Could be. I don't think, not necessarily the best thing to do. It's multiple ability score dependent. It's mad. But that's definitely one of the things you can do, especially if you roll good stats. So, yeah. I mean, I have a video about this class. Go watch it. I think, from my perspective, it is still better played as a spellcaster than a martial character. But I mean, at least now you have a little bit of an extra oomph and some high level spells that can kind of, make you look more martial. Let's call it like that. Like more, you have more options for that true sword mage style of gameplay. But the one that I'm interested in is Scribe. That's the one that I'm interested in because I want to know. I don't know yet, but let's see. Is it a thing yet? Still. You can temporarily replace the damage type with a type that appears in another spell. Okay, so all of your spells are force damage. You learn Magic Missile. All of your spells are force damage. That's it. You've just officially won the game in terms of damage. Don't care whether it's a Cone of Cold, Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning, Thunderstorm, Firestorm. All of that is force damage. Because Magic Missile. Magic Missile solves all of your problems with resistances, immunities. Because there's what, like 2 or 3 monsters that are immune to force damage, and that's it. Pretty powerful for level 2. But yeah, I don't even remember which subclasses option this was introduced with. Was it 3? I don't think it was the. I can't remember. Was it 1? Oh, 1 was the genie, obviously, and paladin. Was it 4? No. Was it 2? No, that's Clockwork. Which freaking... Alright, I think we need to Google this. Scribe. I'm typing with one hand because my other hand is greasy. Subclasses revisited. Oh, it's the one that's not enumerated. Well, rip. That's fine. So let's compare it. I don't even care like if there's any other difference in here. All I care about is that you can just change the damage of the spells, because force damage, obviously, that's the best one. Wizardly Quill seems to be the same. It's kind of like more of a ribbon feature, but it's interesting. It's at least interesting and fun and creative, right? Instead of being like a cheesy 1 damage type win all games combats type of deal with the vacant spellbook, right? So yeah, this has been mostly a copy paste as well. Manifest Mind seems to be moved from level 10 to level 6 with some changes, but you can still manifest the object, and it is hovering, and yeah, you seems like it's been a bit nerfed. It is, but I mean, it makes sense. You move a level 10 feature to level 6, you're supposed to nerf it at least a little bit. But they seem to be moving Master Scrivener over to level 10. Now, whether that's... Okay, so you can create scroll. That's okay. Like you can produce scrolls and sell them, I guess. Also, those scrolls count as 1 level higher than normal. Okay, fine. Like, given enough time, you can prepare. So this seems to be the same as this. Now, moving this to level 10 and then moving this to level 6, I don't think it's gonna change anything for this class. This class is about changing the damage. That's my opinion. That's it. Uh, level 1 spells. Yeah, but you're right. But hear me out. When you cast Magic Missile using a 3rd level slot, that counts as a 3rd level spell. So does that mean you only take into the account the base level of the spell? I mean, I guess you do. Was that a thing before, or was it nerfed? So it was nerfed. Okay, I see. You're right. You're right. I missed this sentence. I missed this sentence. Because before it could have been any spell with any slot. Yeah. But this is like, yeah, I see. Yeah. But you can still work around this. Okay, so not every spell is force damage, but you can have like 2 different damage types at every level, and then basically you're mixing and matching them for whatever situation you're dealing with. If you're fighting devils, you're definitely not gonna be casting fireball that has fire damage. You're gonna be casting fireball that has lightning damage, right? Unless it's a devil that's also immune to. Yeah, you can also do psychic meteor swarm. Yeah, exactly, because of the psychic scream. Disintegrate and chain lightning. There we go. Yeah. And it's a wizard, like you are. It's very easy for you to learn 2 spells. Every time you level up, you learn 2 new spells. And obviously you're probably gonna find at least a couple of scrolls, most likely, which are gonna add to your collection. So okay, sure, it's not as powerful as the Unearthly Arcana. True, I didn't read it properly, but still, it's like it's super flexible with the damage types, and then basically like you can get the best of the both worlds. You can have your single target and your AoE damage spells deal both or both deal multiple damage types. Because sometimes that Finger of Death is really good, really solid damage, but it's like necrotic, and you're fighting a monster that's immune to necrotic. But hey, hold on, Crown of Stars, level 7 spell. It's a radiant damage. You don't care about the necrotic damage immunity right now because your Finger of Death is dealing radiant damage. So, it's my thought on it. It's pretty much it. So, one with the word seems to be the same, similar, whatever. I'm not gonna go too deep into it. We are done with the classes. Can you believe this? If you haven't liked it so far, I think it's time for you to like this live stream, because we are actually done with the subclasses and everything and the classes, and then we only have feats and spells and maybe magic items, but that's gonna take what, like maybe half an hour at worst. Not gonna go over the dungeon master's tools. That's beyond the scope of these streams, even though I can. But that's for you as a dungeon master. I think every dungeon master has a responsibility for himself, herself, or and his players, her players, whatever. Do the best work she can. So let's do the feats. Thank you for the likes. Appreciate it very much. Fernando Fuentes, exactly. At every level, you are okay. So that is gonna limit you in terms of like utility spells. That's true. You are pretty much just like, if I want to be able to do this with every spell slot level, I have to do this and that, right? So that's true. You have to take 2 damage spells every time you level up. Um, but if you think about it, like you learn four spells. You learn 4 spells per like a level of the spell. So at level 1 and at level 2, you can only learn level 1 spells. So that's, you start with 6 level 1 spells, you add 2 more. But let's go like level 3 and level 4, you can only learn level 2 spells. Level 2 spells. At level 2, at level 3 you learn 2 level 2 spells, and then at level 4 you learn additional 2 level 2 spells. So in between level 3 and 4 you learn 4 spells. At least you're gonna tell me that it's too much to learn for like half of those 4 spells, for 2 of them to be damage spells and then the other 2 to be support utility? That's perfectly reasonable, right? So you have plenty of room to combine those however you want, because wizards have a ton of spells, so you can always choose. Oh yeah, also Explorer's Guide does have some 4 spells, but you can Anonyme is also right. Yes. But I mean, look, you could, if a DM is gonna allow you to play a scribe, other than the DM not knowing what the scribe is, which is like a little brother of the lore wizard, not as broken, not as OP. I wouldn't. I would say like far from being OP as much as the lore wizard Unearthed Arcana was, and still is if you're playing it. It still poses like it still does that same thing that the sorcerer elemental meta magic does. Just changing the damage types. Even though you might be thinking it's damage, it is gonna introduce much more flexibility into your arsenal. Now sorcerers do it through sorcery points, and meta magic, if they choose to do so, you just do it through the sheer number of spells that you have access to, right? Because you're a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry. So somebody remind me where a bunch of feats was. I think it was this one. Definitely seems like it. They probably pulled like all of these feats from this Unearthed Arcana. I don't remember when exactly it came out, but I think it was like June or July of 2020, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Artificer Initiate. It's pretty much identical. Not not flashy, not bad. If you want to go that route, this is an option. Chef, or chef, or however it's pronounced, it seems to be the same too. So copy paste. Yeah. I like the flavor of the chef. I think one of my buddies is actually playing the character that has this feat. Not exactly sure, but I'm kind of like, it's either that or the gourmand, one of the older feats that was introduced in some of the older Unearthed Arcanas. Either one of those, I don't remember exactly, but yeah, I mean, it's not powerful, but I mean, it's fun, and it gives you that character kind of like, it allows you to flesh out the character while giving you some mechanics. And also, not gonna lie, um, you know, temporary hit points are not to be thrown away, right? Even though it's only a proficiency bonus. Would I take this only in a game that's got like low stakes, where I'm like reasonably sure that me not being super optimized for not even necessarily combat, like just whatever is the primary pillar of the game of that particular campaign, I would consider this type of feat. Otherwise, I would probably skip it. Crusher seems to be a copy paste as well. I already briefly mentioned it. It's all of the feats that give you +1 to some of your ability scores. They're good by default, right? Because with point buy, it's very easy to like end up with 15 or 17 in your ability score, and then you even it out with your half feat. That's what like most people call them. What it means is like half of the feat is the ability score improvement, and then the other half of it is like something that gives you some additional capability. Crusher doesn't strike me as one of those feats that would be overly impactful. It can be good if you're fighting at the edge of the freaking cliff and then you manage to move push the creature away. This is also good. Like, it could be awesome. But the problem is, how do you score a critical hit? I can kind of tell you one way that comes to my mind, and that is through that freaking 9th level spell, right? The Blade Disaster, which crits at 18, and which basically gives you what, like 26, 7, 8, 9% chance to crit with advantage if you have advantage. If you have Elven accuracy, oh boy, you might be looking at like 40 something percent to crit. So let's say you make a character around that. You need what, like 17 levels minimum. You could probably do it some other way. Champion fighter obviously comes to mind as well. I mean, it obviously. But in either case, it's like at best a coin flip. And when you really need that advantage against a creature, and you don't win that coin flip, I don't know. I wouldn't rely on this when you score a critical hit. The question is, will you score a critical hit? And that's never a guarantee. In 5th edition, in any game, but in 5th edition in especially. Eldritch Adept, whatever. Oh yeah, learn one Eldritch Invocation. With all of these new Eldritch Invocations, there's a couple of solid ones. By the way, the image is awesome. Look at this. Holy crap, whoever did art for this, hopefully they got paid well. Cause yeah, they did a good job. And yeah, let me just say that I think this fit is okay. Again, it wouldn't be something that I would go for, but let's just say that, you know, maybe you really need to grab some of those like not higher level ones, some of those like easy, like low hanging fruit ones, like shadow armor, like armor of shadows that allows you to cast magic missile at will, or some of the other at will invocations like Eldritch Sight, which allows you to cast detect magic at will. That can be a good one. Would it be something I would spend an ability score on? Probably not, but would I dismiss it right away? No. It's definitely an option, like a mid-range option in terms of power, at least in my own opinion. Yeah, Crusher with Polar Master could be good, not gonna lie. But yeah, I mean, you do a bludgeoning with the bonus, and then there are ways to optimize around this. Like, there are ways to optimize around this thing. There are. It just seems like there are easier ways to accomplish similar levels of outcome that this provides compared to what you need to do for this to be like reasonably consistent. Because consistency is the key with optimization. You just need to be able to reproduce same or similar outcomes as often as possible. Eldritch Adept already did. Fate Touched. Misty Step always good. There doesn't seem to be any change. Yep. Fighting Initiate. This gives you just proficiency. Okay. Fighting Style. Okay, so it's been nerfed to be in line with all the other ones, like with all the classes that do get fighting style feature by default through the fact that they are martial classes. So instead of that being every time you gain a level, like it was in the Unearthed Arcana of the class feature variants, it is now following along the ability score improvement dependency, which I don't have anything against. And this is one of those feats where it legit might be sometimes better to take this feat and take a fighting style that you need instead of multiclassing that one level of fighter, which is usually followed by 2 levels in fighter for the arcane for the action surge. But I mean, it just for the fighting style, this is a solid option. Now, would I like this to be a half fit as well? I think I would. I think the you gaining the fighting style option isn't really enough to warrant this being like you not taking a +2 to your main ability score. But I don't think it's entirely without merit and viability. Gunner. Um. Firearms, okay, if the DM allows, I guess. I mean, because firearms, as far as I'm concerned, are optional. Uh, it doesn't say, but I mean, they are pretty much optional as far. Now, most DMs would be willing to let, but it's all okay. So, uh, Gunner is kind of like a crossbow expert, but you don't gain a bonus action attack with that firearm. You ignore the loading property and then you ignore the like close range disadvantage. But I would still probably take crossbow expert because I feel like there are other ways to combine this. You gain proficiency with firearms through some other way, like I don't know, maybe artificer, whatever. Just figure it out some other way instead of taking this feat. Because honestly, like this is the least impactful one. If you can get proficiency with firearms, I think it's better to increase dex score upgrade and take the bonus action attack via the crossbow expert feat. I could be wrong. Dex +1 is always good, but yeah, I'm just kind of like thinking on the fly here. Metamagic Adept. Now this is the feat that I simultaneously think is kind of like short-sighted and can be unreasonably good on certain types of characters. Because if you think about it, just let's say you take the simple generic quickened meta magic, which you can only use once, um, and you use it, and then you make some kind of like action surge character, and then like you do some Nova damage. So that's possible. Like even if you don't multi-class like 3 levels into sorcerer, you can do stuff like that. But for just in general thinking of maybe like some subtle meta magic, but like 2 sorcery points, what are you gonna do after you spend those 2 sorcery? They're gone, dude. Yeah. That's like, if it was maybe 3 sorcery points, I would be more lenient towards this feat, but this way only 2, and it not even being a +1 to charisma or intelligence or wisdom, I would probably pass it. Right. That said, maybe I can see some edge cases where it could matter because you want to give yourself the option, which you know you will not be using that often, but like when you do need it in a pinch, this could save you. Those are edge cases. So Piercer. Piercer is actually kind of interesting because you can reroll the damage if you kind of like don't like the roll, and if you score a crit hit, you can roll 1 additional damage die. So in a way, this makes all of those like spear and whatever piercing damage things, weapons, you might want to wield, but you're like, oh man, I mean, I don't wanna use a greatsword, I don't wanna use a bow, I don't wanna be yet another run-of-the-mill sharpshooter, great weapon master thing, but there's nothing out there for spears and other piercing weapons. Well, now there is. Is it as good as sharpshooter and great weapon master? No, but it does give you it's a half feat, so you can even out a score. Plus, you will be dealing more damage with those types of weapons. And it is once a turn that you can do this, but every turn, if you hit, you might roll like minimum damage, so like you don't even have to think when you roll that one on the d6 or a d8, whatever the damage die is. And critical hits do happen. I mean, this is more like a kind of like a passive ability, but it will probably add up, especially if you play some kind of like elven accuracy type of character. I mean, at the end of the day, look, this doesn't have to be a melee weapon. You can even go as far as you do take sharpshooter, you combine it with piercer, take elven accuracy, like take some fighter levels, get advantage, whatever, roll 3d20, have like 20% chance to crit. You're gonna be critting reasonably often with that fighter, and then you're gonna be even more increasing your damage even more. So it's definitely one of the options, you know. Yeah, Nikhil Tyagi, we are almost done here. We're almost done. So I'm exhausted, not gonna lie. Mage armor at will. Did I say magic missile at will? Yeah, my brain is shutting down. Um yeah, psionic options revisited. I don't did those feats get included in here? We'll see, we'll see. Um Never trust a skinny chef. Yeah. um yeah, I was thinking mage armor at will. The gunner feat, yeah, it's good for bowman. Yeah, it's good. Like it's good for bowman, but it's also good for those melee characters with spears and stuff like that. I think you could even like make some kind of like thrower character that throws javelins, and then combine it with this feat. I'm just throwing wild ideas out there. I don't know how viable, and I don't have the numbers to back my ideas, but I think there might be a way to do something. Battle master, bonus action, throw weapon, dual. Yeah, you need a couple of feats, but I mean, it could be possible. You're just like a javelin throwing machine. Could be something that you might go for. Anyway, poisoner. Uh, Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I kind of forgot about the resistance. Uh, as you can tell right now, and this is what I've been arguing with people a lot, is that applying poison to a weapon or a piece of ammunition is a bonus action. It's like it's one of those things that it's not the best explained kind of thing, But this kind of puts the nail in the coffin, right? Now, me as a DM, I would probably let it slide as a bonus action even without this feat. But if I'm gonna be using Tasha and I say that I'm gonna be taking, like, allowing all of these feats, I would be doing a disservice to allow it then. Now, whether that's important or not, I mean, it could be, could not be, who knows. But yeah, I mean, it's an edge case scenario. Only certain characters depend on poison, but other than that, you know, like, this feat is pretty low value. Even though it teaches us a thing that you do need an action to. Shadow touched, so they seem to have. Hold on. Did skill expert become practiced expert? Kinda. So no more tools, just skills. And you also become an expert, obviously. So okay, a little bit of a nerf to practiced expert. Um, this also makes me sad because now my idea of a tool tyrant, a character that's proficient with all the tools, doesn't have access to this feat. I mean, I could, but I don't know. It's obvious that they took the practiced expert and then they turn it into a skill expert, so that you do not have tool proficiency. Oh, actually, yeah, you do gain tool proficiency. What am I saying? No, you don't. I'm an idiot. I'm reading from the wrong. Yes, yeah, my brain is shutting down. Okay, so slasher. Um, shadow touch. Sorry, let's do that one first. Learn a darkness. Oh, invisibility is much better than darkness. Accomplishes the same thing, while well, similar thing. You cannot really attack. If you attack, you lose invisibility. So pros and cons to each approach. You can, most characters don't see in the darkness. So you have to be very specific with this. You have to take like Devil's Sight, or you have to be like Astral Self Monk who can see through non-magical darkness. With the Unearthed Arcana iteration. With this, it's just invisibility, which is always good, you know. Now, slasher. Slasher seems to be the same. Yeah. So between Crusher and Slasher, between those two, I do like Crusher more. But that's not to say when you're fighting a boss that cramming that disadvantage on attack rolls cannot be a good thing. And also reducing the movement speed and all of that, yeah. This feat has its uses, because any feat that gives you a +1 to an ability score is at least half good by the by just mere fact that it gives you half the ability score improvement that you would get otherwise if you don't take that feat. If you don't take any feat for that matter. So telekinetic, that seems to have been borrowed from the psionic. I think those were probably just copy pasted. Yeah, mage hand. Yeah, bonus action. Same. Telepathic. Seems like it's the same kind of deal. Interesting feats. Definitely broaden up the amount of options, but this wouldn't be something that I would, again, like, none of these feats would be something that I would still consider like the top choices. You know, it's just like different options at your disposal, and seems to be it for the feats. Like, there's no more other feats. There's no Wild Talent, no Tower of Iron Will. which was like Power of Iron Will was pretty nuts. But yeah, there's no such thing. So the thing that's left, to wrap things up slowly, is spells. Oh, actually, yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Group patrons. Following sections prevail. Present several group patron options. Does Tasha provide any immediate upgrades to your Smite build? Um, no, it almost kind of nerfs it because you cannot twin Booming Blade anymore. But upgrade, maybe Spirit Shroud would be a thing too, because alternative is Shadow Blade. But if you're gonna be in melee and concentrating, maybe Spirit Shroud makes more. Technically, you have more D8s to work with. I don't know. It depends. I have to compare. Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't really know. You can't poison beforehand the fight. I mean, you can. Anime. Most of the most of the poisons last for at least a minute. Um, yeah, I'm streaming, dude. I said at the beginning of the day, no matter how long it lasts, I'm gonna get this freaking thing done. And yeah, I mean, as you can see, we don't really have much else left other than this. So yeah, let's see the patrons. So these are like group patrons, obviously. These are not your warlock patrons. I think that's obvious. It isn't. Yeah. Nice image of the. Looks to be some kind of vampiric kind of thing, or demonic, or whatever. Presiding over her cultists. How patrons work? So basically, they're kind of like these NPC type of entities, as far as I can see. Yeah. So it's kind of like more of an abstract. It's not like a person. It's not a character. It could be, but it doesn't have to be. Um. As a result of this unity, each member of the party can grant advantage to an ability check and attack roll. Okay, like so once a day. So once a day, everybody gets like advantage, but I mean this is help action in most cases, right? Now most DMs limit the help action in a way that like if you want to help somebody with lock picking, you need to be proficient in thieves' tools. Otherwise, how are you gonna help with something that you're not proficient in? But for the most part, you can get the advantage benefit. Not on the saving throw. On the saving throw for sure. But like ability check and attack roll, that's a help action. That said, this thing doesn't require action economy. See, like the only thing they have to be is like see or hear, not being capacitated, and then there's no requirement of a bonus action to grant advantage. So actually, this is marginally good. So this is okay. Whether the DMs are going to be using this or not, that remains to be seen. But at the very least, this is something that the party can actually benefit from, because it's kind of like a free thing that you can do when in a pinch, you know, when things are dire. Done meant classes. Yeah, I mean I did the classes. I just have to do the patron spells and probably like magic items, but I'm not gonna spend too much on the magic items, honestly. I'm gonna, like, there's not really even that many spells. I'm not gonna go over the Dungeon Master's tools. I might do a separate, like, a live stream or a video about it, but definitely not covering the Dungeon Masters. Because that's for Dungeon Masters, and most of you, I mean, maybe most of you are, but even though I didn't title it that way, that's beyond the scope of this. I didn't want to do that in these lives. Interesting. So, definitely, like, there's some things in here that can help you and your party. But, honestly, like, it seems like most DMs are just gonna be, like, doing this their own way. Um, Instead of following all these intricate, specific rules, specific DCs, um, ancient being perks. Why is it a DC 10 in the city? Why is it not like a DC 12? So, or at least that's my perspective. There's a lot of stuff in here to unpack. Yeah. I can see. Interesting. I mean, I'm not gonna go through this. Also, I'm probably not gonna be using this, or at least if I will, that's not gonna be this year or anytime soon. I feel like this might be an interesting addition to the game, but this is not like the best return of your investment. Investment meaning like your time spent. By the way, this is a fun image. Spent, finagling, just dealing with things for your for your sessions as a DM. You can invest that time and energy in preparing things that will have a much better impact, be more meaningful than do all of this, or at least that's the general sense impression that I get. But that said, don't get discouraged. Like, if you go through this and you figure out this is exactly what I need for my game, why not? Let's do spells. Okay, so Booming Blade already kind of covered that one. The range has been changed to self. What is missing here is that the radius is 5 feet. So what that means, according to Jeremy Crawford, I didn't really check the rules for spellcasting, but I think he's actually correct. I don't have the tweet, but you can believe me that the tweet exists because I saw him post that. Basically, when you have a range self, that's most likely indicating that the only possible target is you. But when you have a range self and then there's brackets, and then in those brackets it says like 30-foot radius or whatever, or 5-foot radius, that implies that there might be more targets to the spell, or that you are not even necessarily the target of the spell, but the spell is originating from you, right? Which is the reason to have like self as in meaning originating from self, and then originating towards that radius that it can. So in that regard, not really much has changed other than Booming Blade cannot be twinned anymore. So all those Sorkadins with twinned meta magics that are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna twin the Booming Blade, well, that's not possible anymore, because any spell with the range of self cannot be twinned. Same goes for Green Flame, but Green Flame by design has more than one target, or can have more than one target. So you could only quicken it ever, You could never use this spell with Warcaster or twinned anyway. Yeah. A second background, but share between multiple people. Um, yeah, you're kind of right. I mean, in a way, that could be like your background stuff that's happening, but instead of DM doing stuff in the background for every character, separately, he or she does it for the group as a whole, you know. The background plot and side plot and things that are happening that are not immediate knowledge. Mind Sliver, interesting, already covered that one. I think this will fit with some debuffing kind of characters. You know, characters that cast Bane, inflict disadvantages, synaptic static, all of those kinds of things. You know, you're just trying to make the enemy's life as miserable as possible. And yeah, Mind Sliver could be that thing. So, bunch of things open. All right. So, Tasha's Caustic Brew. I don't know what this thing does. Acid makes sense. Dex saving throw in a line. 30 feet. First level. Hold on. A creature covered in the acid takes 2d4 acid damage at the start of each of its turns. Can this be... Okay, the creature can use its action to scrape or wash the acid off of itself. Oh, actually, this is really a good... This might actually be a solid first level spell. It doesn't seem to be scaling that well. Even though, like, if you cast it at a second level, it's like 4d4. It's not a lot of damage. But it's annoying damage, right? If the enemy is not gonna spend a turn and an action, it's gonna be 4d4, it's gonna be 8d4. Soon after 3 rounds, it's 12d4. That actually does amount to a decent chunk of damage with the first or second level slot. So this is entirely viable for both the damage, and if the enemy wants to prevent the damage, the enemy has to use its action. Which means the enemy is not gonna attack you or cast a spell back at you. So I like it. Not gonna go over the summon spells because they are all the same, just different flavors. Tasha's Mind Whip. Oh yeah, that's the one that somebody mentioned before. Against Troll, it's cool. Yeah, I mean, could be. Yeah. Burning a reaction, so that's kind of like similar to Shocking Grasp, but it's an intelligence save. Any spell that targets an intelligence saving throw is by default roughly, I'm gonna say, like 10 to 15% better, because most monsters don't have intelligence saving throw proficiency. A lot of monsters have constitution saving throw proficiency. A bunch of them have strength. I've seen a lot of wisdoms. Not that many intelligences. So it might be good because damage not that much, but burns a reaction until the end of its next turn. So it must choose whether it gets moved. So yeah, you're like completely controlling the enemy. Burning its reaction, and then on its own turn, it's kind of like stuck. It's thinking, should I move? Should I cast Hex? Or should I Eldritch Blast? That's not an easy choice to make for a war. Sometimes. Alright, well, that's it for that. Intellect Fortress. Pretty good. Advantage on int Wisdom and Charisma saving throws. Becomes pretty clutch at later levels. Duration is pretty solid. Resistant to Psychic situational. But if you are dealing with Mind Flayers, becomes awesome. Obviously, Intelligence, Wisdom, and Charisma saving throws. Those are your 3 mental saving throws. Wisdom is probably gonna be the one covered by this spell most often, because it's the most often rolled mental saving throw in the game. But yeah, pretty much that. I don't think this thing has been changed. Spirit Shroud, already covered that one. Insane damage potential with Sorlocks. insane damage potential even with paladins, like sustained damage that you can do with just one level 3 slot. It's absolutely amazing. And I think this is a good spell. Summon, a lot of summons. Let's see what the otherworldly guys is. Okay. That's actually, wow, that's a lot of things. It is a 6th level spell. And you gain all these benefits. Holy crap, dude. Hold on. Oh, okay. Oh, you have to choose. Okay, so you choose between fire poison, but that's like a... It's a interesting choice. Plus 2 AC. Self. 40 feet. Flying speed. Magical weapons. Using your spellcasting ability. This is already better than Tenzer's, whatever the Tenzer's thing is that turns you into a marshal that cannot cast spells. So if you are comparing this to Tenzer's, which also gives you two attacks, but it gives you a bit more damage and all of that. That's true. Hit points and that. I think this one is better than the Tenzer's. I think they're also both 6th level spells. Tasha's guy's otherworldly form. Was it otherworldly form before? Hello, Katie Pride. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you did find some of my I don't know, content useful. From UA. Oh, so they changed the name. Yeah, I can't be bothered what the UA spells are at this point. I'm way too tired. Sorry. Dream of the Blue Whale. Okay. Not the best 7th level spell, but I can see some ways to use this. And then Blade Disaster, right? I mean, we already covered that one. So, that's it for spells. Let's check these magic items. There's some tattoo. I think they included all of the tattoos. Did they? Oh damn! Look at that image. Oh damn! Look at that half orc. Holy crap! Press like for the half orc. If you haven't pressed like so far, let's get this stream to 220 likes. Thank you very much. Absorbing is good from experience. What the heck is this? Cast some spells. It's only a wizard thing. I would like this to be a mage thing, sorcerer, warlock, that kind of deal. But I kind of also get it. It's a compendium. It's a book. So it also makes sense. All-purpose tool. Yeah, this is for artificers. That makes sense. Variety of tools. Okay. Oh my god, this is nuts, dude. This is one of the best things. Because, look, there's not really that many items in 5th edition that increase your saving throw DCs of your spells. Now, granted, artificers don't really have that many super amazing, awesome spells. They're more about magic items. But they still do have some, you know, and if you have like a +2 rare one on artillerist, attack rolls are awesome. You can stack that with the enhanced focus or enhanced weapon, whatever artificer you're playing. Obviously, arcane focus for the spell attack rolls. This can be nuts, dude. Like +3 from this, plus +2 from the enhanced focus. You have +5 bonus to your spell attacks. And you like, so you can have like +16, +17 to attack bonus. That's nuts. That's freaking nuts, dude. You can also get kind of like an extra cantrip. So I guess this item would also increase the maximum amount of cantrips you can have with my cantrip commando, which would be like 40, 41 at this point. I don't know. I can't really. I don't remember. Amulet of the Devout. Wow. There's a frick ton of magic. Look how many magic items are there, dude. That is absolutely nuts. I'm not gonna go over all of them, cause honestly I'm exhausted beyond all reasonable whatever. I don't even have the word. Thank you all who stuck by me through the first stream and through this second stream. Let's drop some likes by the end of this. I don't know. Hopefully you found some entertainment value or the mix of those two in this marathon. And I will not be repeating this adventure for a while. Let me tell you that. Yeah, I'm done, dude. I'm done. Uh, so yeah, let me read a couple more of your comments. +3 to lockpicking. No, not really. It is not too. Yeah, it's thieves' tools is not artisans' tools. Yeah, well, some Gukian already replied to. Thank you. Um, Brazilian greetings. Hello, Renan. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for liking. Thank you, a couple of you who donated. Once again, shout out to what's his name, To. Let me note it down. I need to put the names of donators on the screen in the future. And Ellie. I didn't expect any donations, honestly. Like, I just put them there because some people asked. And I'm like, yeah, sure. You're probably not gonna donate, but here you go. Well, then people donated. Much appreciated. And yeah, like, share, comment, subscribe, hit the bell button. You know the YouTube drill and you know how it goes. If you haven't subscribed so far, what the hell are you waiting for? And with all of that said, done, talked about for like 7 million hours, and Max Munchkin out. Talk to you soon.